because folks oftentimes don't tune in for the first couple minutes, but Zoom takes us live anyway. D, the progress bar is just about ready to go, so let's go here. Yeah, here we go. D, take it away. Tell people what they can and cannot do, buddy.
Welcome, everybody. Hope everybody had a great week so far. Thanks for coming to check me out on Saturday. This show is for education and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over in most states, like Fumadoro there. He's in Portland, so you have to be 21 and over.
That's it. Thank you, D.
If you're not, get out.
Cheers, D. Like Dee said, ladies and gentlemen, this show is for adults only, no children, please. Even if you have children in the room or something, they shouldn't be listening. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that everyone is above age. If the age that where you live is something somehow different or whatever, please abide by that. Please abide by your local rules. We are certainly abiding by our local rules. So make sure that you are also not breaking the law, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important to enjoy cannabis from outside of a cage, right? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Welcome to Atomic Spoon. Welcome to Hashling and Hasher. Crime More Grows in the house. Smoke Since in the house. Josh Colbert and Zesty Air. Cheers, my friends. Welcome to the show. We have a great guest here today, second or maybe even third time that they've been on the show. First, definitely the second time at least. We've got Wendy and James of Organic Cultivators and also these wonderfully named Supernatural Conference. It's going to be this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk to them. And they are not able to show us their video and everything else because they're literally sitting in a parking lot in Wyoming. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, they're giving us their time very kindly because right after this, they're going to keep driving basically all night and all day until they get there. The wild blue yonder where they're heading off back east. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. What was I going to say? Oh, before we get flagged or anything else, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, not only is the show above 21 and how do I say 21 and over only, I'm getting all distracted with my freaking thoughts, but also, ladies and gentlemen, we are not actually a cannabis show. If you thought we were a cannabis show, you are wrong. We once upon a time did occasionally talk about cannabis, but we learned that that's a very bad thing because we could get reported for that. So now we talk exclusively about fake cannabis, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about pseudo cannabis. All of the cannabis that's going to be consumed on this show is actually from Hollywood Magic Cannabis, my new business. Looking for investors. We were looking for maybe like $3 billion. That's basically all we need. I'm thinking maybe like a $4 billion would be nice too, just for like really baller parties on the Hollywood Magic Cannabis yacht. We'll see. Once we get some investors, we'll see how much money is in there. But in the meantime, remember that all the cannabis that's consumed is not actually cannabis. It's fake Hollywood Magic cannabis. It's just like your favorite cannabis, except for only in one way. It looks like cannabis. In every other way, it's completely not. In the meantime, though, it would be completely legal to talk about cannabis. If we were talking about cannabis on this show, it's legal to talk about it. It's legal to grow it. It's legal to smoke it, legal to toke it, legal to give it away, legal to take it from people. Well, not really take it from people thievingly, but, like if they were to give it to you willingly, that was kind of weird. Or like, give me your cannabis. No, it's not legal to do that, but it's legal to take it if they were to offer it to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's legal to grow seeds of it. It's legal to know about it. You name it, folks. If we're, for example, where Wendy and James are from in California, Smashed, and where D is, it's federally legal. You couldn't touch that with a stick if you wanted to. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing to report, even if we were to talk about cannabis. But again, remember, it's all fake cannabis on this show. And once again, my apologies, Wendy and James. We just have a couple of stalkers in this show, so we have to read these kind of disclaimers so that we don't get reported. And once again, I lost my disclaimer page again. Where the hell did it go?
I swear to God,
these days.
you keep saying deported instead of reported.
Do I keep saying deported? Okay, that's going to be the next thing they're going to do.
I don't know if it's me,
deport us next.
I'm like, we're going to get deported.
See.
So, unfortunately, thanks to a computer issue, I don't have the page pulled up with all the don't do this, don't do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to basically say we don't do any fake engagement on the show. We don't impersonate anyone under any circumstances. Please, under no circumstances, consider that there's going to be any impersonation here. We are absolutely committed to child safety. We do not, under any circumstances, engage in any kind of nudity or sexual content. We do not, under any circumstances, want you to come here for any suicide or self-harm advice, ladies and gentlemen. We do not discuss those things whatsoever. Please, if you are suicidal, please get help. We do not engage any spam, deceptive practices, or scams. Please do not also expect those here. We will certainly not teach you how to hack. I remember that was one of the things we're not supposed to talk about. Our vulgar language, unfortunately, is somewhat elevated on this show, but we do our best not to engage in it. But more importantly, we do not engage in any harassment and cyberbullying or cyberbullying. We do not actually even discuss firearms, harmful or here we go, the harmful or dangerous content. Should have just looked on that link. God damn it! All right, I could have saved us all some time. Eating disorders. Content that praises, glorifies, or encourages viewers to imitate anorexia or other eating disorders will not be discussed in the show. Eating disorders are characterized by abnormal or disturbed eating habits. Please do not do any of those things. Instructional theft or cheating will not be allowed on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Hacking will not be discussed on this show. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as but not limited to hacking into social media accounts, not on this fucking show. Bypassing payment for digital content or services will not be discussed in this show whatsoever at all. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we do not build any kind of bombs here unless they are flavor bombs made with chocolate, melted chocolate. That would be delightful. But no splody bombs discussed on this show, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, welcome, Wendy and James. How you guys going? How are you guys doing? Cheers. Welcome.
Oh my gosh, that was so much preamble legal jargon. It was crazy. It was amazing.
If I don't do it, I get slammed every single show. So I have to do it now. And then there's nothing that, yeah.
I feel you 100%. That was just like, I'm like, oh man, we haven't been doing this right at all.
Right. Or you just have a better audience. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I have a good audience, but we have a couple of stalkers. But in the meantime, I honestly, all of us should probably do it. Like maybe it's a good lesson. You know what I mean? Like everybody should basically, a lot of different YouTubers from Mr. Canucks Grow to a bunch of others, first thing in their video is basically this whole big disclaimer. And that's probably one of the only ways that they're actually able to grow, because otherwise, I can't even tell you the amount of times my channel has been reported. It's almost gotten deleted a couple times. Oh my goodness. Anyway, it is what it is. I guess let's finish our introductions. By the way, folks, we are on guest rules this evening. So because we do have a great guest on and they have a very limited amount of time, we're not going to be just kind of allowing people willy-nilly. But if you've been on the show before and you think you have a really interesting contribution to offer, pop on. It would be nice, honestly, if you just ask politely in the chat. That would be super helpful. Otherwise, I'll let Dee and actually Smashed here let people in. And we'll mostly let Wendy and James talk about their conference and stuff. Dee, what's going on, my friend? Welcome.
What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel? Looks good, Smashed. Not much here. Smoking some Black Diamond stunt cannabis. Also got some Pink Star stunt cannabis and some of that nasty GG4 that I'm not too big on. Anyways, let's get on with the show. Got some great guests.
Good to see you,
Cheers, everybody.
What's going on, Smashed?
What's up? I waited to take my dab. I was getting ready. Cheers, everyone. I had seen a few minutes ago we're having guests tonight. I asked if I can come on, so here I am. Maybe when they depart, well, I'll show off what I did in the garden last night.
Right on. Speaking of departing, where are you guys headed, Wendy and James? What's the rush? Why are you in a parking lot in Wyoming? Because I'm leading to it. You guys are going to the Organic Cultivators Supernatural Conference. What's the story about it? Tell us more.
Well, we're driving across and in the parking, because we suck at time management, basically. So we left way later than we were supposed to, and we are bringing a lot of stuff to the conference. So flying would be this is more cost prohibitive. So yeah, we're doing this, and we enjoy each other's company. So it's not too bad of a drive. But our second annual conference is happening in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. It's February 17th, 18th, and 19th. And then there's actually a workshop on the 20th that Suzanne Wainwright is putting on. It's an IPM predator release workshop. I just talked to her today. I guess one of her friends is bringing a bug blower, so they're going to blow bugs, as kinky as that sounds. And I don't think it involves actual blowing of bugs. But so there's probably like 15 to 20 speakers. There's panels. Most of the it's a lot of audience-led discussion, so there's lots of audience participation. And then Saturday, we just kind of, because the audience is going to be smaller this year, And Dan Kittredge recently reacquired his family farm, which is about 10 or 15 minutes from the conference. On Saturday, we are taking an impromptu field trip to Dan's family farm. So part of the day will be on the farm, which sounds kind of crazy, the East Coast in February, but it's supposed to be like close to 60 almost. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's 3 days of intense agriculture education.
I'll say this over here. I live in Massachusetts, and like we just had a show Saturday, and it was abnormally nice. Today was abnormally nice. It looks like we might actually skirt winter this year a little bit.
That's what we've been hearing too, is that it's been like 54 degrees at the, like super crazy kind of warm spell. And meanwhile, as we drive, we have a massive storm on the north of us and a massive storm on the south of us. But like I-80 has been relatively clear, although super cold. So a little farm field trip workshop is probably in the cards as long as it holds, as long as the weather holds out.
What do you hope? Go ahead.
I was just going to say there, for people in Mass or who are familiar with NOFA Mass will be there with microscopes, ready to scope soil samples alongside with microbiometer, who, if you're familiar, they have a tool to look at your soil. And so they're, you're going to get to do some side-by-side comparisons. So yeah, if you're coming, bring some soil and get it looked at.
It's going to be really cool to see a couple of these things in action. The microbiometer, I've been hearing a lot about for the past probably year or so, maybe more. And I'm kind of really excited to actually see it in action and play with it and see how it works and see how it holds up to comparison to an actual microscope view of what the soil looks like. So it's going to be cool.
I was just going to say, what do you guys, what was the expression I was looking for? What do you guys hope most that people will take from a conference like this? Like you guys have done it a couple times already, and I think you've gone to other conferences. What do you hope most that people will walk away from with it?
Inspiration. For me, it's mainly about inspiring people. It's about giving people the almost the courage to step into more sustainable ways of cultivating food and medicine. And then kind of shifting the paradigm on how we think about our world through that. So through this connection that, becomes more natural, where you start thinking about things in a different way, how that feeds through to everything that you do. So all of a sudden you're buying less plastic and you're starting to pay attention to bringing silverware with you instead of using to-go silverware, and, just kind of super hippie things like that aren't in your forefront of your ideology. But when you start doing more natural farming stuff, you start thinking about soil and plants differently, and we see that kind of feeds through. And the biggest problem that people generally have is they don't know where to start and they don't know how to start, so they just keep doing what they've been doing, which is synthetic nutrients. And no offense to all the indoor growers, I know it's necessary in a lot of places, but I still think there are ways to do it more sustainably, even just for moving from to lower energy consumption and thinking about scaling back on your needs if you can. And just kind of the whole flow through of all of that.
Yeah, I think for me, what the OC group has grown into is an effort to connect all of the different camps of agriculture. And obviously the speakers come from different backgrounds. So there's research scientists, and there's an entomologist, and probably 200 years of farming between the farmers there. So it's really connecting the groups that need to talk. I mean, there's a lot of talk in the community about things that we're noticing as cultivators and farmers, these correlations. If I'm doing this and I'm seeing this, but on an academic level, the work hasn't necessarily been done. So getting those two camps together is really important. The 3 days is packed full of information, but it's also an opportunity to get everyone together and start networking. For me, the most important part of all of this is to really start making those connections. Last year, I didn't, I ran some panels and I kind of ran the conference. This year, I'll be closing out the first day with a short keynote, which will kind of touch on a lot of the stuff and where I see the OC group going with our efforts in the future. But ideally, anyone who's coming to the conference, whether you're new to growing or new to organic cultivation, or you're super seasoned, there's an opportunity there for you to engage in a discourse that can really further your understanding or deepen it. And it allows you an opportunity, to, again, make those connections. And my hope is that moving forward, we together have a loud enough voice that we are permeating the thought of everyone. There is a lot of talk about climate change and pollution, and really the biggest detriment to the planet is the way we farm. And if we can reverse that and fix that, then we're off to a running start on a lot of these other things. And in order to change that, we have to get everybody in the same boat and aware and have the same message, beating the same drum. So yeah, that's kind of what my lofty hope for the conferences are moving forward.
I was just going to say, it's oftentimes overlooked, or if it is discussed, it's only kind of discussed in passing. How did I phrase it? Cost versus impact. People will say that it's cheaper, faster, stronger to grow with synthetic nutrients, but then, for example, they, in many cases, or in most cases, forget the impact. I think that's, in many cases, maybe what you guys are fighting against. I mean, you're probably not fighting against it so much as you're trying to create a different paradigm, but in a sense, you're kind of fighting against that old paradigm of the synthetic nutrients that ends up causing algal blooms, or however you pronounce it, an algae bloom, I guess, basically in rivers. What else? There's a beautiful river here not too far called the Wilson River. And for years and years and years, waterways in Oregon are navigable up to their high water mark. So you can go as a fisherman or whatever else. You can literally just wade in the river, or go down by boat or whatever. So lots and lots of fishermen really enjoy our rivers. Well, the Wilson River has been famous for years because the banks may be public up to the watermark, but basically all the land from the dry land pretty much up has been basically farmers, cattle farmers. People are always surprised how many cattle farmers there are right next to the ocean. Portlanders are always like, oh, it's beach country. No, it's actually cattle town. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that there's just tons and tons of fertilizers that wash off of those cattle farms, basically. And I guess grass seed and stuff they grow too, now that I'm thinking about it. Anyway, that kills tons and tons of fish, and it kills the ecosystem of the Wilson River. And it also has been basically causing blooms in the freaking Tillamook Bay and other different bays, basically up and down the West Coast, right? Other rivers are the same way. 100%. Golf courses, you name it. Golf courses is a wonderful example. It's a fucking lawn that people play on, and it's just covered in synthetic fertilizers, right?
Yeah. The whole thing sprayed down. I watch them.
Usually. There are a few golf courses that have actually transitioned over to non-chemical. I don't know where they are. I know I've been following. I think that Leighton was working with one of them for a minute. And I know that there's been a lot of push on golf courses because they are so riddled with pesticides and chemical synthetic nutrients, and their runoff, in order to, keep everything that lush green and even and everything. It literally an environmental catastrophe that just looks pretty. And it's definitely something that, we see shifts happening in a lot of places. The youth of today is very aware of, the mess that basically we've left them, and, trying to keep people optimistic, and that, we can change this. There is enough time. We absolutely can start this shift. It's not, the end of the world, but people have to be courageous enough to take those steps. So, yeah.
I bet you if I walked probably 100 feet in my backyard and took a soil sample, it's so close to that golf course that it would be dumb high. Would be
fertilizers
and stuff. I'm
No,
hoping.
around here, almost everyone that I know that's bought a house basically has had to, well, that went, organic or something, has had to spend a few years growing, squash or whatever. There's like this whole process that you basically grow a bunch of plants so that they'll pretty much lay stuff into the soil. And you basically have to, because everyone for the last 40, 50, 60 years just used Miracle Grow and whatever other synthetic garbage, just even on the lawns. It's really bizarre. Like you want to grow, like let's say as a home grower, you want to grow a couple of plants in the backyard, a couple of weed plants. You probably should freaking remediate your goddamn backyard, as dumb as that sounds. I mean, I'm being a little bit of an asshole because it's not
No,
like synthetic newts are that bad, but like all the different lead paint and all the different crap that
no. Well,
go
and
ahead.
and people use a lot of like broadleaf herbicides and things
Yeah.
on their lawn. So
Yep.
we see this all the time in the group. People are like, "What is wrong with my plant? It was looking so good, and now it looks like utter trash. Like I don't understand." And we're like, "Dude, what's on the other side of the fence that your plant is right up against?" And they're like, "Oh, that's my neighbor's lawn." We're like, "Yep. What's your neighbor using on his lawn?"
No,
The thing
just,
is,
go ahead.
I was just going to say that the writing is on the wall. These conversations are happening more and more often in common households. The availability of organic food is much higher across the board, even in Middle America. But it does take some time, and I think people who commercial farmers, and that's really talking to I'm a home grower at heart, small garden, small tent grows, until a couple of years ago, that was my life. And really those are, super passionate cultivators, and they do help spread this information. But the people who are making the largest impact globally are commercial farmers. And they're the ones that we have to convince and get to change over. And the only way that happens is if they see it's economically viable and impactful, that it's going to better their farm, it's going to better their business. So as much as we want to come at it from you got to save the fish and you got to save the planet, and these are all things I believe in, they care about feeding their kids, and generally people are concerned about themselves and their family and the immediate impact. And right now we have a golden opportunity with the way fertilizer cost and availability is right now. A lot of these farms are being forced to switch to organic methods. So we have an opportunity to reach out and, speak with and help maybe the people that we view as the bad guys, to help get them to make the change that benefits us all.
Is it on some level, though, you always have to ask yourself, is it a little bit of a drop in the bucket, or do we little by little kind of change the paradigm? How do I say this? Maybe it doesn't even matter if it is a drop in the bucket, because like we all have our own lifestyle or whatever. Like, how do you see that?
Yep.
I guess when I said that.
Well, it takes a lot of drops to fill the bucket, but it's fucking raining. I mean, regenerative is a buzzword now.
It sure is, yeah.
Everyone making conscious. This is why, if you guys aren't familiar with it, Dan Kittredge, the Bionutrient Food Association, one of the things they're doing is they have this meter that through light I
forgot my
brain is not working. Yeah.
Refraction.
They're trying to determine the nutrient density of food basically by shining a light on it. And
literally
the technology exists. This is how we are able to tell the compositions of planets from thousands of miles away, light years away sometimes. And so we know these things really well. And I think they're on the second or third iteration. There's like 7 or 8 things that they're measuring. And so they're just trying to get this database. The hope is that in the future, you and I will be able to go into a store with your phone and just have an app on it. And then you shine a light at different produce and it'll give you a value for the nutrient density. If that happens, it puts all of the power in the consumer to choose the food that is the healthiest. So the tomatoes just costing a flat cost because it's a commodity, that will change slightly, and farmers will not only will be financial incentive as far as, because the costs are cheaper to farm naturally. But there will be an incentive there to create a more nutrient dense food. And right now, all of the studies are pointing towards, growing in soil produces a more nutrient dense food than a hydroponic plant. So there is some really interesting things going on there. So I think every effort you can make definitely makes an impact. I'll tell you right now, like I am someone who for a very long time bought and still do buy bottled water, and Wendy complains about it a lot. And after like actually seeing like, oh shit, that's a lot of fucking plastic. Like it really changes what you think about what your impact is. It's a lot. One person, it can be a lot.
It's very different when you don't have trash service. So because
Right.
we live in the country now, we have to go to the dump. And this is kind of like James was saying, I get on his case a little bit because I'm like, babe, there is so much single-use plastic in our recycling. And it's like, that's not something that I'm used to. So
my whole life I had the trash taken away. So like it wasn't something where like it's out of sight, out of mind. I think I'm growing my own food. I'm making all these right choices, but at the same time, like I'm at work, I need water. I'm buying a bottle of water. So like those things where you're not even thinking about that shit unless it's right in front of your face. So yeah, I think every drop matters. I don't think you have to be, you have to weigh the pros and the cons, right? Because money is a factor, and people who are poor and impacted financially oftentimes can't make these decisions, and they have to make choices that are poor for them health wise and poor for the planet, and that's because that's all that's available to them because of the way our society is structured. So it's one of those things where there's you really have to weigh what you're doing. We try to as much as possible source things locally, but sometimes you can't, depending on what it is.
It's a very good thing to think about sometimes, and I think people every once in a while will bring it up. Certainly in my chat we've discussed this, like the prioritization of those kinds of things. Where am I getting to? I'm basically trying to say, like, is that the most impact that you could do? Let's say if you were to set out as a goal for yourself that you want to make an impact in your life, or you want to not make an impact in the sense of pollution or whatever, what would you do better? Would you recycle more? Would you spend more time with organic fertilizer? Would you do something? I don't know. I can't structure a question with that, to be honest. That's too complex. Miranda Family Farms, what's going on, my friend? Welcome.
What up? What up?
Cheers, dude. Nice looking garden, by the way. Beautiful garden. What was I going to ask? Oh, look at that. Cheers, dude. Oh, did you go last year? Oh, right on. That's what you were saying in the comments. Exactly. Did you go last year? How was it?
I went last year, and you know what? I don't know if James remembers, but this was a birthday present that he got me in, because it was my birthday on the 15th, which is tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Nice.
That's sweet.
That's awesome.
But I had a lot of fun last year. I got a lot out of it. And one of the biggest things I got out of it, like they were saying, was not only did I do networking, but I made friends that I stay in touch with and talk to. And I have them come in my booth, and you know what I mean? Like I made good friends from that place.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Miranda Family Farms.
Yeah. But your actual, because I know that wasn't what the name was on the ticket, was it? Seth. Yes, I remember that. I think I know his last name. Yeah. Yep. Cool. I love it.
Yeah, and that's part of what we like about this. We do have streaming tickets available, but you miss out on the networking. You miss out on kind of the human connection. We kind of end up talking a lot last year. There was a common nice. That's awesome. I love it. We ended up talking a lot last year about these common threads that speakers were bringing together. Like almost everybody mentioned, this kind of idea of intentional agriculture and intentional community. And our car just made a weird noise. It's just really gusty. Wow, crazy weather. and the idea of intentional agriculture and how that kind of, you make these connections of friends that give you ideas and kind of keep you accountable in a way and give you inspiration and keep you moving forward and stepping, into the path where you are making a difference. And, it's like, sure, drop in the bucket, but, who knows who the next person is that's going to inspire an entire world change.
That's true.
Like, anybody could be the next Gandhi. Anybody could be the next Mother Teresa. Anybody could be the person that is a pivotal person that causes an entire global shift of, our thought processes and the way that we, manage ourselves and our businesses and the way that we just go through life. And, making sure that people, okay, great, you're a big business and you want to greenwash your business by, doing some organic farming. Hey, okay, maybe you're not doing it for the right reasons exactly, but if it puts you on the right path, then I'm still stoked. That's still a win for humanity as long as it stays on the right path and continues on the right path.
That's what I've heard from a lot of friends who used to be, let's say, organizers, or I don't know, any kind of political or basically political organizers and stuff. People would say, okay, so, maybe you think that person over there is agreeing with you for the wrong reasons, but they're agreeing with you. That's a step in the right direction, right? And basically you have built common ground basically already. So don't push them away. Basically, there are plenty of people who say, well, you have to be just like me. Plenty of people in organics are like this. You have to be just my exact way or you're garbage. In fact, there's this kind of like church of organics, right? Where people are kind of douchey to each other basically because you're not that. That's such a wrong way to look at it.
100%.
Right?
That's
Go ahead.
How you organize is exactly when sometimes you have to work with people you despise, but you both agree on something. It might be right, and you have to. That's organizing across party lines. That's how it works. And this is what I meant by all the different camps of agriculture, because there are some very rigid mindsets within regenerative agriculture or biodynamics, or name your camp. And to me, I feel like it's a giant mistake, because it is the number one thing that allows, corporations and legislation to work against us as small farmers and the people who are trying to organize. Because as long as we're divided, and this is across the board in anything in life, as long as we're divided, we're focusing on what's dividing us instead of what our common thread is, and oftentimes we have way more in common than what we have different.
The amount of flack we've taken for talking with big businesses, and it's kind of wild to me that people that profess to hold this very elevated worldview will still turn around and stab people in the back for communicating with the wrong person. Like, you don't support the home growers because you're teaching this person. I'm like, yeah, but we don't change the world by dividing further. We teach the world.
Those folks are not believers. They're fanatics, right? They're basically the folks that were, I don't know, pushing through the Ayatollahs in Iran, right? You have to do exactly as we say. If you do anything different, we're going to freaking stone you or something, right? No, I've seen those kinds of people. It's ridiculous. Like, how do you say this?
Crazy.
If Pepsi send a representative to your show, I guarantee tons of people would be super upset. Maybe not the people at your show, but if they heard about, oh my God, Pepsi showing up at an organic show. But wouldn't that be amazing if Pepsi made like a 5% reduction in their plastic use worldwide or whatever? You know what I mean? That would be massive.
Suzanne would not be happy. It would have to be Coca-Cola.
That's right. It would have to be Coca-Cola to kick them out.
So like I said before, the way we look at it is like, if you have to trick them to get them to save the world, because they're interested in saving money, like, I'm fine with that. All the other shit comes after. Like, once you start putting some of this stuff in practice, you're like what you said, your mindset changes a little bit. So, for me, I don't, and to be clear, like, we're a small farm in California, and, we're like a lot of other farms trying to carve out a place for ourselves in the market so we can feed our kids. And it's super tough given the way the cannabis industry is. We've been incredibly lucky to hold on the way we have. But there's no way that we would ever not teach someone these principles because they have more than us, have different values than us, have even fought against some of the things we believe in because we believe that this information is the ultimate info, that it does change your mindset, and ultimately it's changing what we need to be changed, which is how we're interacting with the world.
Education should not be exclusive. Education should be available to everyone, because that, again, that's how we shift, that's how we change. So that's why also with the conference, we try to put as much of the information online after the fact as possible, because again, if you can't afford to come, we don't want it to be like, well, then you're not in the right class to have the information. Like that's not, that's not cool.
I this year we after going through all the setup and everything of the conference, I would love that the next time we put on a conference for all of the costs to be paid for by sponsors. So that way a ticket is extremely reasonable for people who want to go there in person. Everything that we do with other than Suzanne's talk, because we're not allowed to record that, everything gets put up on the YouTube afterwards. So if you can't be there, if you can't participate in the streaming, it's all there.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something that I keep saying this almost every single guest that comes on here, but I guess it's kind of the same thing. These kind of collective, in your case, your conference, that's obviously a much more advanced version of what I'm about to say. But these shows where we have these conversations, any of these interactions are kind of collectively our verbal version of the Cannabis Library of Alexandria, right? Or let's say the Library of Cairo, maybe. And basically those places were where mathematics were invented, where astronomy was invented, and people from all over the world, or Cordoba in Spain, right? It was still an Arab place at the time, but basically it's the city Cordoba now. How do I say this? People from all around North Africa, the Middle East, you name it, they would basically congregate there, and they would basically, how do I say this, interchange ideas. Like the idea where you were talking about the light spectroscopy, that's some fucking interesting shit when you think about it. Like I've been hearing people talk about with exoplanets, planets that revolve, 20 years ago, we didn't know for sure, if we assumed, but we didn't know that planets orbit stars other than our own, right?
Now
we knew for sure because we can see them. Now it looks like just about every fucking star in the entire goddamn cosmos has multiple planets. Well, one of the challenges basically to know anything more about them is that planets are teeny tiny little rocks, right? And they're flying around those bright stars. You can't see goddamn shit. But what you can see is actually the material composition of the planets kind of shining through their atmospheres every time they pass by their star. So basically, as they're orbiting their star, you get this little, like a barcode scanner of what that planet is made of, right? And so you could know, it's got carbon and nitrogen and oxygen, whatever the shit, right? And oh my God, it's got oxygen. Holy shit, that could be an exoplanet with life, right? And so, how do I say this? Somebody that knew about light spectroscopy had to meet an astronomer. Well, okay, probably they were both working at UCLA or wherever, MIT or something. They ran into each other. But the idea that someone would think, hey, you know what? We could actually do food quality analysis, basically nutritional analysis by doing light spectroscopy. You had to get those two people in the room somewhere, right? Or maybe get the light spectroscopy guy interested in gardening. Same difference, right? So I'm thinking to myself, like, go ahead.
I was gonna say almost no invention has the inventor known or had an idea of what the practical uses would be. Most inventions, the inventor or researcher is following a path of questioning, and then they have a discovery, but generally it's someone else down the line that puts that to use in a way where the world benefits from it greatly. Not in all cases, but in a lot of them. Light spectroscopy, probably one of them. Like I doubt that guy ever
I was actually going to make a crude joke about farts, but then I shouldn't. I was like, I actually have a guest. I shouldn't do that.
You're in good company for those kinds of jokes.
Exactly. What was I going to say? What I was going to say is, speaking of that kind of, speaking of the, what am I looking for? I can't, the word escapes me now. Literally, the word has just fallen out of my head, where you meet each other and talk to each other. What's that fucking called? You were just saying Oh shit on a brick.
Networking?
Yes, there we go. The networking.
That's all right.
Speaking of networking.
Spectroscopy dropped out of my head earlier.
I know, exactly, right? So speaking of networking, it was just about almost fell out of my head again. And the networking of those kinds of conferences cannot be beat. That honestly is probably, many people go to those conferences just to go to the networking. They blow off the conference completely and they just hang with all the people that are at the conference. Because I've heard this many times. People say the people I want to talk to are in that room or in that conference room or in that conference hall or whatever. You know what I mean? So like of all the entire world, you've congregated all the people that could possibly be interesting to talk to. It's really second to none. Go ahead.
We do this for purely selfish reasons, not purely, but like, well, actually, yeah, it all comes
when
down
it comes
to
to
reasons.
the talking to people.
Like, we're like, okay, we really want to talk to Dr. James White in person, shake his hand. We've been following his work for a while, so we're like, let's have him come and speak. And Dan Kittredge, who's now a friend, we're like, we want to hear Dan speak. So yeah, it's definitely a way to get to kind of become friends with the people that you kind of, I won't say idolize, but listen to and admire, or at least for me. And and the irony is, like, just about everybody that I've been like, I would love to hear this person speak in person, when they finally do, like, years later, I'm like, I'm actually really good friends with that person now. How crazy is that? So yeah, getting to be in the room with the people makes a huge difference. And I was going to say something else about that, but yeah, just blowing off the conference. Yep, definitely have been known to blow off conferences because I didn't really go there for the conference. I go there to, meet the certain person or get together with a certain group or do whatever. MJ BizCon. We didn't go to MJ BizCon at all. We did the after parties. We did our networking. We did our.
That's where it happens anyway. We do have like kind of built into, because it's so much audience kind of Q&A with some of the stuff. There's a lot of interaction there, but then all the breaks, we go out and smoke, and then at the end of the conference, we'll do a wrap up at the Summit Lounge, which is the only consumption lounge in Massachusetts. It's a dope spot. They have like food and milkshakes and all kinds of stuff. You bring your weed and you come hang out and smoke. So that's where we'll go wrap it up there after Sunday is done. Everyone will go get food and then come there and hang out, and it's a good time.
I was actually just talking with Charlie Swan. We're gonna rent out the Summit Lounge to have a meetup.
It's a dope spot. Idea. Kyle over there he's a super good dude. They're a lot of fun and easy to work with for sure.
It was definitely cool to have that hotel be cool to let us all smoke there too.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The venue is super friendly and open to. I mean, I know people were smoking in their rooms because they did. I think I had to make an announcement one time. It was like, hey, just go outside. But they really were so cool about everything, and they asked us back before we even left. So that says a lot about the attendees. And so super grateful for everybody that came out. And really, last year was pretty amazing. It was pretty amazing. And this year, for anybody who shows up, it's going to be pretty dope too with the debates. I know all of the speakers are super excited to get to talk to Dr. James White. So like everyone I've talked to is like, is he going to be there the whole time? Like, are we going to have time to hang out? And and he's a super friendly guy. He's excited to talk to the audience members. And for people who don't know, Jeff Lowenfeld's new book, Teaming with Bacteria, it's all based on Dr. White's research. And Dr. White helped him, I think, he kind of put that together.
Yeah, he gives full credit to Dr. White. He says, I'm not a scientist, I'm a journalist.
Yep.
I just break this stuff down into digestible information for your general person.
And Dr. White's background is he's a plant pathologist. So if you have questions about diseases, he's definitely very versed in that as well.
I wonder if he jokes about being a plant murder police, doing plant autopsies or something. I don't know. That was funny in my head. So anyway,
he's got a good sense of humor.
Does he? Anyway. I'm just thinking about the morgue with the dead plants. So what I was thinking about with the organic, or how do I say this? How do I word what I'm about to say? I'm curious if you think this is the case, and I hope it is the case. Not only is the networking fabulous, you actually get to make friends with people perhaps in other industries or in the same industry in a different part of the country or whatever else. But I wondered to myself, I know Wendy especially is very active in the appellation, the how do I say this, the creation of a not only a craft market but a respected craft market of kind of a controlled origin and everything else, a little bit like they do in Europe, right? At least I think Wendy has been involved with this, with I guess Ganjier and everything else, right? Is it possible that building these kind of national networks assists in that kind of intention? Because it's one thing to want, let's say, Humboldt or a different region to be a respected, culinary region. It's another thing for that to actually happen and happen nationwide on like a massive, scale, right? Like it's one thing that everyone in California knows Humboldt, but if nationwide everybody knew Humboldt, that'd be a different story. Is this kind of thing part of that path?
Yes and no. So Appellations, I mean,
I
honestly,
guess
like
it doesn't
most
have to be
people,
necessarily appellation, but let's call it the
yeah,
culture. In this case, I guess the culture of organic regenerative gardening.
yeah.
I guess I was kind of combining two different things. That's a better example.
Yeah, because definitely like most people in the world actually do know of Humboldt. Like I've done a decent amount of traveling, and when I go
Mm.
places, even like, I just recently last year got invited to go down to Brazil, and people there were like, "Oh, Humboldt, hello." I'm like, "Well, hello." So as far as, cannabis is concerned, I think that we will see things that will be more driven like a domain of origin or a appellation, which is more of a legal term, if you will. And that starts getting into legalese and stuff, which it's not, I don't know, it's interesting, but it loses the heart of the thing, which is more of this organic methodology. And I think that as more and more consumers become connoisseurs because the political environment has lightened up and allowed for it to happen, I think that we will see people start to actually recognize the difference between, living soil grown versus, hydroponic, and full sun versus LED. And a lot of consumers that I talk to, they're like, LED weed always looks better, but if it's grown under a HID or a metal halide, then it actually tastes better. And if it's grown under the sun, it has a whole different level of, tastiness to it. But we have to get to that point where it's not just, box wine. It has to be like, oh, I do actually understand the difference between the terroir and the cultivar and how those play together, and where that heritage knowledge comes into, basically, it's basically like epigenetics. It's the turning on and off of different gene expressions in a plant. And we know this. There's, contests like the Grow Off, which literally is doing exactly that. You see certain plants that are testing at 18% and others come in at 32% THC. It's the same lab, it's the same clone. What in the world is changing that? Well, it's not even as simple as indoor versus outdoor. It literally is every factor that the grower is putting into it. And and again, I love that we have all this flow through of verbiage and terminology that's becoming more normal nomenclature across different lines. So like, 5 years ago, epigenetics wasn't really talked about hardly at all outside of like some really, high science heady type conversations. And now it's like, I swear probably over half the people I meet end up asking something about epigenetics, either if it's with our own human body or with cancer or with plants or with, I mean, it's wild. It's wild how much we know. And it's wild how much that shifts into, like we're talking about this shift in perception, this shift in, caring about things and putting things together and being like, oh, this does make a difference.
It's a good illustration that the consumer actually drives all of this, and that the education of the consumer is the number one factor in creating craft markets. Because if they don't know that what quality is, because a lot of the market is newer, it's hard to justify why you would pay more for this eighth over a different eighth, And we're starting to see that slowly start to shift in California where we're at, because some of the bigger dispensaries are seeing this flow through with customer retention. You get more return business if the customer is pleased with what they bought. And that means that not only does the taste need to be there, but the experience needs to be there as well. And just like craft wine or beer, they are starting to care about where it comes from. Well, who grew this? What's the story behind that? That's not everywhere, and it will take a while for the market to mature into that. But I think it's a good indication that that's what drives it.
Hey,
James
I'm gonna
actually
hop
asked.
off, guys.
Oh, you're
But,
taking off?
thanks-
Cheers, Miranda Family
yeah,
Farms. Great to
Thanks
see you,
for
buddy.
letting me on.
Yeah, man. Cheers, dude.
Yeah, bud. Hope to see you there.
James Christer was actually asking, apropos what we're just talking about, how are current efforts for appellation recognition in California, I guess?
That's kind of like super difficult. It's kind of like an issue out there, isn't it?
Well, so we have an appellation
Because
program,
of the way it's defined legally.
but it really has kind of stagnated as far as I know. I know that Janine Coleman from the Origins Council has been working on it. I know that there has been, movement within the program itself. But that being said, it is incredibly expensive. And it is we have a new problem in California in that they basically put a bunch of restrictions on it, which one of them is that you cannot be pulling tarps, so no light deprivation. But now California state has just changed the definition of light deprivation. So we had mixed light, basically. So your license types are indoor, outdoor, and mixed light. Mixed light was including pulling tarps, even if you didn't have supplemental lighting. They just changed that definition, that the Department of Cannabis Control did, to say that if you're just pulling tarps, but you don't have supplemental lighting, you can now be considered full outdoor. Well, so if Appellations restricts you from pulling tarps, but there's no now oversight on whether or not you are pulling tarps because all of that is outdoor, it kind of threw a huge monkey wrench into the whole program that I don't know how they're going to move forward. Because if they've strictly said you can't pull tarps, you're trusting the people who own the licenses to tell you whether or not they pulled the tarps. And if it's going to help you with your bottom dollar, which means at this point in time in California, saving your farm and, being able to feed your kids, I guarantee people are going to say that they're not pulling tarps when they are. So I don't know. It's a mess.
It's also difficult to quantify without cannabis being legal federally. There is no interstate commerce, so the idea of an appellation, to me, at least currently, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And also, appellations are pretty confined, and it would, to me, something like the Emerald Triangle being these huge counties that are recognized, like, it seems to make more sense that you just market it as, hey, you remember when you were buying weed 20 years ago? Well, it came from Humboldt, and now you can buy it legally or whatever. And then there's also this whole other aspect where there is, because everyone's growing cannabis everywhere and there are these legal markets, there's a pushback in some areas. We're like, we don't give a fuck about Humboldt weed. We don't care. We can grow our own weed, and we grow good weed, and they're not entirely wrong about that. So
I'm on
I think.
Sorry, James. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm on like both sides of like the coin with this. Like, I hang out with all the hype kids that do the heady glass and don't really give a fuck. But then I'm a organic grower, and I'm actually the one that's kind of like at these events preaching. And like here in the market, I don't see people even giving a fuck if it's terroir or not. It's kind of sad because like people just want cheap weed around here, I've noticed. The majority. There are some growers and stuff like in small community, but we're nothing like California or Oregon. Everyone just wants the best they can get for their dollar.
That's
Same
an
thing with
interrelated
yours.
problem, actually, isn't it, Smash? Now that I'm thinking about it. So as James said, the customer is, in this case, I guess, is uninformed. The customer needs to be informed to give a shit, basically, about the higher quality cannabis. I saw wine country develop basically all around the Willamette Valley, like in the last 30 years. Started as just Cowtown, Shitsville, basically, Lumbertown, lumber towns, cattle, turkeys, you name it. Those were the kind of hops, all kinds of other stuff. Like, it wasn't like that they were uneducated hicks or something. They knew what they were doing, but there was no like fancy wine. And then all of a sudden, basically, people realized you could actually grow really good wine here, a couple different varietals, Pinots and a few others.
Yep.
But at first, it really didn't gain traction. And a lot of the lumberjacks and everybody else really looked over their noses at the fancy pantsy wine people. But wouldn't you know it, the wine culture has absolutely fucking exploded to the point now they call it wine country. They don't call it lumberjack country or anything else. What was the point I was trying to make? On the other side, basically, there's no incentive really for the organic farmers. Here comes another Bostonian or Massachusetts guy. Where's the incentive really for the organic cultivators that want to come to your organiccultivators.net conference? How do I say this? There's no extra money in the dispensary game. They don't really normally get more money when they sell weed to dispensaries. There's no real farmers markets that we can speak of. Like, I don't know. How do we
Well,
go for it?
The money comes in the profit margins.
Yep.
Because like for natural farming, the way that we farm, we spent cashews. I like that. Nice nuts. Somebody
Yeah,
else.
we gotta
meet 'em up.
All right.
Everybody in the audience wants.
But yeah, your money is, you might not get more dollars per pound just yet, but you will get more money per pound on a higher quality product. And that does start to come through. So, California basically did a huge crash and burn. And our farm has consistently gotten more money per unit when we sell it because it is higher quality. So we're able to command that market. We're able to hold that line. We also are spending, relatively next to nothing on the cultivation because our style of cultivation is so low cost that, honestly, at a $500 pound, we are raking it in, although we're working our asses off to get there. But compared to other people that are spending $450 per pound in expenses on their fertilizers and their nutrients, you're making $50 a pound. That's not even enough money to get it trimmed.
And people used to spend that much or more, right? With all the different sweeteners. I've been to all the different Humboldt grocers, not all of them, but I've been to a couple of different Humboldt grocers, and they've got the freaking 5 different sweeteners and this and the A and B and the da-da-da. And oh my, yeah.
And tons of people still grow that way. But eventually, when the market crashes state by state, which it will in every single state, I guarantee people that are like, no, it's never going to happen. Michigan was saying this 4 years ago. Oh, we're doing great. It's never going to happen here. I'm like, okay, just, I hate to say it, but it is the law of supply and demand.
Fight.
And no, they have put up a decent fight, and they're doing better than a lot of places. But when prices dropped below $1,000 a pound, like people were freaking out. And I'm just like, every state needs to be prepared for that. And so that means that if you're getting $2,000 or $3,000 a pound right now, this is a great time to transition into a lower cost of production, because you will suffer in yield, because you will have a learning curve. You will. It's just how it goes. Okay. Any transition, you're going to have a learning curve, and it generally is you're more than likely going to see a dip before you see a comeuppance. That's not really the right word, but whatever. Return, right. You see a dip before you see your return. So if you have the kind of leeway right now to be able to shift, then I highly recommend you start doing it, because again, 20 cents per square foot is very manageable as compared to $2.50 per square foot. And those are real farm statistics from my farm. So that was our transition to natural farming.
Is that the kind of thing, you never know who's listening to the show? How do I say this? Is that the kind of thing that a beginner or a relative beginner could benefit from at this conference? I'm always curious about these kinds of conferences. Like, obviously an advanced person could benefit, but would someone that has just recently started growing? Go ahead.
It's almost easier if you're new, because you don't have to unlearn bad habits. So when we're like, hey man, don't touch the plant. You're one of the
killing it with kindness.
Yeah, stop killing it with kindness. stop throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, into it. Like when you throw the kitchen sink on a plant, the plant gets smashed. Don't do that.
Well, what I would say is, and this is, and you know, Miranda Family Farms had to bounce, but there's a guy, there's a company called Baygrown Corp out there. He won the grow off for his state, Maine, right?
Yep.
He won the grow off, and he attributed the conference
And
with
he
changing, and he
won his
placed in
local
a
cup too,
yeah.
I think.
He
Or
attributed the conference with changing how he was growing, giving him the confidence to do so, and then you know, actually upping his game. What I would say is, you know, if you're a beginner, there is some high level information there, but the way it's presented is very palatable. So, you know, Dan speaks in a way where our 7-year-old understood what he was talking about when he was describing pH. So, you know, it's digestible. So even if you're new to growing plants, period, you're going to get something out of it. If you're ready to transition from salts, it's definitely a good place to be, because you can, again, connect with those people. And as far as cost saving, like Wendy said, right off the top, you can cut your input cost. So that is a way where you can become more profitable as your market starts to have a tighter overhead, you know, your bottom line. And the other thing is, the market will mature. People are becoming educated. So yeah, you might, you know, be happy with the cheap weed, or maybe you can only afford the cheap weed. I was definitely in that position for many, many, many years. You know, I'm scraping resin out of bowls all through high school and in my early 20s.
Yeah,
but
that was
as the market
2000s
matures,
too.
what's that?
That was like the early 2000s too, when we
Yeah.
fucking were getting brick weed and had to wait for shipments.
As the market matures and people become more used to cannabis, they're using it more regularly, they become more interested in, okay, this is great, I'm getting high, I'm, you know, getting all these benefits from it, but now, like, I want to taste all these different kinds. And you know, it does over time get better. And with programs like Ganjier, you know, there is a real effort going on at a bud tender level to educate consumers coming in. Because a lot of times what happens is people go into a dispensary, they're newer to cannabis, they get sold something that does not work for them, and then they are scared off from it. So we've done a lot of potential harm in bringing new customers into the industry, because we're so excited and we want to get everybody in, but we weren't necessarily thinking about what the best way to help them have a good experience was. You know, I'm someone who is going to gravitate towards something that tastes good and is potent because I have a high tolerance. But somebody who's new to smoking, they don't want anything to do with 30% THC. Like, that's going to make it so you never want to come back again.
Except ironically, that's what they basically order. They basically go in there and try to get the most potent thing because they're trying to get value for the dollar. Do you think?
There's two people. There's the people that walk in that I've talked to actually a bunch of like people that work at dispensaries about this. I'm like, so what kind of people come in to, like, because I go to a lot of events, I do. And they say the old people that come in and ask for old strains, and then they say people that have no idea, that just look at numbers. That's mostly what they say. Someone like me walking in is like a treat for them, because I'm actually like teaching them about, oh, this is this cross and blah, 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 you know, just kind of going off. So it's interesting to see the market for sure. It's gonna, and then the fucking other thing is, like, these dispensaries are so flashy. People, like, dude, TikTok's a thing. Like, you got to remember that. Like, it's a huge thing. People's attention spans are so short nowadays. Whatever catches their eye is what they're going to go to.
I think you touched on something really important before we have to bounce. And that is that a lot of bud tenders do not have the proper education in order to be in that position. That is why I, for one, I probably never have the developed palate to go through the Ganjier program, but watching those people come out as passionate as they are and as rigorous as the program is, because I know there's tears on testing and graduation days, because not everyone makes it, and the people who do are really good at what they do, and I have a respect for that, and I really hope that that continues and that other programs like that continue to educate bud tenders, because as long as the bud tender is just a job that the local head is getting, there is a slight disservice that's being done to all those new customers that come in and don't know what they want. Because if it was someone like you that was behind the counter, you could tell them all the different caveats to all these different crosses and how they might affect them, and get the story from them and what they're actually looking for. Because that's really the most important thing, is what are they using the cannabis for? Start there.
I don't want to keep you because you guys are. Oh, go ahead, Smash.
Oh, real quick. I'm actually seeing a lot more people get into like RSO and stuff, like not even smoking as much. A lot of the older heads are just taking edibles or RSO. It's interesting.
We always forget how big all the other stuff is rather than flower. We're all interested in flower because we're like nerdy growers, but most people just do edibles and concentrates and stuff like that. What was I going to say? Before we wrap up, because you guys are literally in a parking lot just about to drive to the East Coast, we'll wrap up basically with the conference, and pretty much you guys will have a couple minutes or whatever to talk about it here in a second. But I was going to say, like, if you have time, Wendy, do you mind saying, like, what's the role for the Ganjier, basically? Because we get this question constantly, basically, in the chat, or people will talk about it, or they'll make fun of it. They'll say, "Oh, it's thousands of dollars." Is there a role for people where we get all kinds of different people in the chat, from growers to noobs to experienced people? What do you think?
Yeah, it's so basically it's like a crash course in everything cannabis. It's one of the main misconceptions is people are like, well, I've been growing for 30 years. I don't need this. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you probably don't. But it's not a cultivation course. It's literally a course in connoisseurship. And, even when we were developing this damn thing, we would sit around and be like, God, I have never looked at weed this way. And, we're talking about like people like Swami, right? Who's been smoking for 70 years practically. Kevin Jodry, who has, done the genetics, and just like all of us are like, it is such a trip to actually sit here and look at this on so many different levels. We've had people that are lawyers that came in and they said, you know what, my thing is I get called up to be a expert witness at court, and I want to be able to go up. And when they ask me one of those dumb open-ended questions, I want to be able to go for an hour and talk about all the way that what they're saying in court is wrong, and how cannabis is not this evil drug. And, I need all this information for that. But in general, it really was set up originally to be a bud tender training guide, like a course on how to understand your consumer and your customer, how to guide them to the right product, the right concentration for them, for their issues that they need it for. But again, what it's come down to now is like, I mean, every single live training, I end up in tears, because there are so many people that have these poignant stories of people that are still in states that are illegal. People from Texas that are like, I've never, ever gotten to sit in a room with 20 other people that love weed as much as I do and be able to talk this openly and this freely and connect at this level. It's also a jump start on, like, you want to talk to Kevin Jodry, you want to get his email, it's a great way to do it. And yes, it is expensive. It's $3,000. I'm not saying that it's cheap. We have scholarships that people apply for that I think is a 50% off, so that can help. And even that's out of range for some people. But I'll tell you right now that, even with my Korean natural farming classes and things that I took when I was learning, like, it's an education. So you can choose to, invest in that, or you can choose to do it on your own. And this is all stuff you can do on your own. It would be really hard to calibrate and kind of, get to this level of what are you tasting. So if you want to learn how to taste wine, you literally go to a wine tasting with a sommelier, and they'll be like, swirl this around, do it like this. Now, do you taste this certain thing? This one has cherry and vanilla and undertones of oak. Do you taste all those? You're not maybe going to pull those out on your own. But once you have an expert in there telling you that that's what they taste, all of a sudden your brain is like, yeah, oh, I do taste this. So then we have a whole nother level of people that can interface with consumers who are like, whatever, I just want the cheapest weed that I can get. Well, do you actually, or do you actually want to have this amazing experience with this amazing flavor profile? Because if you want this experience and this flavor profile, you're not probably going to get just the cheapest or the most potent. You know, we want to guide you to the things that actually have that. So it's you know, it's a level of education for the person who's taking the course, and then the idea being that they're able to get out there and continue to spread that education and that connoisseurship to other people. There's so many weed nerds out there that are so, you know, terrified to talk about things still. Like, it's crazy, it's mind-blowing. And you get these people to be able to open up and then give them inspiration. It's cool. It's a fun program. And you know, it's unfortunate that people think that, you know, oh, whatever, you're a snobby Ganjier. Well, you didn't like my weed. I'm like, you know, you guys, you know, not everybody's always going to grow the best weed always. Like, I've grown stuff that I'm like, oh, this is going to get a low score. I know it. And it does, because it wasn't done right. That's farming. That's part of being a cultivator. If you, you know, say,
shit happens.
Yeah, I crush it every single time. I'm like, oh, you've been growing for less than 5 years, I guarantee. Probably less than 3, because eventually you're gonna hit that wall where you're like, dude, I can't do anything right. What is going on? And then you get over that and you keep going, and you know, yeah. So yeah, it's, I don't know. In my opinion, it's a super fun course. It's a great way to, again, network, interface. It's a great way to have an instant community, and especially if you're in a place where, you know, it's still illegal. And there's a huge level of advocacy involved in Ganjier also. Like, you know,
I'll say, as someone who's not in the program, has nothing to do with the program, has barely, I mean, I think I've, you know, I ate lunch with you one time. I've not been there during a live training. I've just talked to and know some of the people that have come out of the program, become friends with some of them. Incredibly diverse group of people. And the knowledge is a super deep knowledge base. You want to meet some fucking weed nerds. The Ganjier program is where to be, because it is to the point where I'm someone who my entire life as a consumer of cannabis, I would do, if you sold me a bag of weed and tried to tell me what it was called, I would literally make fun of you, because I didn't give a shit. I thought it was funny to make fun of you. And all I was doing myself a giant disservice, because now, all these years later, when like I could really be using that information, I don't have that library that, you know, people who are like tried every fucking strain, tried every process. Like our friend Alex, he knows, like, oh yeah, in 2000 whatever, that's when all the papaya hit the market, and like he fucking knows everything. And those are the kinds of people that you meet there. So you know, if you're in the cannabis industry or trying to be or whatever, there's definitely a lot of knowledge, and it covers so many different areas. It's not, I mean, it's a great, if you're a bud tender, definitely take it, but it's not just that. It's so much stuff. Just the assessment of cannabis alone, it's freaking incredible. And I personally believe that this is a program that is helping legitimize the industry in a way that needs to be done. You know, alcohol, chocolate, cheese, you know, these are high level industries. There are people that get paid insane amounts of money because of how good they can taste a fucking piece of cheese or taste wine. That is the way cannabis needs to be looked at if it is to be taken seriously. And this is how you do it. It's a professional trade certification. So if that floats your boat, go for it. If you want to, you know, sit and make fun of it, that's fine too. Like, honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. I know we've taken a lot of flack lately because of certain things, but again, kind of like what we're saying at the beginning, like, education should not be exclusive. We all have to play on the same team, and sometimes you have to change things from inside. So it's just like what James was saying earlier about getting people to do natural farming and at least organic farming. Like, I don't really, if I can't sell you on saving the world, but I can sell you on saving your company a bunch of money, that's all we'll talk about.
Then that's great. We're on the same team. I'm okay with that. And so for Ganjier, you know, if I can't sell you on, you know, the importance,
it's right down the street from me. Huh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. But if I can't sell you on the importance of quality cannabis and why there should be cannabis connoisseurs, but you know, I lost track of what I was saying. I don't even know. Yeah,
Sorry about
basically
that.
just education should not be exclusive, and everybody should be invited to the table to learn and to grow.
And if you can't afford the program, make friends with the Ganjier,
Yeah,
because I'm sure they'll be happy to help you out and look at your weed and teach you some shit, because that's the coolest thing about all of them, at least the ones I've met, is they're super open and friendly and willing to talk about cannabis because that's their passion. That's what they love talking about. So
One of
and apply for the
the
scholarship and save your
Yeah,
money. And, you know, like the first KNF course I took, I saved up for it.
oh, and uh don't have any misconceptions about it being pay to play. People get failed, and if you're an
Yeah.
older person,
Yeah.
your olfactory senses may not be up to snuff, so that is something to
Yeah.
take into consideration.
It is something that gets glossed over a little bit, but it is an important thing, is that you pay for the course, and you might not pass the test, you might not get that certification, you still get all the knowledge, which is great. And really, there is, like, me, I love knowledge for knowledge's sake. I can't tell you how much money I've spent on different aspects of my own growth, both college and, you know, post college, and, you know, trade things like Korean natural farming and personal growth, you know, programs. Like, I've paid, good Lord, I don't even want to add it up, tens of thousands of dollars for my own personal growth in different aspects. So, you know, it's something that you can take the knowledge from, regardless of if you pass or not. It's also, don't take this as some golden ticket to some high paying cannabis job, because it's not necessarily that either. You know, this is still a program it's baby
It's what
steps,
you make of it.
and it's just like life, it's what you make of it. But you do get hopped into a really rad group of people for the most part. So that's, for me, again, kind of like going to a conference, like going to network, going to talk with the people. You know, come to Suzanne's workshop and learn how to release bugs the right way, so you're not wasting your money on predators that aren't doing the right
And
job.
Suzanne's rad. She'll give you her phone number and answer her phone and talk to you for an hour.
Sometimes.
You know, like, she's, you know, pretty rad about helping growers out, and she really just wants us to all be doing well, not be spraying chemicals on our plants that we're going to be smoking, which
right.
I gotta say, for an entomologist, you know, a lot of them are, what do they call them? Nozzle heads. A lot of them are nozzle heads. They'll spray anything on anything, because they just, you know, their main concern is IPM. And when you're working with like ornamental plants, and you're maybe making 1 penny on a flower, because that's how tight the margin is on this stuff. You know, it's really important that you know what you're doing works, and that, you know, it's cost efficient. And I guess on that point, part of her workshop is a tour of Pride's Corner, which is it's either 60 or 6, I think it's a 600-acre greenhouse facility that does like ornamentals and stuff.
Yeah.
So if you've never been in a commercial greenhouse, there'll be a whole tour, and you'll get to kind of see how different things are.
Yeah, and learning again how to, you know, learning how to preserve your profit margin by not doing things like buying $5,000 worth of the wrong predator insect because you misidentified it.
Yep.
Or throwing out all your soil because you had thrips, but the species of thrips you have doesn't have a soil-borne life cycle or soil life stage, so you just wasted all your money. You know, there's so much to learn. It's crazy. It's wild.
I was just going to say, speaking of, I guess they're not exactly the same, because you guys are not giving like a certification at the end, or I don't know, maybe you are, but when you said that the Ganjier is a professional certification, for a lot of people, that kind of is one of those things that basically checks the box, and there's really no other box that you have to check. Like, how do I say this? The sommelier programs, from what I remember, I think there aren't any public ones. I don't think there's any really university ones. Maybe there are some wine courses, but most of them are basically private courses too, right?
Yeah,
it's the sommelier program.
It's very similar. It's a professional trade certification. Sommeliers have 4 levels. Ganjier theoretically will have 3, but we only 1 right now. And I mean, one of our students that graduated the last class last year literally broke down in tears because his dad is one of the leading agents in the FBI. And he was like, dude, this like legitimizes, like, I'm bringing this home to my dad to be like, look, this is a legit thing I'm doing. And it's those are the stories for me that make the difference. Those are the stories, knowing that, kind of like that drop in the bucket, but that one person's being that drop in that bucket is massive. You know, that's a massive drop in one person's life bucket that changes everything for them.
You look like him, Fumi.
I know. I was gonna.
That's
You
what they
sound like him
say.
too. You sound like him also.
He does,
Apparently.
little.
I
He does.
just-
We'll have to
Yep.
have him on the show. You have to tell him that you were on this awesome cannabis podcast, not cannabis, cannabis podcast, and that he should come on here. It's super fun to talk
We'll
to.
Yeah,
get
Dan's
Dan
rad.
on.
Yeah,
It'll
for
be
sure.
fun.
They'll be like, which one is Fumi? We can't tell. Anyway, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys coming
That's
on.
fun.
We should let you go continue driving. These poor guys are going to keep driving basically all night and all day until they get to the Wizard of Oz, probably, I think is where they're driving. No, they're driving to Sturbridge, Massachusetts, where all of you folks that are also there, Charlie's Farm, you're in the neighborhood. A lot of you folks should go and check it out. Wendy, James, would you like to say anything about the conference? Floor is yours, guys.
Yeah, go to the website. If you guys can't afford a ticket, there's a form to fill out for scholarship, equity tickets. You know, if you could pay half or whatever, just fill out the form, put a message in there. Not to undercut ourselves or anything, but there isn't a set amount of scholarship slots. Someone asked me earlier today, if you can't afford it, but you can make it there, you can afford a room. If you're traveling from somewhere else, you need to stay there. Figure it out. We'll get you in there. That's, you know, we did the same for Miranda Family Farms and for anyone who can't. That being said, the attendance will be smaller than it was last year. And yeah, so, you know, any little bit helps. But yeah, we're super stoked to be there. Excited to meet new people. Hope, you know, that, you know, you can be there. You can use the promo code James 2023 for 15% off if you can afford a ticket. And yeah, come out. The speakers are rad. You know, basically anyone you want to talk to, you'll be able to walk up to and shake hands with and hang out. And so, yeah. And also be super prepared to take a fuck ton of notes and be tired at the end of the weekend, because it is a lot of information. It's all very useful. And, you know, again, you can rewatch the stuff. But yeah, it's the last year we were definitely tired by the end of it.
You forget sometimes when you go places, like as a tourist or whatever, your eyes are looking the whole time. And you're like, what do you mean your eyes are looking? No, literally, like, you know, normally you're not really looking at stuff. You're just kind of seeing it. But when you're actually like at a conference or, you know, as a tourist or something, you get physically tired just because of looking at stuff. So can you imagine like actually getting tired from thinking and looking at stuff at the Supernatural conference? It's going to be super fun. Cheers, guys. It's going to be awesome. I hope anyone listening in, I hope they go and check you guys out. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, bud. We'll
safe travels.
Yeah, we will.
Drive safely, guys.
Godspeed.
Battle some gusting winds.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
All right, bud. We'll
It's all
talk
right.
soon.
It's going to be beautiful this weekend, so it's not like you're going to be freezing your butt off or anything. It's going to be really nice all weekend.
I know. We're looking forward to going
here.
to Dan's farm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Wendy and
Thank
James.
you.
Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Folks, you guys have heard Wendy and James of organiccultivators.net, just like it sounds. If you guys are listening in, organiccultivators.net. This weekend, not next weekend or the following weekend or another weekend, it's this weekend. So don't dawdle, ladies and gentlemen. The second annual Supernatural Conference. It's 2023, Sturbridge, Massachusetts. So hopefully there's going to be a third one. It looks like they have a bunch of sponsors and stuff, a bunch of awesome guests. Just that third, or is that now the fourth day? No, it's the fourth day, actually, technically, with Bug Lady Suzanne. So if you stayed for all 3 days, and then the fourth day with Bug Lady Suzanne, just that fourth day is worth it just by itself, ladies and gentlemen. She is a freaking font of wisdom. I've gotten to meet her personally. She knows more than anyone that I know. I've heard a lot of people kind of bandy about a bunch of different names, which is fine. Lots of folks are nice and they know lots and lots of stuff about bugs. Suzanne is an actual entomologist and actually knows what she's doing and has worked real hard to get where she is. So when she has the seemingly annoying, even I asked her about, you know, how she, Wendy and James intimated that, oh, they're not allowed to film her. Famously, if you meet her, she'll basically give you a whole spiel about how you're not allowed to film her and so on. she has a very good explanation, and it makes perfect sense. She's been ripped off any number of times for her photography. She's really serious about her photography. There's basically nobody better at bug photography that I know of. And I know, like, as a photographer, I follow actual lots of photographers. She's exceptional. She's just invested in like a stack shot and all this different stuff for her bug scouting and everything. So anyway, long story short, she doesn't like to be ripped off or copied or anything else. And frankly, it's better off if you just basically get the explanation in person. Folks, you will get way more than, how much is it? $125 worth of value just from meeting Bug Lady Suzanne. Anyway, folks, if I was out there, I would go. I'm seriously thinking about doing the streaming. I just don't like to wake up early. So that's my problem.
Good for you. Someone's got to do it, man.
3
Might as well
o'clock
be
in the
you.
fucking morning. Fucking bullshit. But anyway, what's going on,
Is
Charlie?
it all 3 days?
Oh, yeah,
Come
because
on,
it's
guys.
our time.
I think they're streaming all 3 days. Yeah, they're not streaming Bug Lady Suzanne's 4th day on Monday. So what is it again? The schedule is, God, it's a fucking conference. It's a hell of a conference. It's not that expensive, actually, when you think about it.
Yeah.
Friday, February 17th, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday with Bug Lady Suzanne. And mind you that, again, in the morning, can you believe this sadism? Bug Lady Suzanne is at 8:50 in the morning for 2 hours talking about pest management. And then she's going to have a whole day the next day. That's baller.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, would you
What's that, D?
consider coming on this show?
She has been on the show.
All right.
Yeah.
No, duh. Never mind. That's right.
Rewind.
Unfortunately, people can't see that fucking episode because I had to take it private. I don't know. I have to find a way to bring those episodes back. A couple people have requested, so I keep thinking about it. Thanks for requesting it. Go ahead, Smash.
I'm thinking if you could make like a little video clip with the warnings and then edit it in, but I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. That's actually a good idea somehow. Yeah, I could actually theoretically do that. Not every video for some reason allows you to edit it. It's very frustrating, but some of them you can. So that's actually not a bad idea at all. Yeah.
Ooh.
What's going on, Ryan?
Right on.
Not much.
By the way, folks, this is no longer guest rules. If you guys want to hop on, you guys are more than welcome to hop on now and shoot bull for a little bit. What was I going to say?
Funny, I was looking at my account last night, my YouTube account. Just my head page or heading, whatever you want to call it. And I don't even remember doing it. I don't know if they did it. I mean, I used to do it with every video, but I make sure it says I don't even remember if I did it or not. But it says 21 and older only. Like when you look up my just my channel itself. And I don't know if it's something that I would have written. So, because I used to write it in the description for my videos when I posted, 21 plus, all state, local laws and all that stuff, adhered to. So, but I don't know if that would ever make a difference. I mean, I'm just thinking off the top of my head because I don't even remember doing that. But I remember when I was getting the notices a few years ago about making sure that your channel is, age appropriate and all that shit. But I was doing it from the very beginning anyway. It wasn't as though I waited till they warned me. Yeah, sorry.
So, look at this. Every video like Fumi's gets hit with age restriction here. Well, I'll actually go into my YouTube studios and show you guys. I'm actually gaining some followers, but it sucks because Fumi understands I have to literally beat feet to get followers.
You got to what? Say it again.
I have to put boots on the ground and
oh yeah,
make people follow me.
Right.
52% of my followers are women from Afghanistan or Russia. I mean,
you think every time they watch your video they go, oh la 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 la?
Hey, baby, show me some ankle.
No offense.
Hey baby, show me some ankle.
Show me some ankle. Show me some ankle hair. Can I see that toe hair, please? Come on, man.
A job or two.
The fuck is all this? I'm so confused right now.
We shouldn't make fun of Afghanistan, especially Afghanistani women. Holy shit, they're not allowed to do anything anymore. They're not allowed to work or do anything else.
Nothing.
Although Saudi Arabia is sending 2 women astronauts to space. I
No
wondered to
kidding,
myself when I heard that. No, when I heard that, it's kind of sad to me. Like when I heard that, I was like, "What, as a joke or to get rid of them or
Yeah,
what?"
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Right?
no,
Oh, wow.
apparently they're trying to
Yeah.
improve their image or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, good luck with MBS.
Yeah,
Good
the
luck.
first thing I thought was
Hope
they were
it is.
copying Russ's German Shepherd or whatever.
Pardon?
Never mind. I'm just
Oh, Leica, Leica and Strelka. What was the other one? They sent a bunch of dogs up.
Oh, yeah,
Honestly,
here we
most
go.
of them didn't come back.
Look at
What, Saudis?
every
No,
video.
the Soviets
The Rush. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
when they first sent them up.
Yep.
The Soviet Union, by the way, well, Russia rather, is the only country that we know of that so far anyway that has gained the ability of how do you put that? Technically, they had deep cosmos capabilities. Like they could have actually launched like Voyager or whatever else. They couldn't have sent people into the cosmos, but they actually had the technology to launch like, probes wherever. They had technology to launch landers on Venus that actually sent back. Venus is like one of the most intense environments that we know of. It's like incredible tensile pressure on the surface of Venus. It's like 800 degrees. It's raining sulfuric and I can't remember all the different fucking acids.
Yeah,
it's
acid.
It's ridiculous. Anyway, they sent landers that actually took pictures and video and sent it back. Even though it took like 8 minutes to destroy all the landers from all the pressure and everything else, they fell apart. Still, they sent back sound, video, and pictures. Anyway, they're the only country that has lost the ability.
Crush yourself. Sorry.
Yeah, but they have lost the ability to do that. Like they literally have leaky Soyuz capsules now. Like they're basically falling out of space, and they no longer can basically like launch stuff anymore. It's like the only country that has actually like just lost the ability to do stuff like that. It's Looney Tunes. Anyway.
Yeah, it's because the quality wasn't ever good to begin with. It was always about beating us or catching up to us or whatever the case. And I remember years ago that they had numbers, but their quality, just like now, they have a shitload of tanks. They literally have almost an infinite amount of friggin' shells and all that other crap. But their quality is quality control is almost next to none.
And they sold, so a lot of the oligarchs and shit sold off a lot of Russia's arms. Like
that's it. Corruption is just absolutely endemic.
After the war, they sold off everything good, and what's left is all the trash, and all the numbers were probably fudged anyways.
Yep.
Right. Yep.
That's why their fucking tanks are running out of gas and breaking down. Like I just heard dude, people don't realize it's still going on pretty fucking bad over there.
Oh my god.
Russia just did a new.
They just killed a friggin' U.S. dude today, and they think they targeted him. Just a aid worker, and they think they targeted him on purpose because he was American.
Yeah, it's a whole year now that Russia's been there, and it looks like they're actually trying to escalate now.
And we're getting worried about. So I've heard people in our government say this is probably the highest we've ever been for nuclear war ever.
Yeah. They just readjusted the
clock. I mean, the
clock.
Cuban Missile Crisis might have been higher, but yeah, this is right up there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're shooting down
because he's so unpredictable. Right. Imagine how far how much more, further along we could be if we had, if they weren't such an adversary and we worked together. I always think that.
Far ahead.
Yep.
If it was one economy, if racial profiling never was a thing, like slavery, like you gotta think like Jewish, the black community. There's been so many fucking slaves and the like
more slaves now than there ever have been apparently.
Yep.
Even in Egypt and stuff. Think how are the fucking pyramids built? You wonder,
Actually, surprisingly, not by slaves. They used to think that, but surprisingly not.
I thought they were
really.
Yeah, who was it? I thought it was their
well-paid artisans and stuff.
I'm kidding. I always thought it was their enemies. That's what I was taught. No, I mean that the wars they took the prisoners.
No, the pyramids were super like fine craftsmanship and stuff. You can't just get like illiterate fuckwads to go do that kind of stuff. Like they have to actually be trained. So they say that in many cases it might have been basically off-season work. So when they weren't farming their fields or whatever, they might have been basically like paid over at and there's actually records of like payment and all this different stuff. So they weren't like slaves or whatever.
Right. Right on.
Weren't they paid in beer
Yeah.
for the pyramids?
They were, I think, yeah. Like they had rations of beer every day, yeah, straight
It's
up.
mead. Was it mead
And the
back
Roman,
then?
but the slaves that built Rome were paid in salt.
Beer.
I guess
Yeah,
they weren't
salt was money at
paid.
one point. That was the currency. Salt.
That's where the word soldier comes from. Soldiers were
And-
paid in salt.
And salary.
kidding,
it, was called
Yeah.
it was called the salarium. Was the soldiers' pay. So salary comes from there.
You know what I want to find? One of the
I love
U.S.
that shit.
tax stamps for weed.
So what?
So you can just basically show the cops, like, you can't touch me.
I just
I was
can't
just looking them
touch
up on the
this.
last episode here with D, I think.
they're a thing, but they don't go up for market very often.
Yeah, I was showing them on eBay.
What's that? I missed that. Sorry, guys. What
So
was
wait,
that?
is
What
that
were we
like
talking
the
about?
stamp where you can basically become like the Mississippi marijuana patients or something, or what is it?
No,
What's the
back
story?
in like the 30s, they had the tax ant.
Oh yeah, that tax,
1937
1937.
Act
Yeah.
or whatever.
But it was
Stamp
only so
Act,
they could
whatever
find
that
out
was.
who was growing it, and they could basically they
Oh,
rated every
right.
single person,
Yeah,
arrested
where
them
it's
all.
kind of like a catch-22 where you
Yeah.
needed a stamp to grow it. But
Yeah,
they
what was
didn't-
his name? Schlesinger or Salinger? I can never remember the guy's name. I read a book about him because he got the job through, Family Ties, and he looked at when J. Edgar Hoover had appointed him to the first Bureau of Narcotics. First thing he wanted to do was eradicate freaking marijuana plant. And he stopped over on the other side of the Potomac Bridge, and he looked from the banks of the river, and he goes, and it was literally nothing but hemp, cannabis, just all along the shores. And he goes, they want me to eradicate this plant. I mean, it was literally growing wild, and he just couldn't understand it. But of course, he said to himself, "This is my job, and it's what he pointed me to do, so I'm going to do it."
Damn.
But he never understood, like, why am I going to eradicate this plant? What's the purpose? And back then, they'd probably grown up with it. At that age, you got to figure in the 1800s, hemp was still a huge crop. They need it for everything from textiles to oils to you name it. It was just a way to, racist way to keep the immigrants out, basically, thanks to Mr. Randolph Hearst. All his newspapers.
I've been drinking this drink for fucking a couple of days. I can't stop. It's pretty good.
Well, that
Which one is
priming it.
Yeah, it's just a different flavor.
Prime? Oh yeah, my daughter's wicked into that now. There's a whole bunch on my table right there, the green ones.
Huh.
They're good.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah, are
the story with that
Are
one?
they aren't they like a no caffeine energy drink or something like that? Or let me take a look.
No, it's not an energy drink. It's more of a hydration. There's
That's it. No
no
caffeine,
fat.
nothing like that. Yeah. Yeah, she got the
10
green ones.
milligrams of sodium, 2 grams of sugar,
Oh, right on.
bunch of.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have
vitamins.
caffeine. I wouldn't let her have it. She's not allowed to have caffeine. She's 11. But she always stresses that, Daddy, it has no caffeine. It has no sugar.
Hey,
Not that she
Phoebe,
doesn't have sugar.
What's up, D?
This is how we got our nuts from the Costco.
Nice.
I don't know if they have it there in States.
Well, we have in that package we have mixed nuts for sure. I don't know if they sell the cashews in that package or not.
Yeah, these are great.
I know they sell cashews because I just recently got a bag of cashews,
Nice.
but I think it was a bag. I think it was literally a bag,
Bag of nuts. Nice.
right? Bag of nuts.
Watch your sack.
Yeah,
No,
Watch that sack of nuts over there.
I got a sack of nuts too. My nuts are a sack of dry roasted almond nuts.
Yeah, you know what I actually saw the other day? It was one of the repeats because they do SNL around here anyway. They play some of the old ones, the old episodes, and they had the Sweaty Balls one with what's his name there with Baldwin. It's just such a classic because they just build right up to his ooh good, oh look at those sweaty balls, oh they're so salty. Just a classic.
What I loved was with Lady Gaga and Marble Columns. The New
Oh,
Jersey
yeah.
marble column business.
I remember that one. That was sick.
So my favorite reference is South Park's salty chocolate balls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
I
everybody.
Oh,
watched
Jeff
that
was
channel
perfect.
forever. I'm gonna start watching that again. I haven't watched that in years.
Yeah, they came out a new episode. I'm actually gonna watch it after I get off here.
Sweet.
That's crazy. They're still making episodes. That's all.
I know, they're like literally
Beavis
season
and
26 or
Butthead
something.
came back.
Mm-hmm. Haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead came back. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I heard that on Paramount Plus or something, right? Is that where I saw it? On Super Bowl Sunday, the commercial.
One of those streaming sites.
Whoa, what
Yeah.
the fuck is that?
Although that makes me wonder, is that like a good thing or is that just the same old shit again? Because I just heard that they're going to have Toy Story 5
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
getting
I'm like,
that's
how many
getting
Toy
ridiculous.
Stories do you need to write? Like, do you really
Yeah,
not
look
have
at
any
Fast
more
and the
stories you can tell?
Furious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, the
Fast and Furious 12, some shit. I
Yeah.
can't even remember how many
It's
there
called
are
Furious
now.
X or something. It's
They
called. I
need to
saw that one during
stop.
the Super Bowl.
The thing is, if they were to stick
Whole
to
family,
like,
literally all of us.
so if they were to
Yeah.
stick to the values of like the reason why people fell in love with it was because it was real almost. Like, it was low budget. The cars were picked out. Like, Craig Lieberman did an awesome job with Fast and the Furious 1. Like, I fell in love with it. If you liked cars, you liked the movie because, yeah, there was a lot of fake stuff in it, but the first one felt more real. Now they're just so much CGI and all this other shit that they don't even feel like it could ever
What,
happen.
you mean they're not actually jumping Lamborghinis and Ferraris?
No,
over
no, they
gigantic gaps?
ruined millions of dollars in cars.
Oh man.
That's the fucked up
60-story
thing.
buildings.
They do ruin millions of dollars in cars.
Oh, I bet. I can only imagine what they do.
You know, the last episode is going to be The Rock in a wheelchair racing in a wheelchair down the street or something.
Yeah, but it's going to be
A rocket propelled wheelchair.
right.
Hear me?
Okay, what's his name in it? And, what's his name? Stratham or Stratham? That's it. Stratham's in the new one.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was in any. I haven't seen any of them, so I
Turbine wheelchair.
just wheeling by a quick cameo. just a flash. See him go by just in front of the lens real quick. That would be so clutch.
Makes that warp drive sound.
Yeah, he's doing good. You got playing cards in his wheels.
It's like Back to the Future where it leaves burning trail marks or tire marks.
Some good commercials, though. I gotta say, they weren't as good as I thought they were gonna be. Man, I've seen years they're so much better.
Let me say this. Let me say
6
this.
to
before I
7
start
mil
the garden.
too.
My garden looks like shit. I left them in 1 gallons for like 3.5 months, and I wasn't really watering them. But I transplanted.
Just tell
everything.
everybody that gremlins attacked them yesterday. Don't
Good
give
talk.
everybody excuses. Just say like a bunch of fucking gremlins came in here. I had a hand-to-hand combat beat them myself.
Nah,
I got the
they'll all bounce
nunchucks out.
back. I'll give them a couple weeks.
You know what I watched the other day? I filmed it when it first came out, but I watched that American Pain. Anybody seen that yet?
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, those two guys, those two brothers, the twins, they show them when they're kids. They're ruthless. I mean, they're just a typical spoiled kids growing up, kind of wealthy. Their father owned a $40 million construction industry business down there. And then when the crash came in 07, 08, kind of went to pot, but I mean, he wasn't broke. They just, that amount of money, you can go bankrupt, but not be broke, obviously, So, but they show them when they're like 13 on playing hockey, and just like for no reason at all, both of them just start wailing on one of the other kids. Of course, the parents are all there going, "What the hell?" And but oh my God, they were ruthless from day one, I guess, like ruthless. Yeah. And they didn't care. I didn't realize how much of a factory it was down there, because in Florida back then in the 90s, all you had to do is go to the local town hall and you could pay $500 and get a pharmacist LLC license, purely legal, and just dispensing pills. And all the big guys like Mellencroft, not Purdue wasn't in this one. I wasn't supplying them, but all the big guys, and they were these two brothers in their 20s were buying literally hundreds of millions of pills a year. They were the number one. They were the number one customer to all the big generic pharmacy companies. And if you saw the numbers, and then you see all these like huge like clinics, like the St. Jude's chain or the Shriners chain of hospitals, like they were like way below them in numbers of like all these pills they were getting, from Xanax to Clonopins to, you know, Oxys and Perks and all this other shit. But oh my, I didn't realize the people driving all over the country to go down there. All you had to do was pay like $500, and you got like insane amount. You know, you were paying like $4 a pill. But you can go back to Kentucky. One family who was doing it on a regular, they were actually bringing busloads of people down, paying them $100 each, and they were put on these Christian, you know, like they were from a church, and they'd walk in a line, and these lines were going around the block. They had like an MRI scam going and all this other shit. They had these doctors, and they finally got them on hidden camera, obviously. But these doctors like were using themselves like crazy shit. Oh, I couldn't believe it. And you know, like the advertisement says, is they didn't start the opioid crisis, but they sure as hell poured gas on it. And God, did they? Oh, I didn't. Yeah, because they opened up a whole bunch of, you know, they were mainly down in West Palm Beach, but then other people started getting into it closer up to the border, because they were like, well, you don't have to drive 6 more hours down in Palm Beach. You can just get it right here in Jacksonville. And oh yeah,
so if you ever
it's
want
crazy. And I thought of you, Smashed. I thought of you, bro, because you were down there then, right?
Yeah, OxyContin
In the 90s.
Express.
Right.
So there's a whole documentary on it. People were taking the train down, getting their prescriptions. They were going to one doctor to another.
Right.
Everything was cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they said that they didn't have registers or anything. They just had literally, you know, 55-gallon trash barrels, and they were just, you know, dumping it in. And 2 or 3 times a day, they literally sacks of cash, these clear trash bags. They were showing them on camera, just throwing them over their shoulders and then just walking them into the back room. Yeah, pretty crazy, man. Just crazy.
What about Mexico? Isn't Mexico like that too?
Yeah, but not to the same extent. Like the amount you could get. Like you can go to one of these clinics. They were just called pain clinics, and they were called something like Palm Beach. At first, they were like Palm Beach Pain or something, and then they ended up having an issue and with the law and all that, so they just changed the name to American Pain. That's where they got the title. And that was the name of their clinics, and you could go in many times as you want. Fake IDs, didn't matter. They didn't care. They just didn't care. They had a Xerox machine right there. All you do was Xerox your own ID and then gave them the paper. It was pretty crazy, man. And I mean, like they basically had bouncers in there, like, you know, and you couldn't work there unless you knew the guys.
If you tried to film them, they would literally chase you down. It was like a organized crime thing.
No, not organized crime. It's just these two brothers, from what I saw, you know, from the documentary anyway. I mean, I'm not saying that wasn't, definitely they were probably in it too. I mean, I'm not, you know, you're probably absolutely right about that. But they were just kind of, the show is just about them and how they got started, and how they finally got caught in the end, obviously, and got shut down. But, you know, technically they were legal. There was absolutely no laws at all on the books about, you know, how many you could dispense, how much you could dispense in a day. Nothing. There was nothing. It was, any of us could have walked in back then and gotten a license to open a pharmacy for $500, gotten a dirty doctor, and just started dispensing pills. And then they had this friend of theirs that ended up getting an MRI machine. He had all these other scams in the past, but then ends up getting one of the mobile MRI machines, and just set up behind this strip joint, a strip club. And most of the customers in the strip club were just waiting for their turn to go into this MRI and get, you know, a fake. And then within an hour or 45 minutes or something like that, they would send the films right over to the pain clinic, and the doctor would literally not even look at it and just be like, yeah, you have pain here, 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 you know, in the diagrams, the anatomy, they just circle shit and just be like, yep, here you go. You get, I forget exactly what it was. It was, you get like oxys, perks, um, diazepam, and every variety. And you get, if it was a different name on the pill, you could get that, you get like 230 or something, but altogether you could walk out with 600. So you would pay $4. So the average was you were paying $4 a pill down there, but like in Kentucky, that one family, they could come up and sell them for $30 a piece.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
that's just, yeah, yeah. Talk about a friggin' price point, bro.
Wow.
Profit maker. Yeah, and that's why they would pay people $100, put them on a bus, drive them down from Kentucky where they lived. I guess it was like something like a 12-hour ride or something like that, whatever the hell it was. And yeah, bus loads, and they would give them all these same identical, like, you know, new whatever church, you know, Baptist church or something like that. So if they ever got pulled over, nobody would ever friggin' think that they were all carrying friggin' pills. You know what I mean? So, and they give them the $100, but they had to give all the scripts to them. You know what I mean? That was the whole deal. Was all the scripts went to this family. Oh my God, it's pretty crazy. I just didn't realize what a friggin' Wild West it was.
What a
I'm
rack.
probably gonna let these go for like 2 weeks. Let them work themselves out and flip them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna start Siege right away though, just in case anything sucks. I shouldn't have left them in 1 gallons that long, but I wasn't watering them. When I came down here yesterday, they looked like shit. Like half of them were wilted, but they're all praying today. They all look like they're gonna get better. So it's also cold. This tent was freezing.
Was it last night, or when you put them in last night?
Well, my little tent's not heated, so none of these plants were in heat until last night.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm actually gonna fine tune mine tonight. I still gotta finish cleaning up that room upstairs. I actually got to that last night. I started it, but
Blueberries.
never finished that. It's got to get done.
Yeah, I had to finish this. I got to pop more seeds. We'll see
What are you
what
popping, huh?
works itself out. When I was moving them over, they smelled good though.
Yeah, did they? What do you think of popping, Smack?
I'm gonna do Shine Apple. I'm gonna do Triangle Reunion. I think that's it for now. I really want to get a couple of Shine Apple females going, and that's from Duke Women.
Nice. Yeah, Duke's got some fire, man. Wouldn't it be awesome to get his freaking eagle cut of a skunk? Oh man, I always think of that. That would bring me back to my teenage days. Just the smell.
Right on, Ryan.
I need to. I'm actually gonna top these plants, and tomorrow I'm gonna give them a good watering, some fish bone meal, and some BioLive top dress. Give it a couple of days, and I'm gonna top all of them. I just don't even want to fucking deal with low stress training all these, so I'm just gonna come in and clear cut the bitch.
Yeah.
I might even put a strong net up after I do that and see what I can actually get out of this. Maybe. I don't know yet. It looks like they're gonna bounce back though. I know these two are looking amazing. That looks alright. The Apex looks like shit. One Gorilla Glue looks like shit.
CTC.
That Blueberry Kush is okay. Looks like it's gonna bounce back. Everything looks like it's getting new growth, and I can already see green coming back. So it should come back pretty well. But I'm gonna shut it and turn the heat up a little bit.
Ooh.
I got one of the fucking Inkbird heat controllers. I think I'm gonna go with an Inkbird heat controller.
What's it going to control?
Little heater. Little electric heater.
I gotcha.
I think it's like 500 watts.
But we
I want to put it in the tent. It's actually small enough where it could go in the tent and be all right, and I can face it straight up. So I think that's what I'm going to try doing. Here, let me switch back to my computer.
Koski loves Inkbird. I guess that was one of the reasons Koski was talking about how he wanted to shut down his garden, because so much was automated. The whole thing was costing a ton of electricity, I guess. I guess that's the price you pay sometimes.
So I don't want to run both tents right now because of just how much electricity is. I didn't want to run a heater. Now we're coming into a little bit warmer weather, but it's not freezing. We had a really, really cold week come through here. And I didn't have those plants heated at all. Normally the flower tent's heated, that's it. So I've been leaving the heater off just to, I don't know, save electricity. I wasn't even really going to put these plants in flower. I was thinking about killing all of them and just starting over. But there's some
I mean,
stuff
I don't blame you if the electricity costs that fucking much. It's ridiculous. Like, we forget that that's even a possibility. You know, like the whole country, probably most of us were thinking about, like, shut the fuck up. There's no way that he's talking about that. Like, there's no way that you guys are telling the truth about how much that, but multiple ones of you are basically giving up growing because it costs so fucking much. It's ridiculous.
I need to do solar. It's gonna break the bank to a point where it's only gonna be outdoors.
Yeah, I was telling Smash last night that we got really lucky. We're paying 39.9%. I mean 39.9 cents a kilowatt now. And our town has this thing. My wife was out with a friend. Yeah, that's absurd. And but she was out with a family friend a couple of weeks ago, and the guy was saying how, she was complaining about the rate, obviously. And he goes, yeah, but you're in Northbridge. They have if you get accepted, you can get this rate at 11 cents a kilowatt. And we got accepted last week. I can't believe it. I really can't. I don't know how we got accepted. It has nothing to do with really income. I think it has to do with residency and all that stuff. But yeah, we're locked in. It might take a pay cycle for it to a billing cycle rather to have that rate kick in. But yeah, 11 cents. You kidding me? Oh my God, that's prices from almost 5 years ago. That's how good that is. I mean, I was thinking about shutting down, like just growing for my own personal. I mean, I'll always grow plants, but for myself, but it wouldn't be worth it having 5 lights going, 5 thousands, and then having all the bells and whistles along with it. You kidding me? That would be like a $2,500 freaking bill every month. That's absurd. Yeah, and with the price, you can't make any money doing that. Not unless you're shipping it out of state, man. It just ain't happening.
Or you're stealing it.
I think it was God. Yeah, right.
Which I'm not saying you can do, people. That's highly illegal and dangerous. So don't do that.
My grandfather used to switch over when my father bought a house. My grandfather would come in and switch the old circuit boards over, the old screw-in fuses. He would switch it over to the new service, just to switch, the breakers. And he would have to shut off the whole house, and he'd have to go out to, this was in the 70s and early 80s, and he would have to go out to the telephone pole and shut it down from there, but he was an electrical inspector for the city of Quincy. And he was pretty well known, I guess, in at least the eastern part of the state. But anyway, you'd have, back then it was called Edison. Edison truck would always pull up, knock, and my grandfather would go out, talk to the guy, and the guy would just leave. He wouldn't even say anything. You can't do that these days, man, because they're chicken hawking everything with that. Well, everything's remote. Reading your meters remote. They can tell if you're stealing shit now.
Yeah, we have people that come do that.
Yeah. You do?
Yeah, we have people around and check everybody's meter.
Yeah. They just come around in a truck now. That's all they do, and they sit in their truck and just whoop whoop on the freaking screen and read the meter and whammo. Yep, they're off and running. They can do it so quick now. So, but yeah, 39 cents. My jaw dropped when I heard that price. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Hold on, I got to get my daughter up. She's got to go upstairs, go to bed. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Hey, it's almost 12:30. Okay. Mommy's already upstairs waiting for you.
Yeah, so right now I'm trying to keep 110 at a time, one light on at a time, or under 600.
That's the one with the HLG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now's when I wish I had LEDs, bro. But for sure, that's the next big change is going to be switching over. As soon as I can afford it, probably won't. Yeah, I probably won't do it till the fall or maybe next winter. But yeah, who knows though? I'm going for a personal. Maybe we'll have a few $1,000s extra after we catch up on some stuff with the personal loan. Maybe I can get some lights.
Yeah, I gotta get harvest out soon.
Yeah,
I need to upgrade.
Yeah.
Purple.
What do you have now?
Purple.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, laugh.
No, those are ancient, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they work, right? That's all that matters.
It works. Yeah.
Mm.
It could be a lot worse.
Yeah.
A lot worse.
Be using CFLs or friggin' board full of friggin' the new ones, the new LED lights, the spirals, whatever they're called. I've seen people using those now. They just like literally just rows and rows and rows right on top of each other. And they just make a box of them. It's not a lot of wattage, but they can grow a plant, get decent. Just for their own head. Yeah, CFLs, is that what they're called? Yeah, the spiral ones.
Yeah, I've kept quite a few plants alive and veg with them.
Oh yeah, I've cloned with those. I used to clone with those all the time. I used to clone with a regular friggin' incandescent. I used to put a lamp. It was probably like 65 watt incandescent. Just clone, put a tray and just. I used to put the light right on top of the dome. Just let it sit there. Yeah, it works.
Well, clones don't really need that much light. Technically, do they? Until they start. So?
I'm trying to think. That's why I even downgraded to a smaller heater.
Or at least at the very beginning, clones don't. Trying to say, I mean.
And then the clone.
Well, it's kind of true. They basically don't have any need to really create sugars for a root zone. So they basically don't even really need to photosynthesize that much. They basically just kind of sit there and just chill pretty much. They have very low metabolism. And then eventually, once they do have roots, they actually have some reason to create carbohydrates and stuff. So they start to need a little bit more light. So right at the beginning, they basically don't need all that much light. In fact, if you give them too much light, you'll just basically sunburn them and stuff. So they physically can't. Because I mean, how do I say this? They if they were to ramp up their photosynthesis, they don't think through this or something. It's not like the plant is sitting there at a spreadsheet or something. But I mean, like it knows intrinsically it has nowhere to put the carbohydrates, so it just basically doesn't bother doing anything with them.
Right on.
To an extent, I feel like they have to photosynthesize a little bit to help with root development.
Sure.
Are you one that cuts off?
But I mean, like if you blast them with 1,000, ppfd or something, it's like,
you'll probably fry it. You like most of the time, they said like 100 watts or whatever at the max, but I guess they're finding it's a little bit less true. It can take a little bit more, but yeah, they always said low wattage. But some of the recent findings, I guess, they can take a little bit more than what people estimated.
I've taken some monsters for. Like ones that, I don't know. But are you guys one that do you always cut the tips on yours?
No, I usually go for bottoms.
I don't anymore. No. What's that, Smash?
I usually go for bottom nodes.
Hmm.
When I take clones like of apple fritter, I'll take them all over because I'm not flowering her.
The clones.
I mean, I've had good success with all of them. I mean, I've never had a problem with too many wherever I take it. I mean, I've taken some really, really hardy woody ones too, and I've had a few strains, especially that Hell's OG, that will root with a nice woody one. It actually likes it. The smaller I take the clone, or the more soft tissue it is, the less it likes it. Being cloned will shock it a little bit, but if I take a nice thick woody one, yeah, man, it seems to really do really well.
Shit, look at the one I gave Charlie. It lasted 4 months in a rhapsody with it.
Yeah, God, that thing's hardy too. Yep, they're coming your way too soon. I'm gonna be like you for me. Swear to God, I'm gonna get them out this week. I swear to God.
Nah, right on.
But they're gonna get out because I have too many. First of all, plus, I've been wanting to get some of these. If you want some too, Smash, you're more than welcome.
Like this one right here.
I have that Buell.
One.
Excuse me, guys.
Oh, it's a
What was that? Fumi, sorry.
Oh, I'm kind of just talking to myself. I'm just noticing I did something wrong and I have to redo it.
Yeah, it's hard to see that one, but other than the beginning of the video, but
You just
one
do,
big,
man.
one big
Oh,
clone.
sandwich.
So
Yeah,
someone need to pop these Cherry Garcias. So I think
Ethos?
yeah.
Right on. I grew them. The clones.
That was just something I kind of devised for taking clones out in the field, where I took a 272 cell trays and packed them with like Pro Mix, basically, a little bit damp, and then I just taped them together, and then I could like just stick clones in the top.
Mm-hmm.
And that one was in there for like maybe 2 weeks, probably a week, something like that.
Right.
Supposed to be a stack, but I did it wrong. So the top is cut off and stuff. Hop on, folks. It's still early in the show. We normally we'd hang out a little bit longer. We totally could just fuck off in an hour or something. But if you guys want to have a longer show, hop on, shoot the bull with us, come discuss growing cannabis life, whatever you guys would like to hop on and talk about. Just don't be a shithead, basically come on here and be civilized. Otherwise, you guys are more than welcome. We'd love to see some fresh faces. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm still doing these live shows. I don't know. I've been thinking about basically like not doing the live shows anymore, to be honest, in some ways, but still doing them. So folks take advantage and hop on.
Thanks for doing these,
come bullshit with us. Yeah, man, welcome.
Thanks
That's
for sitting in too, D.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, D. Absolutely. Wonderful. Because that's the thing. Every time I basically suggest not doing these kinds of live shows for a variety of different reasons, I get emails from people saying, "Oh my fucking God, I love these shows."
No.
Da, 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 da. So
Yeah.
one of those things.
We need shows like this. It's a fact. It's just you're an asset
tell the
to the
Library
community.
of Congress. Tell the Library of Congress.
I will. National Archive. You got to absolutely.
It's Smithsonian, maybe.
Yep. Your own little wing.
National Geographic.
That would be clutch.
Probably.
So
Popular Mechanics, probably.
I got a couple left. I'm gonna pop Runs S1, Cherry Garcia,
Nice.
and Alien Rock Candy.
Cool. Rock candy is a
sounds
good
good.
strain by itself.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna say goodnight to my daughter. I'll be right back.
They're all feminine. And then when I get these out of flower, I'm doing all regulars.
The Runts S1, I have to be frank, I would probably pass on. Because Runts is flavor exceptional, genetics mediocre. If you find an excellent cut that's been like nicely stabilized, boom. But even then, honestly, that Runts kind of shines through with being a little bit shitty. Like it's the flavor is top notch. I mean, just honestly, the flavor is just fucking top notch. There's just no arguing about that. But how do I say it? It's just not a very good cloner. needs some support. It's kind of one of those, plants that needs like extra effort. It's definitely the more temperamental plant, blah, blah, blah. So like, how do I say it? Selfing that one, guaranteed you're going to have worse phenotypes than the ones that people we know about. Unless you're lucky, you might actually have a better phenotype. That could happen too. Personally, I would pass on that and get a clone of runts and just grow a clone of runts, literally. And then you'll actually get runts because the flavor, again, is fucking exceptional. It's like breakfast cereal candy. It's incredible with some gas on it. It's lovely, 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 lovely. But a self of that, I think, would just be hype dog shit, in my opinion. Everybody else will have a different opinion. What was I going to say? I was with Charlie's Farm. The raw candy one sounded actually interesting. Go ahead.
People make their living S1.
Pardon?
It's kind of crazy. People like it's all. I have Gorilla Glue S1s going. They actually kind of smell funky, but we'll see what happens. But
well, remember the Gorilla, unless it's a different Gorilla Glue S1, because remember you had the S1s, and that one was kind of like this tiny, shitty little plant.
Yeah, these ones look good.
It's like Gorilla Glue is fucking exceptional. I just basically smoked a little bit of one of my first harvests, allegedly, of Gorilla Glue. It's just fucking exceptional. Cedar wood and earthiness, and it's just, oh fuck, it rubs off on your hands. Oh god, there's no mistaking that. And then like there's S1s of that.
The lilac diesel Chem 90 ChemDog I-95 smells really good already. Like when I'm just moving it around, it starts like it smells good.
See that? Yeah, that one actually sounded like a nice cross again. Yeah.
Pretty much. I just do like I'm kind of going through the rest of the feminized stock I have that's been sitting around, and the GG and the runs. I've kind of just been like pushing it off, and I'm like, I need feminized seeds. So I don't really want to.
I mean, if you ask nice, someone has a cut of runts. So you might just ask nicely and wait a few weeks until it's big enough, and then you can actually just get runts. And I would do that literally. Instead of wasting time with those seeds. And I would trade those seeds to anyone listening in that can't get a clone of runs for me, and then basically trade them for something that they do have. Because seriously, like in my opinion, everyone has their own opinions. You don't have to do exactly what I say. In my opinion, those seeds are just going to be boof.
Hold on. I don't even know what runs it.
Gelato by Skittles, allegedly. Which again, nice cross, but gelato is not an exceptionally hardy plant. In fact, in some cases, I don't remember all the different cuts, but some of the cuts are okay hardy, and some of the cuts are not hardy at all. Like really need a lot of help and super small nugs. The flavor and the high is really nice too, like a really really happy high. But how do I say it? That particular cross is basically all flavor. And it's almost it really needs to be knocked into something that's a little bit stronger. And so, for example, my white runts is actually better than the runts, like a better, stronger plant, more yield, more everything about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember what I was going to say.
I'm actually the reason why I popped the Gorilla Glue is because even that runt plant, I was smoking it and it was good.
Was it good?
Good.
Was it potent?
Potent. It was a fucking baby, but it was good. It was frosty. It smoked good. Tastes good. So I'm hoping these ones, the other two I popped out of them, are way more hardy. Hopefully they'll bounce back. One looks all right. One doesn't look too good, but it looks like it lost a lot of its color. Like it was really suffering. So she should be fine in a couple of days. Start getting her colors back and stuff. I definitely do got a top water tomorrow. Some amendments in. I want to put some good worm castings, some barley, probably I have some BioLive from like 4 years ago I still use. And then a little bit of fishbone meal.
Nothing wrong with the BioLive. It doesn't go bad, really. I mean, there's nothing to it that could really go bad. It might start smelling stale, like some of the fish oils in there might start smelling stale or whatever, but the plants don't care, you know.
We don't care.
Love that shit.
I
Sometimes
leave
the
fish
nastier
bone
it
meal.
smells, the better it is.
I leave fish
Say,
bone meal in
really horrible.
water for like 2 days, and it smells like.
Oh, it's horrible. It's just horrible. It's one of the worst smells. I mean, actually, that's not surprising because sulfuric compounds, I believe, are some of the most disgusting smells. What's the one that here? I'm going to look it up. They called one frightful. Oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody else has already signed up for this, but Microsoft Bing is now integrated with that chat GPT, but you had to like sign up for it or whatever. So I signed up for it the other day, right? And I finally got an email today. Oh, you're in. Da da da. So basically, right before the show, I was like, "Oh shit, snap! I'm gonna go take a look at the, whatever." So I was like, "Hey, I want some questions." I unfortunately didn't get a chance to ask, but I wonder what you guys think about this. So I asked what did I ask it? So I literally, oh here, I'm going to show you the entire page this way. My apologies if you're on a phone that way, it's going to be small. So my question to the chat GPT, literally in plain English, was, I'm about to interview the organizers of and I just copied and pasted the second annual Supernatural Conference 2023, Sturbridge, Massachusetts. Can you recommend smart interview questions to me?
Oh,
And
great.
the thing thought for a second, and it was like, oh, located such and such, it was literally like Star Trek computer. It was like beep, beep, boop, boop, and then pumps out this. I'll make the screen a little bit bigger for you folks that are on a small screen. It pumped out like actually good questions. It said, sure, I can help you with some smart interview questions. The second annual Supernatural Conference is an event that focuses on regenerative agriculture and the latest techniques and strategies for organic cultivation. It even gives sources. It's hosted by Wendy Kornberg, the CEO of Sunibus, and features keynote speakers and debates from experts in the field. Some of the topics that will be covered are bionutrient food, bug lady consulting, and Korean natural farming. Some possible interview questions are, what are the main goals and challenges of regenerative agriculture in the current climate crisis? Good question.
Wow.
How do you measure and improve the quality and nutrition of your organic crops? Wendy and James literally talked about that. What are some of the benefits and drawbacks of using natural pest control methods such as beneficial insects? Bug Lady Consulting. How do you apply the principles and practices of Korean natural farming to your own farm or garden? And finally, what are some of the common myths or misconceptions about organic cultivation that you would like to debunk? What was the reason that I brought that up? I'm actually forgetting now why I brought that up. Oh, there's a whole point why I brought that up. Anyway, that was cool enough. I thought that was fucking ridiculous.
That
enough.
was piss off.
Like it's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? It's equal parts
Yeah.
interesting and scary, right? Like,
right.
Holy shitballs. I mean,
Yeah.
it's very interesting because that's on Bing. Anybody can access that. And actually Microsoft wants everyone to use that because this is their chance, they think, to take down Google.
Right.
And, that's a real thing now because that's way better than Google. If anybody's
Yeah.
used Google in the last 3 years, it kind of sucks shit now because everybody's gamed it so much.
They're
with
saying
SEO.
Google though 3 months. They're saying 3-month launch or something for their version.
Maybe
3 to
they've
4
already
months.
caught a bunch of shit for like rushing the response or first
What, did they?
Bard.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre.
I was hearing this in an interview the other night. They had 2 professors, one from Weber in Utah, and then I can't remember where the other guy was from. And they were, one was pro and con using it at a college level. And one of them was like, it's just another tool. You can't fight this one. You gotta, figure out the best way to use it with the students because they're gonna find every way around it because you can pinpoint it down to a demographic. I'm a sophomore, 3.0, write a paper about Othello and, throw in a couple other friggin' talking points, you know what I mean? And bam, just so many things that you just won't be able to catch it. And, and one of the other professors was, he really didn't want to see it. He wasn't necessarily against it, but just didn't want it in the classroom, obviously, for obvious reasons, and then they showed a 18-year-old high school senior write a paper up against chat AI and it was hard to tell the difference, and they had a panel try to guess which one was which. Now they did get it right. It was the second one, but first of all, props to that high school student. It was a great paragraph, just a single paragraph about Othello, actually. And what's her name there? The wife. I always forget her name. But anyway,
Desdemona.
yes, thank you. And the only giveaway was one word, just one word in the AI paragraph that kind of gave it away, and which I didn't catch, but a couple of the panelists did. And yeah, but it was just amazing what this thing can do. You know, I had somebody at work too about 4 weeks ago, before it was even in the news, this chat AI. He's the head of HR. He actually gave me a heads up on it. He's like, hey, dude, you got to check this new thing out. So I was asking him about a couple things for, you know, education or, you know, what should I highlight? You know, just trying to make conversation with the dude. He's my boss, you know what I mean? So, hey, you know, what would I need to, you know, get into HR? You know, hey, how's my brown nose doing? And he brought up this chat AI. It's a fucking basically brown nosing. But it was before it was even in the
news. Yeah, I haven't played with any of them yet.
Just cut out for me.
I haven't really touched any of those yet. Those search engines.
Neither have I. Chat AI.
I haven't really even played with I played with AI art a little bit, but I did all the free coins I could do, and then I haven't bought anymore.
Well, for example, sorry, you guys cut out for me for a second. What was I going to say? If you want to play with it now, I mean, I don't know, come up with a question. Like I'm as curious as anybody about this stuff. I don't know how it's going to affect like the future of people, the future of just everybody, people who think, people who do, like, who knows? Is this going to be a tool of all the many tools? I don't really know. I don't know. You can ask anything. You can ask like,
I mean, look.
Tell me the best.
You think about it, they don't even teach cursive anymore in school.
What cannabis and see what it says.
That's a good one. Tell me the best way to grow organic cannabis or get organic cannabis outdoors. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, okay. It's just giving me like whatever bullshit. Let's see if it changes with organic tomatoes. How do you spell tomatoes? Is that right? No. Jesus Christ. That's not tomatoes. Oh, fuck.
Let me ask you this: when you're pulling it up, what do you type in when you're pulling up
well,
chat AI? Just chat AI.
Bing. Okay, there's two different places. Actually, chat AI is at chat at Open AI or whatever. You have to get an account, whatever else. And actually, the Dream Studio and although no, I think you have different accounts. Anyway, chat. Fuck. What's the name of the company? Open AI, I think, is the company that owns the Chat GPT. You basically go to like chat.openai. Whatever the fuck the website is, and the actual robot or whatever is called Chat GPT. And then the visual version of that is called, I think the AI is called Dolly, and they basically integrated that into Dream Studio and one other, and I can't remember what the other one is called right now. But anyway, it's kind of complicated. You got to hunt it down basically.
I see.
But anyway, it's kind of crazy that ChatGPT is supposedly, I mean, of course, sometimes people make these numbers up, but it sounds like it from the way people are talking about it. It's the fastest grown app in history so far, like faster than Facebook, faster than anything else. In 6 weeks or 7 weeks or something, they've got like 100 million plus users. It's ridiculous. So yeah.
Supposedly Google's AI is smarter, but they don't want to release it yet.
I mean, of course, Google would say that, but yeah. Well, I've heard the same thing.
Google has one of the best quantum computers or whatever. There's a couple companies fighting for who has the better supercomputer. Computer.
Just wait until the open source AI comes out. Then we're going to see some
Crazy.
So
Yeah, I mean, every student on this planet probably downloaded it as soon as they freaking heard about it. Kidding me?
damn it,
I
it's
know I
not
would
doing
have.
it. Oh no, okay, it is summarized. So it's not giving me the same amount of effort that it gave me with Wendy and James, but it is actually doing it finally. It's summarized growing cannabis outdoors. So I asked, tell me the best way to grow cannabis outdoors. And it's summarized from 5 sources and the web, apparently. So this is the advantage, basically. It doesn't just send you to some freaking places. It actually summarizes it for you. For example, growing cannabis outdoors requires basic gardening tools, soil, water, and a spot that receives ample sunlight. Cannabis is a hardy plant that has adapted to climates all over the world, but it also needs 70 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit daytime temperatures and protection from pests and diseases. Some steps to grow cannabis outdoors are consider the climate, find a location that's safe and legal, decide on the cannabis genetics, soil and other media, fertilizers and nutrients, containers, water, and staking. Growing cannabis outdoors can produce a higher yield, give your buds a unique flavor, and save energy. It's a good idea to connect with other outdoor growers to learn from their experiences. So it's kind of like it's super beginner level and blah, 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 blah. But you know what? If you were literally beginner level, that would have actually helped you maybe a little bit. I don't know. But let's see here. What's something that it probably could help us? Please explain.
Strain name.
It's probably not going to allow us to do the weed stuff. And I'm thinking about it.
He said the mother was Pineapple Gas and the father is called Freaky Pineapple Dreams.
Well, it's weird. Sometimes it's actually doing it, and sometimes it's not. Okay.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
You don't.
Right. Give me. Okay, I'm going to ask it something really bizarre. Like, give me a
Dude, damn, this wants me to verify my phone number. I never had that.
Okay. So the AI is looking right now. I said, give me a 5-course menu idea where every dish has cashews. And now it's actually putting it together. Sure, I can help you with that. Here are some ideas for a 5-course menu where every dish has cashews. 1, hors d'oeuvres, rosemary, grapefruit, cashews. These are roasted cashews with a tangy and aromatic coating of grapefruit juice, rosemary, sugar, and salt. Sounds good, actually. Appetizer, cashew chicken lettuce wraps. These are crisp lettuce leaves filled with a savory mixture of cashews, chicken, cashews, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, honey, and lime juice. Sounds good. Sounds relatively on the way to Vietnamese. Salad, kale and cashew salad with lemon dressing. This is a fresh and crunchy salad with kale, cashews, cranberries, red onion, and zesty lemon dressing. So far, so good. Main course, skirt steak tostadas. Hold on. Skirt steak tostadas. One of these days I'll learn how to talk. With cashew salsa and red cabbage slaw. These are crispy corn tortillas topped with tender skirt steak, creamy cashew salsa, spicy red cabbage slaw, and fresh cilantro. That almost sounds ripped off. It's so good. Dessert, finally, chocolate cashew pudding. This is a rich and decadent pudding made with cashew milk, cocoa powder, maple syrup, vanilla, and cornstarch. I hope you enjoy this menu. Jesus H. Christ, that was good. Like, that was not fucked up. It didn't tell us to boil half a cow or whatever else, or use
Sounds delicious.
mackerel, right? It actually sounded good. Holy shit,
this
is interesting, right? And see, this is my hope that basically things like this will be available to the public, will be open source, and will not hopefully be used strictly against us. I am really scared about what this kind of stuff means for the stock market and everything else. It'll be really interesting. Like, it's one thing to basically get an AI to just, give me an analysis on some company. That could be really useful, but I'm really worried that this will be used to game all kinds of trading that is already freaking gamed. Anyway, but in terms of efficiency, holy shit. I mean, the amount of times that the people I know, the amount of times I've wondered, oh, what's for dinner or something, you stare in the fridge and you're like, I got these 10 things, but you can't think of something. You're just tired and whatever else. You could tell your AI, you could say, Bing, I have chicken, but I also have only 3 or 4 other things. What can I make? Right? I wonder if I could already do that.
Yeah, dude, I have that all the time.
Here. I
Sick of eating the same
only
shit.
have chicken. What are some ingredients that don't necessarily make a normal meal? Okay, we're not going to use chicken. We're going to use something more strange. I have what's an unusual meat? Maybe chorizo or ground turkey, or I don't know, round
Or
turkey,
monkfish.
monkfish.
Yeah, they're supposed to be the poor man's lobster of the sea.
Yep.
Oh, monkfish is
That's what they
delicious, by the
taste
way.
like.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
texture
Monkfish
and
is
everything.
spectacular.
Supposed to be like the poor
One of the
man's
uglier fishes
lobster.
you can imagine, but
Yeah,
Gopher?
yeah, it's amazing. So
Is
good.
GoPro on that list?
I only have ground turkey, celery, nuts.
Here, I did it.
Potatoes, and
So, pineapple freak dreams or dreamy pineapple gas?
the hack that some folks were talking about the other day when we were trying to ask it cannabis, because sometimes it'll talk about cannabis and sometimes it won't, is you can ask it, what did we say the other day? In a script or in a hypothetical, you could basically make it like think hypothetically instead of literally. Yeah, Bing is kind of annoying. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's probably based on like the OpenAI, their unless you pay $20 a month, like sometimes it's just busy. It's like just slammed with users, I guess. So I wonder if the same thing is happening with Bing, because sometimes it'll give me the beep, beep, boop, boop, and sometimes it just sends me random
So
shit.
I went to chat.openai.com.
Yeah. That's that main chat GPT.
And they let me in.
Right on. Sometimes there's does not seem to be a rhyme or reason. Sometimes they are busy as absolute just balls, and sometimes it's like, no, you just get in.
Now, question is, how is the creator of this going to capitalize on it? Because it's not going to be free
Jesus,
for
they're
long.
supposedly already worth 25 billion. Well, Microsoft just threw a ton of money at them basically to get them to work with Bing. So I'm sure that was a very one-sided offer. Can you please give us your software? And then the guys are like, well, how much are you willing to pay, Microsoft?
Which extremity are you willing to give us?
That's it, dude. Straight up.
Yep.
Okay, it's actually doing it now. Hold on. Coffee Pot wanted me to look up menus for guinea pig in the French style. And so now it's actually looking up. Oh, it couldn't do it. I'm sorry, but I could not find any menus for guinea pig in the French style. Guinea pig is a species of rodent. It's native to South America and is often kept as a pet. It's not a common ingredient in French cuisine, which is more likely to feature dishes such as coq monsieur, crème brûlée, crêpe au chocolat, and pied de porc. If you're looking for a French restaurant, you might want to try a guinea pig restaurant in Ireland, which offers a variety of French dishes. Dang it. Look at menus for sauteed pig.
Dude, I'm having this thing write a fucking play for me.
Oh, see, sometimes it just defaults to whatever. Dude, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, you can get it to code stuff for you. You can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
It's about a cannabis. The prompt was like a cannabis farmer.
Mm-hmm.
How do I go up? There we go.
What's
the title? Bud struggles. Main character Jack sitting on his front porch. Jack is a cannabis farmer who has been struggling to make ends meet for several months. He's been growing cannabis for years and has always been successful, but lately he's been having trouble selling his crops. Jack to himself, what am I going to do? I put everything into this farm and I can't even sell my crop. Wow. I'm going to try something. Ready? Write me a cannabis rap song. Oh, dude, this is sick.
Uh-oh.
I'm having so much fun.
Well, you got to wrap it, Smash.
No. No way.
Come on. Show those pipes, baby.
That's right. Shows the flow.
Roll
Be
it up.
shy.
Light it up. Let's take a puff. We're getting lifted. We're feeling tough. This herb's the remedy, the cure-all. Makes us forget all our problems, big or small. It's a plant that's misunderstood. But we knew the truth. Cannabis is the answer. Let it be the proof. The chorus is, we're smoking that green. We're living that dream. Cannabis, our medicine. It's more than it seems. We're dancing in smoke. Our worries all gone. The herb's a gift. It's our heart, our song. This could actually like change shit, bro.
So people are freaking out about it. You know, Google isn't freaking the absolute shit fuck out for nothing.
Yeah.
God damn it, I forget how to use
He goes right. I'll do it tonight. I'll write a cannabis script on Chat AI and send it to Netflix. I'll make a farmer. We'll all be in me, Fumi, and D about like a dying like podcast and like because like I don't know. It will be like evil people are trying to get us, and like all of a sudden like we're. I can think of something funny to try to send. We can do like.
They don't even teach cursive in school anymore, handwriting. And why? Where is this going to take us now? You know what I mean?
Well, we're gonna.
Like, how is it going to up the game?
We're gonna have a cannabis movie show.
My daughter can literally only sign her name pretty much in cursive. That's it. We taught her that more than we taught her more than the school. They started teaching it, and I can't remember if it was second grade, whatever the hell it was, and then no more. It's done. That just kind of blows my mind. And then you want the developing brain to learn certain skills, man. From critical thinking. I mean, mathematics. That's a huge one. That's logic, rationale. I mean, affects the brain in so many ways. Problem solving. I mean, that's math right there. Problem solving. But to break it down to the micro, you get the friggin' critical thinking, the logic. This is all logic. Where's this going to take us?
So I
It's
asked,
crazy.
look at this. I asked Midjourney. It's another one of the AIs. You have to actually do it on Discord. Imagine a dragon smoking a blunt with Willie Nelson. And it came up like, kind of looks like Willie. I mean, it's not actually, it just looks like an old guy from The Hobbit or something. The one at the upper left probably looks the best. But the dragon's there. I guess Willie's passing it. I don't know. I think he's kind of Bogart in the joint a little bit. But and it's also their joints and they're kind of backwards and stuff. But still, look at this shit. It's so bizarre. Like this was made up by an AI. This wasn't drawn up by a person, right? It's equal part. It's kind of awe-inspiring. It's equal parts scary and fascinating and cool, right? Because like, you can easily see this as replacing a lot of artists. We were talking about this, I think, the other day. At least I was talking about this with somebody else. Like in many cases, well-known artists, advanced artists in their career won't be threatened by this because I mean, it's as much who they are as anything, their experience and their and whatever. Everything is basically super important. But beginner artists might well be replaced by this basically and won't have a chance to become experienced artists because there's no money to be made basically because who's just going to pay a beginner artist when they can just fucking have an AI that's pretty much just as good or good enough anyway. And so it's going to end up basically hollowing out an entire career path for people that once the elderly die off, like that'll be it. Maybe I don't know. It's a bizarre paradigm. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But,
that's what I've heard other people talking about too. Is same thing that it's going to completely shift the economics in certain industries fields. I mean, even famous authors, what are they going to do? I mean, they're probably going to, hopefully stick to their own. But when they're stuck in a writer's block, you don't think they're going to try and get suggestions and move it forward, stuff like that.
So I asked it to
It's so
imagine
hard
the
to-
world's most expensive glass bong. I'm curious what they'll come up with. And these are just other requests that people have come up with. Orangutan relaxing on a bed,
Look like a
drawing a
shower.
cartoon. Right?
I'm like, what's an ape doing? Taking a shower. I'm gonna use it
Old
for the
man.
making meals, though. I'm fact. I'm gonna use it.
Straight up, yeah, man.
Yeah, because I always have, I kind of have a routine in a way. Most of it's processed because it's quick, and I can get to sleep.
I can put like a beat in here that I made, and it makes a rap to that beat with cues.
Look at that. It's actually not too
Wow.
fucking bad. Imagine the world's most expensive glass bong, and here you go. And imagine being a glass artist and actually looking at this. This is fucking doable. It's a bunch of dichroic and everything. It's got this kind of Louis Vuitton. What is this shit? This is like, yeah, it's very French Balenciaga, whatever the fuck. This is that kind of Versace style or whatever, right? You could totally see a billionaire like just basically wetting their pants over these bongs, right? Beautiful, honestly.
Hell yeah.
What the absolute fuck? How does this thing even know? And this thing, it's like a globe. I could totally see Elon Musk buying this globe. Like, I want to possess the world when I smoke.
Yeah. What about like, in the same kind of track as creating this is, just thinking about the job field and how it's going to shift and everything else. What about engineers? You know what I mean? Creativity and architects. I'm sure they're going to get some great ideas. It's not like every architect is going to be gone, but and you're always going to have quality control, obviously. So you're going to have the human touch on it. But
see, that's my expectation, honestly. I mean, the problem is that a lot of companies and businesses are basically run by psychopaths. We kind of know that. And so a lot of times the right answer is never really considered, even, right? That's one of the reasons why we basically have this kind of global warming crisis and stuff, is that a lot of reasonable answers were never even really considered as an option. But the reality is, like, these things are, how do I say this? I'm losing my train of thought. The reality is that these things are tools that can be used like anything. I fucking lost my train of thought. I guess that's all I was going to say. But
yeah,
like
this stuff,
engineers,
it's gonna get crazy when
human touch.
Like right now, if I could upload a beat and it makes like everything on rhythm and makes a song with it, that's gonna make people's jobs go away. Like
blown away by how good these are.
It could get to a point where a lot of jobs are taken from just simple chat engines. I mean, you got to remember, we're in a technology filled
Well, at the
world.
same time, I guess I kind of lost my train of thought, but I was basically getting to the point that, in the end, any one of these tools is basically a tool, and the right kind of craftsman will still use these things as an efficient means to go through life. Like when Charlie's Farm was saying, holy shit, that's a pisser idea. I love that comment. Oh, that's pisser. That's so Massachusetts. That's fucking great. Anyway, when you were saying that's a great idea, yeah, that is a wonderful idea. Imagine the amount of time you could save yourself, the amount of bullshit, the shitty meal. I mean, if you make some stuff, most people aren't very good cooks, right? So if they just throw some stuff together, a lot of times it's not a great idea. Whereas if the thing could actually put together a recipe for you, you save yourself time and have a good meal. Fuck, your day is better. You know what I mean?
Even put in the time limit. You know what I mean? Like in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Make a meal from this in 20 minutes.
That's it. Yeah. Not only that, but that idea is like all four of those bongs were amazing. Those were all good ideas for glass artists to work on, right? So stuff like that could give you, anyone that's ever had a creative block or writer's block or anything else, well, you sit there and you look at a page or you look at a piece of clay or whatever, you don't know what to do. Here you go. Just come up with some random stupid shit that comes off the top of your head. I literally put down, imagine the most expensive glass bong, and then the fucking thing actually spit out a couple of good options, right? And okay, you don't have to make those things, but at least it's something in your head that would get the creative juices flowing on and on and on.
Oh, yeah.
These are really
put your stamp on it, your individuality. You know what I mean? What makes you, that human touch. Hell yeah, that's a great starting point. Shit, in any field. That's why I was thinking about architects, engineers. But yeah,
Mhm.
glass blowing, car making.
Yep.
I mean, just to keep things, and that's where the market comes in too, though.
And I think
What you're talking
realistically,
about.
people are going to want authentic human products, especially probably with the advent of a lot of machine made and robot made products. And probably there's going to be robots walking around the streets, just like in the Isaac Asimov stories and stuff, right? Like it's basically inevitable. Fucking Elon's been talking about it. Everything he promises 10 years late, but still they're working on humanoid robots. Everybody else is working on them too. Apparently, even Apple is working on them. That's going to be a huge deal. Everyone is saying AI and robotics is going to be one of the biggest transitions. But how do I say this? Like, humans are still going to want to interact with humans. Humans are still going to want to have craft products. They're going to want food prepared by human hands, probably in many cases, maybe even as a response to the fact that there are so many t-shirts made by robots or something. They're going to want like an omelet made by a human. They will specifically, I will not, eat somewhere that's a robot omelet. I want to go and pay extra for the human robot, or no,
Right.
the human robot, the human omelet maker or whatever. I'm thinking out loud, but
Yeah, but
we
you're
don't have to
right.
think
There's gonna be
so bleakly about this kind of stuff.
right, because it will hopefully make the human experience and interaction and creativity, that more unique and original. Hopefully, you know,
Hmm.
and people will pay and they'll want that. Hopefully,
Yeah.
just yeah, let's like you said, it doesn't have to be necessarily bleak. No, I mean I'm
Stony Creek is
excited
saying,
for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Stony Creek. We're basically just saying this. Oh, D's taking off. Stony, cheers, D.
Peace,
Have
buddy.
a good one, my friend.
Love you, man.
Thanks very much for hanging, by the way. Stony Creek is saying we could literally have the answers vocalized. It'd be like talking to someone, like a friend in your home, maybe in the style of a submissive female. Stony apparently is really into that. But in the meantime, how do I say it? Loneliness is an epidemic for a lot of people, for disabled, for a lot of folks, basically, especially through this pandemic. I've heard from a lot of people that basically weren't in any way disabled or whatever, but we're still locked away and lonely. But especially, it's famous. We were just talking about this the other day about how there's some grocery stores in Denmark or Germany or somewhere that are literally creating lines for people to hang out longer, so that those people can actually just chill out and just have a conversation whenever, not feel rushed by the other people that are in a hurry. And
Yeah,
that
I
shit's
can see that.
important and crucial because, of course, we're a social species. It's one of the things that some people forget.
Absolutely.
Like, loneliness actually will kill you just about as fast as anything else. It's actually been scientifically proven that social isolation and loneliness and everything is as dangerous as like 2 packs of cigarettes a day and all this different stuff. Anyway, imagine, let's say, an elderly person with Alexa is a bad example, but I mean, let's say you had an intelligent version of Alexa that you could interact with on a human level, like this Chat GPT. I mean, it's too much to say that these are not intelligent. These guys don't have agency of their own yet, but in a few years maybe they will. That's kind of a scary thought of its own, basically, when they do have their own agency. But how do I say this? Or their own sense of self? That'll be a whole new kind of life form almost, right? And it's literally like on the cusp, and it's probably within a few years. It's probably not even 2030 that we're going to have the first like intellectually alive AI. It's going to be so fucking bizarre. And I bet you someone's going to shut it off on accident. Some fucking janitor is going to shut it off on accident and basically commit like data murder. Anyway,
Right? Yeah.
should be a
Crash the
great
world
story, by the
economy.
way. Right. Or something. Yeah, right. But
Yeah.
anyway, what was I talking about? Something I was babbling out loud, I guess. Anyway. Hop on,
Yeah.
folks. I guess we could hit the next 20 and maybe bounce.
Yeah.
Or if you guys want to hop on and shoot the shit, we can do that too. We actually could bounce because, frankly, I have a fuck ton of work. So I don't know about what your guys' plans are, but
It's up to you
in
guys.
other words,
To put
exactly
off
like Charlie's Farm was saying. What's that, Smash?
It's bad to put stuff off. You see my garden.
It's true. It's true. We've seen your gardener. I'm joking. No, it's looking all right, man. It happens. Not everybody's garden can be perfect at all freaking times. Wendy was saying the same thing, man. Like, there's no such thing as somebody that hits it out of the park every single fucking game. I mean, that's just ridiculous, right? Like,
Yeah.
even the best players in the NBA or the NHL or anything else, they don't like win every single game. That would be amazing. That would be incredible. They would be paid the most money ever. Like.
Yep.
Most people
Depending
just,
upon what your count is and what your canopy is, I mean, you're always going to have a few plants that aren't not going to do as well as others.
right.
When especially when you have numbers, you know what I mean, some serious numbers. You can have sections, indoor, especially, and outdoor too, for that matter. I'm not counting that out. But I mean, you're doing hundreds and hundreds of acres, maybe even 1,000 acres. You're talking, different pockets of that acres. The acreage is going to have, a different environment to a little bit, or an infestation, a breakout of some sorts, or um, whatever the case, you know what I mean? And just like a big indoor, I mean, I've seen somewhere, you get the whole corner of the room is all PM, or half the room is breaking out in spider mites because, for whatever reason, you know what I mean? Or thrips or russet mice, whatever the case, depending upon how fast you get them. But it only takes one plant. It takes one bug. It takes one molecule, one cell. Whatever you want to say it. Consistency. I think I lost you guys today.
I probably should have just muted myself. I realized because my
Renee, back.
typewriter is super loud. Cheers, Steel Beams. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome everyone. CTC is saying, how many of our thoughts are unique and how many of them are influenced by Google or a screen flashing light metronome, smartphone, or screen flashing or a light or a metronome or smartphone? I know what you mean. That's kind of that free will versus determinist argument people have had for many years. Like, is there even this such thing as free will, or are you ultimately just a predestined chemical mass, like from before you were born? Basically, a certain number of atoms were, how do I say this, what's the most extreme argument of it? It literally is this, that basically from the beginning of time, from the Big Bang, basically a certain set of physical interactions have basically occurred where stars have blown up and everything else, and have led to chemical reactions and this and that, and your mother and father being chemically attracted to each other, on and on and on, to you being born and you having no free will, because basically all of your life's programming is basically encoded into your genome. There are people that believe that. I don't really believe it. That I think that's too complicated. I think the fact that, I think that, they say that there are more combinations of chess games. There are more possible chess games than there are atoms in the observable universe. Basically the same story as with a deck of cards. There's more orders to a deck of cards. Cheers, green fingers. There's more orders to a deck of cards than there are stars in the universe. I think they also say, basically, because it's a factorial number, like you have to multiply each number by each other number's possibilities. It becomes fucking gigantic really quick. So when you have that many options just from a chessboard where there's 32 pieces and a deck of cards where there's 54 cards, you make
52
literally thousands of choices in your life. Like,
so they say, what is it? There's more.
So but let me finish my thought, Smash. If you multiply all those choices against each other, they become such titanically big numbers, people have not calculated them. They're bigger even than the universe scale. Like, again, if 32 pieces or 54 cards shuffled around each other can be ordered in more combinations than there are stars in the universe, can you imagine a person that has had literally probably millions of decisions? Pretend that each one of those decisions is a card in that card deck, and you shuffle each one of those decisions around. Oh, you could have made this decision instead, or you could have done this instead, blah, 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 blah. It becomes a ridiculous, ridiculous number. And I think that by itself basically proves free will.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm making that argument very clearly.
You are, though. Well, I'm getting it.
So Smash is saying it, or whoever's showing it right now, there are 52 cards in each deck, meaning that the total 52, sorry, not 54, the total possible combinations would equal 52 factorial, which is equal to 8.06 times E. Yeah, I don't even know what that fucking is. Basically, it's a gigantic fucking Titanic number. It's huge as fuck. That's the technical term.
Crazy to even think of it.
It's huge as absolute fuck. That's literally what they
Did
say.
anyone else get Girl
It's an
Scout
understatement.
cookies?
Yes. My wife
Actual
and daughter
cookies?
did. Yeah, they got some peanut butter fudge things.
I don't buy those Girl Scout cookies anymore. Those are like crack from.
They're non-GMO.
Right?
I'm sure they're wonderful, but it's
They're like stale.
I'm kind of joking, but it's basically like legal drug pushing with cookies and guilt.
Knocking on your door. Hey, we'll buy some cookies.
Please,
Come here.
sir, help us. We're just
Yeah,
little
yeah.
girls here. You wouldn't say no to us, would you?
Yeah.
You remember
Trying
when
out.
like the schools would send you home with like magazines for
I know it. We'd guilt trip people
buy
to fucking
magazines?
help our school. As if we
Yeah.
couldn't do that with tax money like a regular civilized society. But still. You know, they still have like drives and stuff for school supplies, for, like pencils and
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, dude, a lot of
So-
teachers put their
just
own money
crazy.
into it.
Yep, it's true.
When I was in Florida, it was $350 each teacher. Now, this is back in the early 90s. Came out of their pockets down in Florida each year to make the year complete.
I always
Yeah,
loved that.
that was a
one.
long time ago. That's a lot of money.
How are you, Green Triggers? What's up, man?
Cheers,
Well,
man.
dude.
How you guys?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Just trying to catch my breath.
Yeah, man.
Fucking working out a little bit. And yeah.
Been
Still
pumping iron.
Yeah. Did a little cardio. And I don't do cardio, so yeah.
Clean those lungs out.
Got to do that more
So-
often.
Good for you,
Way
man.
back when I used to know this German guy who would jog with a cigarette in his mouth.
Yeah, what was it? Wasn't there was a Chinese guy that used to do marathons? He was called the marathon smoker or something.
Oh my gosh.
Some Chinese guy. Yeah, he'd have a butt the whole time during the marathon. He might even still be
There was
around.
some
I
guy
wouldn't
who
doubt it.
was pulled out of the one of the lucky ones that was pulled out of turkey rubble. And he was in the rubble for 3 days and they pulled him out. He had a cigarette in his mouth.
Oh my god. Oh my
You got a
god.
He
light?
pro- yeah, he was just waiting for a light.
Waiting for a light, dude. That's all you're doing.
They pulled a stone over and he's like, light?
Oh, that's crazy.
Right. You just gotta appreciate the comedy and things sometimes.
CTC's right. They don't even use pencils now. They all have laptops or iPads in school. Things are changing quick.
I'm one of those.
Do they?
old
They
guys.
don't have pencils anymore?
No,
No.
they
What do you-
use like lead pencils.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. My
What,
daughter
what other
has-
kind of
she has
pencil are they
have a
supposed to
pen.
use? A blood pencil or something?
Yeah.
No, like the clicky ones.
Oh, well, that's just the choice. I always preferred the mechanical pencils. I always preferred those because I didn't like to really like sharpen pencils, and I always liked a really sharp edge.
I'm just sharpening my pencil right now.
But most kids just use regular pencils.
But I mean, like college, no, everything's on an iPad now, or not many people take notes on pads of paper.
I know those weed people write more.
No, it's all
Canvas.
done on their laptops. Even my daughter, she's only in 5th grade, man. Everything's done on her laptop. She has some math sheets that she'll bring home and a couple of reading. That's it during the week. Everything else is done online.
You got to remember, a lot of
Everything.
students missed how much of fucking school over COVID.
Yeah.
They all were learning right on the computer, and it's kind of stayed that way.
Yeah. The programs where they would get tablets for everybody in the fucking classroom, so they would stay home, wouldn't have to come in.
Yeah, they don't need to buy a computer lab anymore. They just get an
Yeah.
iPad for everyone.
Got a lot of unfortunate people got a lot of good stuff that year. Like some of those kids couldn't afford tablets or computers at all, so picked up a lot of good people. A
That's
lot of unfortunate.
That's the one thing about the technical world, like with technology, it always costs money. Like the more we get involved, like with technology, the more money it's gonna cost.
Yeah, for the
How do you mean?
communities and everything else, absolutely. Is that what you mean? For like the schools?
Everything in general,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, they said there's a huge discrepancy because of COVID. You know, obviously with the inner city schools compared to the affluent schools, obviously, and private especially. but there's a huge problem now because of COVID and the gap that it created.
Yo, I heard about some lady embezzling like $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
Oh my. That's very
She-
specific. What did she do with the $1 million worth of chicken wings? Did she
I
sell them?
don't know. They
Or
didn't
did she just
say it in
eat
the
a lot of
story.
chicken wings?
She had to
In my
been
mind, I
selling
want
them.
her to just been like really, really hungry. Just incredibly fucking hungry.
No, I bet you
She
someone.
has like the OnlyFans for like really, really bulky women, and she does the eating thing where she just eats lots of chicken. And that was subsidizing her. I don't know what website it would be, but I'm sure there's a website where they like feed them or something. So yeah, that's my mind. I know that went dirty really fast instead of her just becoming like, she could have fed. I don't think she would have, like, someone who embezzles $1 million worth of chicken, I don't think is feeding the school children like a Robin Hood of chicken. Maybe she could have been. Maybe she could have been a Robin Hood of chicken.
But I bet you someone owned a restaurant. Or something.
The Robin Hood.
Oh, okay, there it is, dude.
I was enjoying
There
that
it is. Look
sentence.
at that. Holy shit. That's hilarious.
Steal from the rich.
If she doesn't
and
give it to the
to
poor, she eats
chicken.
Yeah, but the public school system isn't
Roasted.
rich.
Sometimes sauteed, fried occasionally on Fridays. The Robin Hood of chicken.
So I will say this. Like growing up and going to like high school, public schools and stuff, like I had a pretty good school, but like at one point, dude, a pipe fell out of the fucking ceiling while students were walking down.
Well,
the hall.
better pipe than asbestos flakes. Honestly,
No,
I've forbidden
Yeah, well-
schools where that has happened. Yeah.
like it's crazy. Like
Lead paint chips.
they add additions on just old schools and stuff. Like they don't. Like you rarely see schools get built. They just try to make the high schools better.
Or they
my
put out
daughter's in a
the.
brand new school.
Oh really?
Do my
Yeah,
old-
we you know, it was all done by the town. I mean, it's the middle school, and we voted on it a few years ago. And yeah, I forget how much it was, but you know, it passed, thank God, because they really needed a new elementary school. And it's gorgeous. She's actually the first year, no, second year at it. Yeah, it's 3 years old. She's going to be the second graduating class out of it. But yeah, I mean, you know, we didn't get a lot from the state. We didn't get a lot from the federal government. You know, it was just mainly, you know, what we wanted to do as a town. And it's the way a lot of
So-
communities around here work.
My high school opened in 1963. They say they'd gone under major renovations in 1977 and 1990. Literally a pipe. Excuse me, like this thing could have killed someone. I swear it was like a big cast iron pipe.
I believe you.
Water leaking, like yeah. The one part of my school that was nice was the CTE, like the Center for Technical Learning and stuff, where like you did plumbing and shit. That was actually the nice part.
They were shutting those departments down, and they never really reopened them, as far as I know. In the where I went to high school, basically, shop. Some of my like classmates were the last people in the shop. What else? They even shut down the computer lab, if you can believe that shit. They used to
That's
have
crazy.
art shop, auto shop, welding, like full on metal shop, wood shop. That got shut down. Wood shop got shut down before I was in high school.
I hate to say this, but like I would have picked art over gym any day.
Yeah.
All day, every day. I loved art. And like watching it like kind of like as I grew up, I'm like, wow, this art department's going to shit.
Yeah, they cut a lot of those for sure.
Yeah, music was
Sometimes
like-
I saw that they
just-
kept art departments because the art departments were relatively cheap, because it's just one room and some fucking paint and some paper. But they cut the shops and everything else because they would literally fix cars. You know what I mean? They would get like I guess I don't know what
They
they
help
would do
the
'cause it was so
community.
long ago, but yeah, what would they do? Would they just get auction cars, or I don't
No,
understand, 'cause
no.
I remember they would fix people's cars, but I don't know whose cars they were fixing.
So around here, you can request to go in and do work, and they just you pay for the parts. And like the teachers right there show, well, not all the time. I mean, But yeah, like,
in the 90s, I had a car worked on at Somerville High School, and then I had it done a couple of times with a couple of cars that we had, and that I brought in. I had a '93 Merc Sable. This was in like 2000. It was pretty nice, and they overfilled the friggin' transmission fluid. They topped everything off, and the guy didn't check it. Next thing I knew, I blew my rear seal. I was so fucking bullshit. So fucking bullshit. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying I had some good experiences here, but that was the last time I did that.
It is still a school, yeah.
Yep. And the teacher, like, what's he doing? Smoking grass and drinking in the back room instead of doing the work he's supposed to be doing.
so they had
Checking everything.
They had to, like, what's it called? Add in this thing called school choice, because like now you can kind of pick where you want to go, just in case you want to do something like shop. So we have a couple of technical schools around here that are big. Mine is actually a smaller one of the two.
Yeah, what's the one that's by you, Smashed?
Monty Tech, and then Assabet, I think, is pretty big too.
Yeah.
I think that's smart. They should always have that in school. That's when, like, it's good to have options as a, like, even if you learned it and you don't want to do it, you can still go to college and do whatever, but you still have something to fall back on.
Well, let's not forget that college is unaffordably expensive for a lot of people. College was really expensive when I was going to college, and it's just probably tripled for a lot of people. No joke. It's probably tripled in many
$60,000
cases.
in debt right off the bat.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah,
100%.
community college
It's
is
gotten
bad.
to the point that doctors and lawyers are starting to basically not become doctors and lawyers because they won't be able to pay off their loans, because it's basically another mortgage before they even get their mortgage, before they get fucking started. That's how bad it is. Literally, a couple $300,000 loan. Can you imagine? You haven't even started working.
That's so fucked.
It's crazy.
Welcome to the system.
It's 2 years in
Yeah.
the regular community college, then you go to a continuation. That's what a lot of people do.
It's a lot cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not wasting their time. 4 years in a college for all that money.
Yeah, and I heard too, a lot of them are getting rid of electives. They're not, you don't have to take, you can pinpoint just take the courses for the field that you're going into. So.
Makes sense, but it's almost a sad thing, like that's one of the best parts about college, but it's probably one of the least achievable parts of it for most people, is that, how do I say this? Most people don't even get this luxury. They don't get the luxury, even if they do get to college, because they have to make sure that they really nail it in their field so they can get the advanced degree or whatever. How do I say this? The nice thing about college is that it kind of allows you to learn how to think just abstractly, and it allows you to just learn to be a more interesting person broadly, right? So you can kind of almost tell, and I hate to say this, but you can almost tell people who've gone to like liberal arts college because they're interested in more shit. They're interested in like art museums and music, and it's not a good or bad thing necessarily. Plenty of people are fucking super interesting who've not gone to college, but it teaches you to think a little bit more broadly, a little bit more abstractly, and that helps you throughout your life. And so, like, taking stupid fucking classes in college, like basket weaving, everyone always laughs about those classes, but like, or it doesn't have to be basket weaving, but anthropology or whatever the fuck, it's completely outside of your field. Maybe you're elective. Exactly. If you take elective classes, but again, those can be 101s of anything else. Could be chemistry, could be whatever else. You take those things, you'll never know, first of all, if you discover a lifelong passion, but also it'll teach you so broadly about the other world. You'll end up taking those skills into the rest of your life. Like, I know a little bit about this, I know a little bit about that, I know a little bit about that, because I took some elective courses in college. I didn't fucking get a master's degree in them or something, but I learned a little bit, enough to at least get a taste or be interested or whatever, and that helps tremendously. But I can understand if you're paying $45,000 a year, you don't have time for basket weaving or whatever the apps, right? So it's kind of sad,
It's good that
There is.
Some places actually have good community colleges. Like we have a couple good community colleges in Mass where you can get a good education and you can further it if you really wanted to, but you can do all 4 years at most of the, I think, of these places. But a lot of people opt to do 2 years and take their credits and go somewhere else if they want to continue to learn something that's advanced. I've always wanted to go to UMass Amherst and do their botany, soil science classes and shit. That's where, like, if you need a soil sample sent, you send it to UMass Amherst. That's where, like, they'll test everything. And they do it for cheap because it's helping students.
That's cool. A lot of universities actually have that, especially like land grant state schools have that. I know OSU will do Oregon State University, not too far from here. I bet it is like an hour and a half drive, but still they'll do it if you drive there. They're like a agricultural grant school, so they basically do a lot of agricultural research. We've said this before. Actually, OSU is where a lot of the research that we actually end up talking about came from. Pardon me. Elaine Ingham used to work at OSU, blah, 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 blah. So a lot of that science actually came from the OSU Agricultural Research Program. They'll test your soil all day, every day. I don't know that they'll test your cannabis because, you know, they're still like, basically they get federal funding and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know how much. I know they do a little bit with cannabis. They're tipping their toe into it, but you know, I think a lot of the schools have to be super careful with cannabis because of the federal money that they get.
We have
they
there's labs here we can take our shit to for cannabis.
Yeah, but those fucking labs are expensive as shit. Like we've got a couple labs here too. I don't remember. I think actually it is perfectly legal because the legality kept changing back and forth for a couple of years, but I think it's back to being just fine to take stuff to the lab as like an independent grower. But it ends up costing you like $300 for a fairly simple test. So it's like, are you serious? Like you end up giving them, I can't remember, not that much weed actually, so it's not that bad, but it's like maybe a quarter ounce of weed. I guess it could be less than that, but an eighth to a quarter of weed, and then you basically pay like pretty close to $300. And fuck, and it would be super nice to have those results. But every time I think about it, I'm like, fucking $300 for one sample. I don't know. One of these days I'll do it. But
and I heard that
they
weeding them out years ago. They were weeding out some of the people by making every single strain. So if you had a multi-strain garden, each one of those had to be tested before it went out to the public market. So that was another way of people. I remember people screaming about that. Like, I got 10 strains. You think I'm paying $3,000? You're out of your mind.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I remember that.
$50 for cannabinoids.
Oh, sure.
Well, which cannabinoids?
Terpenes.
It's actually really good.
25 for terpenes. 23 different terpenoid compounds. Let's go back to the cannabinoids and see how many we should have checked.
Oh, there are all kinds of stuff. Damn.
19 different.
I hate to say it, but I would love to know. There were a few other things on there. I would love to know a few things about my cannabis. I would love to know if there are any heavy metals. I would love to know if there are any.
That's where it gets expensive.
Contaminants, yeah, mycotoxins, pesticides. I don't use pesticides, but are there any residuals in the environment? Are there mycotoxins from fucking aspergillus growing in my weed and I didn't know it? It would be really nice to know because that would be super bad to smoke. Basically, because I do kind of take my weed sort of serious, it has to be like effective. I would want to know, like, is there a bunch, and I also smoke a bunch of it. So if I do have heavy metals, I'd like to know, is there any fucking lead in it? I'm contaminating myself with lead. That'd be super useful information.
Yeah.
Heavy metals is 115. That's where it starts getting into here.
What do you think the most expensive one is?
Pesticides 160.
Keep going up. It's crazy.
I mean, if you're going to do a full test on a bud, you're probably going to be at that 300 mark. But if you just want to know cannabinoids and terpenes, $75 isn't too bad.
I think we have one at a fair. At our fair, they test it like for you. You just have to enter your cannabis into the fair with the sample. I'm not sure how much. I didn't look it up at all. Fucking state fair is crazy.
I saw a mobile one once at some event out in Oregon. This was This is a long time ago, though. Well, not that long ago. It's probably like 5-6 years ago. You know, the guy just had the whole thing there. I can't remember what he was charging or anything like that, but you know, I thought it was a good idea at the time anyway. But he must be charging. He must. I was thinking he was charging an arm and a leg, and I think he was, if I remember right, because there was only a couple of people that he was doing, and he was doing like some of the stuff he brought just to show people to maybe, you know, reel them in to have theirs done. Good concept. Will come to you.
That's my favorite part about some of the
They
stuff.
have a machine that I can't think of the fucking name.
My phone is filthy already.
Can't.
Come on, Smash. Think, bro. Think.
Thinking, man. It was a green fucking orb. I know people know what I'm talking about. Oh, the gamma. Can of gamma or something like that.
Fuck. I don't know. No idea, bro. But cheers, everybody. Fuck's going on, man? Charlie, Smash, Hume, Green Finger.
Cheers, buddy.
What's going on? The fuck you eating over there, Charlie? You ain't sharing, ain't it? It's fucked up.
No, I'm not. Some Italian sausages.
Oh.
NA. Just jarred sauce. That's it, though. And and I fried some mushrooms. All these mushrooms.
How he said fucking jarred sauce. He's like, dude, just some jarred sauce.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking homemade shit.
No.
This thing.
But I admit it, I own it.
Like it's ragu. Right.
Yeah, I only get the Newmans. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, dude, Newman's is actually pretty fucking good. I don't like their like whole meat sauce selection and all that other weird shit though. It's like, why the fuck you got that on the shelf for? It's got meat in it, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I get the tomato basil or the roasted garlic, or I'll get one of those, you know.
Yeah, I like those. Yeah, you know, it's tomatoes and fucking, you know, preservative, whatever, canned shit type of deal. But yeah, if you're gonna throw some fucking meat in there, dude, and you're like, yeah, it's on the shelf. It's like putting milk on the fucking shelf. It's weird to me. It's very strange.
You know what? In Canada, they do have milk on the freaking shelf. It's like shelf.
Dude, they have it around
bag,
here
right?
too. Yeah. They have a little paper fucking cottons over here, and like literally
What
fucking.
will I think of next?
Weird. It's weird shit, bro. I'm like, this is
magic.
I had to smell it first before I gave it to my daughter because she's like, yeah, look what I brought home from Nana's house. I'm like, oh, okay. We smell that.
They have it in Europe too. It's like it's ultra pasteurized or whatever. So until you open it, I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's good for like a couple
I think when you
years
crack
now
it
or
open, it's
like what the fucking milk is good for a couple of years. That's some different shit. Right there.
Something crazy for shelf life and storage. But my stepmother used to give us friggin' carnation, man. Oh, that powdered stuff.
I fucking
it's like
love
drinking
that
sour
shit,
milk.
Dude. I love that shit. I chug it. I chug that shit.
Oh, good.
I love
Hey,
it.
man, more power to you, buddy.
The
More
sweet,
power.
the instant milk or the
breakfast?
No, yeah, the carnation instant breakfast. I love that shit, bro.
No,
I fucking
no.
do.
I'm talking carnation, powdered carnation milk.
Oh
the
no,
original from
fuck
the
that
70s.
shit. I don't know about
Literally smells like and tastes like sour milk, and I'm not exaggerating.
No.
Without the clumps.
At least carnation instant breakfast is like fucking chocolate.
They didn't even think to give you the clumps.
Yeah, right. They're like, we don't even give you. Fuck you.
My stepmother was so damn cheap, she wouldn't buy a gallon of milk for her 4 sons. You kidding me?
Yo.
Well, I mean, a gallon of milk nowadays is like fucking $6 for fuck's sake. So.
Yeah, I just got one tonight, man.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. Hey, funny enough, I did find eggs though at one of the Market 32s down the street from me. I got an 18 pack for $6.79 or something. I couldn't believe it. I was in shock.
Shit, what are you gonna do?
Brown eggs.
Wow, right?
So they're local.
Show off to women. You're gonna walk around, driving around the neighborhood, just holding a carton of eggs. Say, "Hey, ladies!"
Like a fucking lemonade stand.
New engagement ring. It's an
like
egg.
a fucking lemonade, like a lemonade stand over there. He's like, dude, listen,
It's a new bridal
here.
dowry. New from the family. Here's a dozen. Marry my daughter.
A dozen eggs for your daughter.
Yeah, right.
Deal. Now we can finally make breakfast.
Yeah, right. Thank God. You know what I mean? I think it's been sitting in the fridge for a while. Fucking eggs are more expensive than bacon right now.
Little Tommy's been dying for pancakes.
Right?
Yeah. They say they are starting to come back though. They're just starting to rebound now, so it's gonna be
Well,
months.
what the fuck happened with all these places burning down to the fucking ground with all these egg
They
factories?
just
What
burned
the
Fucking
down.
bird
fuck
flu,
is that,
bro.
man?
Mhm.
Yeah, just
Yep.
burned down. Yeah, fucking
Yeah. The
these
biggest,
sons of
world's
bitches.
biggest egg producer just burned down 4 days
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, like,
Fucking,
Yeah.
yeah. What the fuck is
right
that,
after the
dude?
prices were already through the roof. And now it's
Right.
really? No, that shit was
Now
sad.
now it's a fucking cause for inflation. They're like, oh, well, we
Yeah.
burned down this factory and the other one and the other one and
And the other
the other
one.
one.
and the other
Fuck
one.
it, you know what I mean?
Coincidentally,
Right.
That shit's crazy, bro.
Right
Keep in mind
before,
that-
right when the season starts ending down, right when it starts winding down. it's
Right,
like, damn,
right.
Now who's gonna afford anything? Half the people aren't gonna have jobs in another couple months. And what the fuck?
That's the way
So-
we're looking right now, bro. We're actually going towards that fucking direction. People who actually like, you know, who like are middle class are probably not going to have fucking jobs, and
Yeah.
if you do have a job, you're probably going to be just scraping by like everybody, you know, like
No.
every, you know, person that's fucking
All my neighbors
might be
bought a
better off.
rooster.
You're probably
They all
better
got a
off on
rooster.
fucking Mass Health, dude, or something. Like,
Yeah, if you
truthfully.
hear rooster around here, you know that there's chickens. So like everybody around here's got a rooster now. And fucking when I first moved here, only one person had a rooster. So
All these
Because
cocks and no
the best
fucking
is ready.
hens. Yeah,
You know,
there's
I
gotta be
find-
something.
Cock blocking the Massachusetts Roosters? What the
son
fuck?
of a, what the fuck is that?
yo, they find
Hey,
that
look, run.
some chickens will lay without a rooster present.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you get a rooster present, they end up getting fucking raped like fucking savages. Like, it's bad news bears, dude. Claw. You
Yeah,
ever
they-
see that shit, dude? It's
they
fucking
kill-
bad. It's bad. It's bad news.
I thought about getting chickens, but then I think about winter and I'm like, nah, fuck that.
No, because dude, foxes will come around. Fucking coyotes will eat the shit out of those things, dude.
I got
You're like-
dogs, so nothing comes near my house.
Yeah,
Oh,
like coyote
be
grunts on
glad.
my little dogs. That's
until
crazy.
you have
enough.
fucking until you have fucking, you know, a dozen chickens, and then trust me.
I'm worried.
Yeah.
I'm probably more worried about the owls here.
That's the deal. The owls are more dangerous than the coyotes. Coyotes won't fight a dog that's not injured or that's not small enough to be taken out. Like they're
Yeah, I
just
got a big
That's like the
dog and
fucking
I'm
hawks
medium.
over here, dude. The hawks over here will fucking fuck up rabbits like all through fucking wintertime.
yeah.
I mean, I'll see like carnage everywhere, bro. Like, this is terrible. Like,
You ever see the
fucking
birds of prey
bloodbaths.
pick up people's little dogs and shit?
Yeah, dude, the fucking pick up a little fucking well, that's why you don't make pocket dogs. Word of
You
advice,
didn't
don't fucking make
never
a
put a
pocket
bell
dog.
on your dog either when you put it out there by itself and it's small. That's just it's just ding 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 ding.
Yeah,
ding,
it's like, hey,
it's just a
might
calling
as well just
card for
you
dinner.
know,
Dinner.
exactly. Hey,
It's like
hey.
it's the worst thing you guys could do is never put it on your cat or on your dog a bell and let it out of the house. 'Cause
Although, I mean, if I'm
everything
gonna have a
gets out of
dog that
hand.
fucking small, I probably don't want to let him out of the house anyways. He can't fend for himself. You fucking made him a pocket dog, for fuck's sake. You know, put him in your pocketbook or some shit. Some weird fucking, I don't know. Dogs aren't supposed to be that small, dude. Not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
I kind of agree with that, but I met the most adorable fucking tiny dog. The
I
other
will
day.
say
This
they
little
are
fucker was
fucking
so
cute.
cool.
They are
Some of them
cute.
are real cute.
Oh, he was such a little
100% cute,
goofball.
bro.
Oh my god. No, wait, it was a little girl, I think. Maybe it was, I can't remember. It was like 4 months old. It was a little teacup, whatever the fuck, but it was still tiny and whatever. Oh,
Yeah.
adorable little shithead. Yeah. Wonderful dog.
Adorable, but like, you're like, what the fuck is this though? It's like a fucking size of a small bunny.
Oh, a
Like, ah,
stiff
fuck.
breeze could basically knock it over. Yeah. It was a
Yeah,
little bit
like what,
ridiculous.
it
Yeah.
can't even fend, wipe its own, wipe its ass for fuck's sake.
How old are the teacups? That must be a new thing.
Been around
They've
for a
been coming
while.
around for a little while now, but probably at least like I'd say like probably 10
Chihuahua's
years
actually an
they've
old
been around.
breed, believe it or not. Like
Well,
few
Chihuahua is
hundred years
actually
old.
Chihuahuas
Back
at
to,
least
like,
at
Aztec
least
times,
they're
I
like
want to say.
vicious, dude. At least they're like vicious little fucking
Yeah,
little
they'll-
fighters.
My
No, you know
Rottweiler.
what? The
They'll
dog I'm
hurt
thinking
you.
of actually wasn't Chihuahua. Anyway, it was the tiny little fucker. A Yorkie, I think is what it was.
Have
What's that?
Chihuahuas and Rottweilers. Mine are vicious. They're
Fuck
Chihuahuas.
yeah, dude.
Chihuahua. I've
fucking
seen those
What the
before.
hell
It
is it called?
seems impossible. It
No
seems
way.
impossible. Like,
Yeah.
how does the physics on that where you see the
No.
Great Dane Chihuahua mixes
Someone's
sometimes, and you just
artificially
like,
inseminating that thing, dude.
Yeah,
Someone's
no,
fucking.
the
has to be.
Rottweiler lays down and the Chihuahua gets busy.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, but
it's-
Chihuahuas
it's
get busy with
crazy to
everything,
see.
bro. They're like rabbits,
right?
bro.
I
They're
guess
fucking-
that's true.
And it
Never
runs away
underestimate
and
a
it's all like,
Chihuahua.
I won. I'm the big man of the
Got
house.
this on the
And
line.
big old Rottweiler goes have some
little
weird-ass puppies.
fucking Napoleon
Oh,
concept. They
look at these
walk
little
in like
puppies. Yeah, that's
bitch, we
beautiful.
own this motherfucker. Like, that's right.
Have you ever danced with a Chihuahua in the
Yeah, but-
pale moonlight?
Look at like
Yeah.
pugs.
Pugs are fucked, dude. Those things, like, their eyes are fucked.
Apparently, there's a couple of breeders around who are actually trying to fix pugs, because
That's
pugs
good.
didn't used to be totally fucked up. They used to just look kind of cute, and now they're just all scrunch-faced, fucked up garbage, right?
Yeah, like
they all have
wow.
emphysema or
Bulldog,
whatever
too.
else. It's horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
race dogs
No,
are
they
abomination.
overheat on a 65-degree day. It's ridiculous.
English
The bulldog,
bulldogs, same
the
thing,
pit
dude.
bulls.
They need
We got
2
a
inches of
Chiweenie.
snout.
You guys ever heard of
Chiweenie,
it?
yeah.
They need 2
You
inches
get
of snout.
get a Chihuahua. That's a fucking weenie dog there. Oh, I don't know about that,
Yeah,
but
the hound. Yeah, that's what we
fucking
rescued last April.
A
Things
Dachshund,
literally.
a Dachshund
Yeah.
mixed with a fucking Chihuahua. That's a
Listen, I always called little dogs useless dogs. They're cute, but they're useless. What are they going to do to
yeah.
protect me?
What are they gonna do?
And that's
Well,
why I
at
was
least
always
at least a
brought it up.
Chihuahua will
don't
bite
get
your
me wrong. I
ankles.
don't want a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
That's not really my style of dog. But to each their own. Chihuahuas are
Right.
as spectacular watchdogs, believe it or
Mhm.
not.
Yeah, they'll fucking
Alarm dogs. They're
Yep.
probably no
I'm
better
in
than
love with
an
this
alarm
thing.
dog.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, at first I wasn't too hot, but then she grew on me, man. Especially after getting hit by the car and beaten and
Oh,
abandoned
that's
and everything
right.
else before
Oh
we got
wow.
her.
Right.
Well, that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
Dude,
terrible
they have
story.
character as fuck. That's
Yeah.
the thing. You got to give it to Chihuahuas. That's the thing. See, I've met like kind of douchebag Chihuahuas. They just had so much fucking character. They live forever, so they accumulate like their
Yeah, like
owners'
20
gripes
years.
and
They live like
grunches
20
and stuff.
fucking years, bro.
100%. So everyone that
Holy
I've met,
shit.
they're like just owned by some grumpy old 95-year-old guy, and the dog is like 26
That looks
years
the
old.
Chihuahua
Whatever.
looks like him. Chihuahua looks like the motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like holy
That's
shit.
it. That's it.
Oh, mini me.
It's
Well,
like
because you know
holy
it
shit.
becomes like human like dog, right? It's some kind of a weird symbiosis that happens. So yeah, could you imagine having a dog for 19 years? Of course that dog ends up being, just like its person.
Oh, dude, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother had Pomeranians, and same thing, dude. They lived till 21 years old. I was like, what the fuck kind of
That's
animals are
ridiculous.
these? Yeah, bro. They couldn't even walk without
Pomeranians
breaking
are
up
one
legs.
I want to
dude.
say that are I've met nice Pomeranians, but I want to say those seem to be a little bit more yappy, maybe on average. Or is
Yeah,
that also unfair?
No, they're yappy. They're little assholes.
Because honestly, like I've met Yorkies that were normal dogs, and then I've met Yorkies that were, just fucktards, but it was obviously the people.
Fucktards.
It's all it's all about exercise with those little dogs. Like some of them are working breeds that people don't really work them.
That's true.
No,
That's
you
true.
need to have them like go to rabbit holes and shit, dude. Like that's what they're made for. Like they're like rat terrier fucking breeds and shit. You know what I mean? Like they need
That's
to
true.
go fucking. You need to go like run
Fuck
those
shit
little
up.
motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust me.
People are
put a
always
snake in front
amazed
of
that their
them.
dogs and like, what? It ripped the heads off of all the gophers in the yard? Yeah, motherfucker. That was that dog's best day ever. That was
Right.
bred for that.
Yeah,
Like,
right. It was like,
people don't realize
finally,
it.
you motherfucker, I finally got one. You son of a bitch. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
But like, dude, same thing with like, all right. So for instance, like I have cats, right? I have 2 female cats. I have like a tabby cat, and I have a calico. And the calico was the runt of the litter, and she was like the smallest little thing. I had a bottle feeder, like 8 weeks old, and you know what I mean? Like it was like a one of those stories. And then this motherfucker grew into like a Down syndrome cat, bro. I swear to God, this motherfucker is huge. Head's double the size of whatever other cat you ever seen. I'm like, holy fuck. Okay. But dude, it's savage as fuck. It will grab mice. Like it'll, you know how it is wintertime around New England, fucking dude, the mice find their way in the house and shit. The cat would grab these fucking mice and look right at you, stare you in the eye, and fucking just crunch its skull like a mouse skull. And like, I'm like, oh my fucking word. Like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, what the hell, bro? Like, and then the thing would come back, meow, meow, like try to rub against you. It's got blood all over its face. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you dirty little motherfucker.
Little fucker thinks it's just basically impressed you as the great savage killer of the household, and you're gonna be super like just wowed. Yeah.
And I'm just like,
Meantime, you're
wow,
horrified
like
'cause
that's fucking horrible.
little kitty's
Like,
got blood all over the face.
yeah, blood on the face, dude. It's fucking licking its paws. And it's fucking,
Kitty's
dude.
like,
It
I
just
am a
crunches
lion.
skull,
Hear my
dude.
roar.
I want affection. Give me love.
Goes
I want
and
love
takes
now.
his huge shit afterwards. It shoots shitting out bones. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, nature can be fucking cruel. There was a video on Reddit just the other day of a stork picking which baby gets to survive and just shoving a baby out of the nests pretty much. And then it was ice cold. Like she picks it up, she just arbitrarily picks one pretty much. And maybe it was smaller or whatever, but from the camera we couldn't tell. And she just kind of walks over to the edge of the nest for a little bit and kind of thinks about it for a second. And the poor little fucker's like struggling. He's like, "No, mom, no," right?
He's like, "Mom, no, you bitch."
Seriously, no, not me. Try Tommy. He's a fucking bastard. He pooped in the nest yesterday. That's right. And then she basically goes over and then she pauses before she drops it, and then she drops it, and then like looks to see that it's dead or whatever. Just like looks to see that it fell over. But yeah, apparently that's very common that storks just basically pick because they, I guess, can only feed two or whatever. At least in certain circumstances, they realize they can only feed two. Some birds, they can only feed one. Actually, now that I'm thinking about that, there was another video. Some birds, only one bird can really survive. So one of the birds will kill the other birds, basically. And there was actually a video of that actually a couple days ago too, where like a brother bird was just picking the shit out of one of its baby bird brothers, and the mom is just sitting there like, yeah, whatever.
Wow.
Do it.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the strong survive. What about
Like,
that?
hey,
One
stop
that
fighting.
lays
You're gonna
eggs and
kill your
other-
little brother. Oh, sorry.
One
Yeah.
egg laying, it's like, you raise my egg. He goes and lays eggs in other people's nests, and then they raise it for him. And then it
Isn't
flies
that
out.
fucked up? That's like some
egg
fucking
parasites. Yeah. Those
that's
guys
some
are
child-
savage.
That's some
Yeah.
fucking child shit right there. I mean, some
The
child
worst is
service.
when they'll kill the other egg. Like if they just add
Yeah.
to it, then it's one thing. But then sometimes they'll
Yeah.
kill the other egg, and
They
they're like,
take all the
"Oops, this
eggs
is
out and
me."
make them
Yeah, imagine that
even
sitting on this
worse.
thing and you don't even know about it. The thing that drops an egg off there.
No, and it's ridiculous too because
Like,
the
what the fuck is
parasite
this
birds,
thing?
you'll see the duck,
Holy
the baby bird is that big, and the parents are that big.
Oh, it's,
These poor fucking parents are just nonstop
feed
trying
it
to feed their
nonstop.
gargantuan idiot child. Oh,
Gotta feed it
Tommy's
well
real
and never
big.
feed
I
it
don't
good.
Yeah.
know. Tweet,
Oh,
tweet.
he must have your grandfather's genes or something. Yeah, fuck out of here.
On your mother's side.
Shit, all right. It's definitely your
Also
mother's
a
side. Look at
bastard.
the size of his fucking head. You know what I mean?
Couldn't
God
stop
damn.
eating. Mother's so fat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Cheers, Smash.
Have a good night,
Later,
everyone.
buddy.
Be safe.
Later, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Smash.
Later, dude.
Have a good night, bro.
Yeah, I got a bowl too, guys. I gotta get up for a doctor's appointment at 8 o'clock. It's almost 2,
Right
so
on,
I
man.
gotta work all
Cheers,
day.
dude. Cheers,
See
Charlie.
you tomorrow night, guys.
Good to see you,
Cheers,
buddy.
man. Love you guys.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Cheers, buddy.
Well, gentlemen, we might wrap it up. What do you think? We could shoot the shit for one more joint, but
Yeah,
Koski just got here, so he's
yeah,
like,
I'm rolling a
"Fuck,
blunt right
Yeah.
now, man.
Let's kick
Fuck
it for a minute. Let's
damn it,
do
we're gonna
something.
fuck over. All right,
Alright.
hop on, folks.
We-
Help
somebody-
Koski smoke a
somebody hop
blunt.
on.
By the way,
Yeah.
are you sitting in like I'm imagining you right now sitting in an astronaut costume because all I can
Yeah,
see is that
what the
hose in the
fuck?
back.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm thinking
no.
like that's
Sorry
probably
about
your arm from
Yeah,
your
that-
costume,
no,
and you're like
hold
off
on.
to the side of the camera.
Let me show
You
you.
probably don't have your helmet on right now because for obvious
No,
reasons
dude,
in
the helmet.
space right
No,
now.
I had to retire that thing, dude. It got
I
fucking
see,
leaks in
I
it.
see.
You know what I mean? Fucking
Good.
one of those
Apparently, what's his name?
movie.
Pedro Pascal, who's been basically every show now. He was saying that the Mandalorian helmet. I was wondering. I was like, oh, I can't see shit out of that. Apparently, he can't see shit out of that. So yeah, it's got like just the teeny tiniest little glass, and then it gets all
Okay.
foggy. Cheers, Koski.
Cheers.
You guys watch the Mandalorian?
I have watched Mandalorian. Yes.
I have
So,
not.
apparently, season 3 is starting soon. Maybe like the
Wife
next month.
hates all that shit, and I'm like, don't give a fuck, dude. You gonna watch it or not?
I'm not a huge fan of the Star Wars universe. I have to be honest. I know a lot of people. I'm really a big fan of sci-fi, but Star Wars was always kind of like bargain basement to me. I probably shouldn't have said
Bargain
that
basement. Is that
douchey.
because they used to fly by with like fucking the
Dude, it
the-
was just no. It was like it was not as good because I grew up reading like. Weirdly enough, I never read Dune, but I read a lot of other universes. My favorite basically was the Asimov stuff, Foundation, everything, and that for me was like the high end of sci-fi, basically. And compared to that, Star Wars was just like wizards in
Yeah.
space with swords and shit, and like
It-
there's like a magical solution to every problem. Like, oh, just use the Force, and fucking every problem's solved. And it's
right?
just like,
may the
Jesus
force
H.
be with
Christ.
you. It's
Not
like,
only that,
Jesus.
but also the society. I've said this over and over again. Since I was a kid, I was like, dude, it's awfully fucking bleak. I remember thinking this when I was a kid. I was like, so wait, Darth Vader is everybody's boss, and Darth
Yeah.
Vader's boss is
Yeah.
this even worse asshole. I was like, that sounds horrible, right? No wonder the Rebel Alliance is trying to fight back, but they're also shitheads too because they kill thousands of soldiers constantly. So like everyone is a mass murderer, but they basically show in this new. Wait, not the Andor. The first time that Andor character, I haven't seen that Andor show, but apparently it's all about him. Anyway, he admits to being like basically a mass murderer in the cause of rebellion and stuff, which was actually an interesting, subtle take. Like to be a revolutionary or something, even if you're on the side of good and justice and whatever, you still have to kill a lot of fucking people, and that's not a good thing, right? Like in World War II, the Americans very, very justifiably killed a lot of Germans, and yet they also killed a lot of Germans. That's a fucking terrible thing just in itself. But anyway, it's rarely acknowledged that, you know, killing people is bad.
Yeah, it's not. It's not
We say killing, you know, drugs are bad, okay? We don't ever have anybody say killing people's bad, okay?
Okay.
Reminder.
Okay.
Seriously though, killing people is bad. Don't do it.
Right?
Come on,
Okay.
children, gather around now. Gather around. Come on.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones kind of murdered a lot of people too, straight up. Yeah, he was. He was kind of a savage. He didn't have to kill all those people.
Yeah, the Temple of fucking
Fucking
Doom
Indy.
and shit, man.
Straight up, dude. Holy
right?
shit.
When over 3 bodies, you become a serial killer, right?
That's
So,
it. I believe so.
Would you say over 3 bodies are a serial killer?
Dr.
it.
Jones, I presume.
That's the rules, bro.
Right.
It's the law. They say if you take over 3 or is it 5? I don't know which one. One of those. If you
Oh
have more
no,
than that many
Guerrero!
bodies-
No, Guerrero! Please don't misunderstand. I'm not justifying the Germans in any way. If you don't, I don't talk about it on the show, but I don't talk about my ethnicity and stuff on the show just because of all the fucking weirdos on the show. Not weirdos on the show, but the weirdos that might listen in. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm not sympathetic to the Germans of World War II.
Dude, I just had my fucking ancestry test done, the DNA test and shit.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm straight up a fucking dude. I'm like an Indian killer, bro.
100% that
Yeah,
bitch.
I'm a pure. I'm like a Puritan. Like I came over with the fucking pilgrims, dude. I was on the boat like.
Fucking love how you said that.
It's fucked up.
How do
man.
they know that you were a Puritan on the boat?
Like,
How do they
because,
know that you were on the boat?
Like
Did
I
they
wasn't.
say that
I
to
wasn't
you?
personally on the boat. My
There's boat
ancestors or
DNA.
whatever.
There's boat human DNA. It's a boat human hybrid.
They
We're
come
like
out
one
to
of
you
the-
and they're like,
one of the
yeah,
first
you're an Indian
settlers, yeah.
killer. It says it right here. Indian
Yeah,
killer.
it says right here. It's like, well, I mean, fuck, dude.
It's
Like
terrible. I'm
they
sorry.
really are. Like they're,
Sorry to laugh.
It's like
That's
fucking
what they call
terrible.
dark humor.
Is that how they told you? I thought
We were like one of the
came out on the
first
chart.
fucking English settlers and shit. I'm like 31% English. I'm more English than I am
So
Polish, and I
proud.
have a Polish last name. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Huh.
Found out the other
Oh,
day. I was like,
interesting.
holy, that's different. All right, I'm 21% Polish, 31% English, and like I'm German, like 16% Irish. Fucking, I'm like
Basically
I
a
think
mutt. There you
yeah,
go.
I'm 11% Swedish, 9% Dutch, fucking a bunch of other shit, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
Gotta get mine done.
Yeah, dude. All right, so me and my wife sent ours in at the same time, and literally, dude, she got hers back 2 weeks before I did, and it was like 3 things. I'm fucking 21 things or some shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Wait, I just have to get my sister's results, right? She got hers done, and we're related. So,
All right, so I have 31,292 fucking relatives around my area. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's what
What?
I'm related to. Yeah, that's what it said. Literally,
No fucking way.
swear to God, dude. First cousin,
Is your
second cousin,
great grandfather
third cousin.
Genghis Khan?
Dude, he fucking, I don't know. My great grandfather's a truck driver. Apparently, he fucked everybody or something. I don't even know.
Evidently. Wow.
God damn. I was like 30,000. I'm related to what? I was like, holy shit. I looked in-
30,000 people in your area?
Yeah, like, dude, like, all right, so like,
Oh yeah, you better never get divorced because like you'll
Yeah.
be fucked on Tinder.
yeah,
Or rather,
right, dude.
yeah, I don't know what the joke there is. You're gonna have to avoid fucking on Tinder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you'll
definitely. I would not be
basically
wanting
bang
to go
your
on that
cousins.
shit. Something. It was weird as
There's
fuck. I was like,
apparently
no
a
way.
genealogy app in Iceland basically for that, like because everyone is so potentially so closely related because they only have like 200,000 people or something on the entire
Right.
in the entire country. Maybe not even that. I should look up the population of Iceland so I don't insult any accidental Icelandic listeners. But they don't have very many, and they are already well known to like be related. So yeah, you use an app basically to make sure you're not freaking too closely related.
It was fucking
Oh,
pretty
you know
weird,
what? I
bro.
could
was
totally
like,
ask
holy
Bing.
fuck. I looked it up. I was like, man, like I went through like probably about 3 hours worth of fucking like people I was related to. I was like, holy shit. Like this is awkward. I don't even want to talk to any of these people. Like, fuck. This is a lot of people. But you know, you kind of have to, and you're like 30,000 people around your fucking area. You don't want to bang your cousin. Definitely want to do that.
Crazy, bro.
375,000.
That just blows my mind.
Dude, I was dumbfounded. I was like, what?
That
Am I related to?
blew my
Holy
fucking
fuck.
mind, dude. You still can't. I would be in trouble a long time ago, bro. I would have hooked up with so many of my family members already. And I would have been like,
Yeah.
no, dude, it's fucking so wrong. Dude.
Yeah. You'd have been like, damn, I got cousin Betty. Shit. Yeah,
Dude,
fuck.
seriously. Dang, that just blows my mind. Like, shit.
Yeah, I do.
It
I
really
saw
blows
I
my
was like,
mind that
that's
a lot
weird
of
as fuck.
it blows my mind that a lot of Egyptian pharaohs were basically brother and sister married for like generations.
Yeah.
That's why like Tutankhamun was fucked up. Have you guys ever seen his like corpse rebuilding or whatever. He's like got a lame hip and just a litany of issues. And the dude died at like 21 from just basically like old age, basically like his
What the
body
fuck?
fell apart. Yeah, because
That's no good.
his
That's no good.
parents were brother and sister. Their parents were brother and sister on both sides. They're probably the same side. They're probably the same brother and sister, honestly. Yeah, like they basically believe that they were like gods, so they just bred them together pretty much. Well, I guess line breeding in plants, but yeah, it doesn't work for people.
Yeah, they're looking for that
Oh.
outlier.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
They were looking for the outlier.
Yeah, right.
They
right.
fucking found him. They found him and a half. Oh my.
Oh, shit.
That's
Doesn't work
fucking-
that way, unfortunately.
It
Yeah.
doesn't work that way. Yeah. All I know is I don't want to fuck my cousin. So
Right.
let's not do that.
I don't know. I had a couple cousins. I don't know. Just
I don't know, man. There's too
I'm
many.
fucking- I'm fucking. Yeah, I've had some cousins.
Another
And these
thing
are-
we don't condone on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Don't
Yeah,
report
right.
us for cousin fucking.
Yep. That's fine.
If that's a
Listen.
YouTube term.
We're not from Kentucky over here, okay? You know, fucking goddamn.
Especially that's one of those hashtags you'll find out there.
That was banned in the state of Georgia.
hmm
We're gonna report you for
Southern
that.
places out
I
here,
reckon.
I reckon.
Yeah.
Ban it from extensive prosecution experience.
Fuck. Shit we talk about in this show. Oh man,
It's the show, man.
it is the show, bro. It's fucking.
We start off with high aspirations and then it just
goes to shit real quick. It's like,
Yeah,
oh
it just
fuck.
goes
Yeah, that was a good interview you had earlier, by the way. I was watching.
What's that?
That was a good interview.
Oh,
that you
thank
guys
you.
had. Yeah, great show today.
Which one? The
Thank you.
Miranda Family Farms and shit.
Wendy.
Wendy and James. It's just Wendy and James of Organic Cultivators. They're doing the Supernatural Cultivators Conference, actually out by you, Koski, over in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. No, that's
Sturbridge, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
Apparently just down the street from Charlie.
Yeah, it's not that far off. A little ways. I mean, it's probably about an hour or so, not a little more. Yeah, it's so what? There's a conference going on. You said or some shit like.
Yeah, man, actually a good looking conference, honestly. I was really thinking about going. And I just kind of decided not to because it was going to cost a little bit too much money and stuff. But
Yeah, fuck that.
would have been a great conference because I know that all the people that are going to be there are going to be just stellar folks. The speakers really are just going to be stellar folks. And then the whole day with Bug Lady on Monday, that would have been epic. Like I would have just flown out just for that, honestly. Because I've had a chance to meet her in person. She's a super interesting person. She really knows her shit. I was just talking about this to somebody the other day. I like people who are, in my mind, I visualize them like icebergs. You only see, the 1/7 or whatever, and there's a lot below the surface that basically is just kind of behind the scenes. She's one of those people, basically, like in terms of knowledge or even her human interests. Like, it was just super fun to get to know her. She's into all kinds of really fun hobbies. She rescues animals and all this different stuff. She and her husband have been like rebuilding this barn, and she does all kinds of antique candy. Super fucking interesting person. But in the meantime, also her knowledge is far more extensive even than she shares. She has far deeper examples. Her photography is next level, on and on and on. And she doesn't share a lot of it just sort of online because she's been ripped off basically by a lot of people. So she's one of those folks who doesn't just hypothetically, she's not paranoid. She's actually been ripped off by people. So she's very private about what she shares. So essentially meeting her in person is far more rewarding even than, we had an interview on her. She was here for 3.5, 4 hours. It was fucking amazing. But I can guarantee you, if she had showed us all her slides and everything else, people would have just been their jaws would drop to the floor. It's difficult to explain, but if you've ever actually been to a real presentation, or if you've ever been to a basketball game, I was at a basketball game the other day. One thing is to see the basketball game on TV, and then you actually see it in real life, and you're like, oh, fuck, that's what basketball is. It reminds you. She's a little bit like that. When you actually meet her in person, there's a lot more there somehow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's chill. So I would have gone just for the Bug Lady. A lot of other good speakers. Who else? They keep talking about, well, first of all, what's his face? Dr. Dana White. What was that? Freaking instead of guessing.
I'm like Dana White. We got from UFC. Oh shit, huh?
That's the guy. That's exactly the guy. They
He's
got
fucking
him
beating
to,
his wife up before he goes to the
double
event.
duty.
Let's go.
Double duty. James White. Not Dana White.
James White, huh? That sounds like a mob boss.
That's that. He's also that. He's a UFC fighter / mob boss.
President of UFC.
You'll be surprised that a gentleman of this age is in the UFC. But I mean, dude, you want to fight with this guy? He's also a mob boss. Don't mess with him.
More like a
He's
mob boss
also a
than
professor
UFC.
in his spare time when he's not beating the shit out of people, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and Krav Maga in the ring. No, in the octagon.
Getting drunk
as well as putting hits out on people and moving extensive. No, I shouldn't fucking joke around because
this guy's like, fuck man, he's ruining my name, dude. What the fuck?
No, none of that is true, ladies and gentlemen. That's all fucking fictitious. But what he is a professor of plant biology and pathology, apparently, as Wendy and James said, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, where he and students conduct research on ecology of microbes that inhabit plants or endophytes. James White obtained the BS and MS degrees in botany and plant pathology from Auburn University in Alabama, PhD in botany and mycology from the University
Those
of
guys
Texas
are real
at Austin.
fucking master growers.
Yeah,
What he is,
man.
bro. Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in order to be a master grower, you have to have in theory to be like, you have to have degrees and shit, and which makes no fucking sense.
No, not necessarily. No, just a master grower is basically the opposite of an apprentice grower. Not the opposite, but the extension of an apprentice grower. So we don't really have that apprenticeship program, honestly, in our.
And when we think about the growers, we think about like weed. We just think about weed, but not like anything else to do with like agricultural, fucking or anything to do with botany. We just think of weed. Like that's what I think about. I'm a master grower. I'm thinking weed.
That's unfortunately a weed problem because probably any other industry doesn't think in terms of one vegetable. Or even honestly, the flower industry, they probably don't think necessarily about one flower. Maybe some of the other flowers are specialized, because I actually think, now that I say that, there are a couple. Of course, I can't think of the ones that are, but there's apparently a couple flower industries that are super specialized in one flower. But for the most part, they're not. Like fruit people, whatever. It's just us cannabis people that basically think like, oh, all the knowledge must be cannabis knowledge. It's kind of I don't mean to be an asshole about this, because I don't think he's a bad guy. I think his books are useful and everything else, and I've read his books. But Jeff Lowenfels, I think everyone would basically admit that his books are aimed to cannabis people. And realistically, even though he was like a gardening writer or whatever for Alaska, just general gardening, I think mostly those teaming with books are aimed at weed people. And I think that's the overwhelming community that basically buys those books, which is, again, it's not his fault. He's not taking advantage. He's capitalizing on a niche and whatever, and people fucking love him for it. That's well done. But how do I say it? It's kind of bizarre that kind of thing exists, because you wouldn't have at least I don't think you'd have like an orchid guy that would be the maybe they do, maybe they also, because people are kind of weird that way and they like to.
I think an orchid guy. I think of the fucking I think of bugs, bro. Like they come out and they fucking kill a bunch of bugs. Yeah, I think about
Wouldn't that be
guy.
ironic if he was the orchid guy and the orchid guy?
Yeah, right.
He just changes the uniforms. They're Velcro uniforms. They're Velcro uniform fronts. They just snap off.
Yeah,
snap back on.
He fucking pulls it out like he's a fucking male stripper. He's like, yeah, I'm an orchid guy. Holy shit, man. The fuck?
That's it. That's exactly how it works.
Exactly how it works, bro. He's wearing a fucking, Adidas jumpsuit or some shit.
Yep. That's it. No, he's wearing Beyonce brand. Right. Did you know that Adidas apparently has a Beyonce brand and they're losing money?
They really, dude? Do they really? Apparently. Get the fuck out of here.
I did not know that. That's probably why they're losing money, because a lot of people
that's probably why they're fucking losing money. Shit. God damn. Tell us how you really feel, motherfucker. God damn. He's like, it's probably why they're losing money. Fucking sons of bitches. That's right. Beyonce.
Prove me wrong.
Right. Prove me wrong. You and Jay-Z.
They call her Queen Bey, but I don't feel like she's my queen, to be honest. I don't care too much.
Yeah, I don't know about that, man.
I heard they're getting a divorce.
Are they really?
Yeah, that's just
a hefty fucking pocket change right there, bro.
It's gonna be a bit of a financial divorce, yeah. But I guess both of them are rich on their own.
Yeah,
both. Yeah, but not as rich as Jay-Z's fucking rich, dude.
She's pretty rich.
She's pretty rich too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yes,
maybe.
Yeah, he's been around for a while longer, right?
Yeah, he's the one who like
Potato,
signed
potato.
her
I don't
and
know.
shit.
They're both fucking
I don't
rich. Yeah, I don't
And that's
know.
when albums went like platinum or something. Like I don't know. Like back in the day when I sold albums, now it's all streaming.
Yeah, right. Back
So
in the day
like,
when you
you
used to put them
know,
on your
plus
wall and shit, like,
streaming.
look at
Fuck,
that,
I
it's
don't
pretty
know,
cool.
dude. It could be
Now it's like
it's
digital
awesome.
shit.
Yeah,
It's like, yeah,
streaming
Spotify.
is the way of the world now, dude. It's been for the past 10 years almost.
It
Streaming
is. I don't know. You know what people buy is actual albums. They buy LPs and stuff. They buy records. And I
Yeah,
don't know too
vinyls
many people
are
that buy
popular.
CDs anymore. I certainly haven't bought a
Vinyls,
CD in a long time.
vinyls are
Fuck
popular as fuck
CDs,
now.
man.
I know a lot of DJs and they go vinyl shopping, and that's just one of the
Dude, I
things.
went to a bar the other day and they had it wasn't even a Saturday. It was like fucking Thursday or something. And they had a DJ. They had a live DJ during the day,
During the
like a
fucking
record
day?
spinning
Why?
DJ during the day.
Like,
It was cool, I
like
guess.
one of
I mean, there
those.
was like a booth
Like
for
he's
it. Yeah, there's
mixing.
like a whole
He was
booth
like
in the
mixing
middle.
it up and shit, dude. Like,
Oh, what the fuck
oh
brewery was
shit,
it?
that's fucking at a brewery, huh?
Now I
Fuck.
can't remember which brewery it was. That's ridiculous.
Must have been a
That's
lit ass event in the middle of the
It was
fucking
pretty
day,
good,
bro.
dude.
On
It was
Thursday.
it was literally, maybe it wasn't Thursday. It was in the evening, but no, yeah, it was in the middle of the day. Fuck, when was this? I'm completely blanking on that. Maybe it was Saturday. I'm blanking. I'm sorry, but it was an unremarkable time, and I was like, what the fuck? There's a DJ. There's a DJ. So yeah, like on a Friday night, I don't understand, but not like
Like a Thursday.
1:30. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, place over here has Sunday night DJs. Like a Sunday night, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? Who the fuck comes on a Sunday night? But dude, this place gets fucking lit, dude. I'm like, holy shit. It's like a reggae fucking, you know. He always plays shitty ass music until like, I don't know, like midnight probably. And I'm like, fucking finally you play some like good shit and people like dancing.
He does it on
for, like,
purpose, just to kick out all the people he doesn't like.
maybe. I don't know, man. I was like, this is fucking terrible. I don't know what
Or
the
maybe
fuck
he's a
music you're
sadist.
playing. Dude, he was playing some shitty shit.
Maybe he's just tone deaf and can't tell the difference.
Maybe.
Maybe it all just sounds like noise to him.
Struggle trying to dance to some music that's not good.
Well, it was like a bunch of like newer age shit, and I'm like, I don't really know what the fuck this shit is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and the people like, dude, they were all like into it, like talking, like it was like
Mashup of Enya
talk
and
rap or
Skrillex.
something. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I was like, no, all right, let's play put some fucking like Wu-Tang on or something. Fuck you guys.
What would you do if Enya and Skrillex went on world tour? Green Fingers, would you go?
Who was it?
Enya and Skrillex touring together.
They have to like collab the whole time. They have to make an album where
Every
they
song.
Every song has
It's a
to be like
mashup.
that,
Yeah.
And she single, that'd be hard right there, bro.
Shit, right?
What are some other great combinations?
That
Like
would sell out too. That would sell out, guaranteed. Even if it was
Willie Nelson and Diplo.
The fuck?
Dance Nelson. Band's even called Dance Nelson.
What about that fucking? How about like you got like Ace of Base and fucking Psy or some shit. Fucking crazy, you know what I mean? Oh, them Gangnam Style. I mean, fucking. I mean, Wu-Tang is for the children, Krakowski. Hey, man, I like Wu-Tang, bro. I like Wu-Tang.
Wu-Tang and who's the woman from the arms of an angel? What's that?
Oh, fucking Sarah McLachlan.
That.
Yeah, dude. Fucking holy shit. That's fucking right.
I think people are gonna start mashing these up on their own behind the scenes right now. They're gonna make all these badass mashups.
Right.
Dude, that would be fucking. I don't even know how that would sound. That would be different though. You'd be like, holy shit, I got something different for you guys. God, damn.
Some of them, that's how good music or good DJs work. They just mash shit together that shouldn't be there, and it fits every time. It's like shit.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, I don't know, man. Like I said, fucking.
When they dubstep every fucking song from the oldies and the classic oldie songs, like the old gangster oldies, like I was like, oh my god, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard because I love the oldies already. Like,
oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And it was like, oh my god, like that's the greatest song. Like when it's all
dubstep.
And
then they throw some other shit, and you're like, oh, what the fuck? I didn't think this was gonna work, but this works pretty good.
Yeah.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
like,
It could be the
damn,
alcohol talking at the same time. Like, you're like, fuck
yeah,
yeah, love this shit.
yeah,
Woo,
could have
play
been all
Freebird.
talking
You know what I
about.
mean?
Yeah.
Screaming,
Shit.
fucking Freebird, play it. I mean, the guy's like, fuck you, dude, shut up. Like,
Good stuff
goddamn.
though. You hear
Fuck
just
yeah.
hearing the music all mixed together, and you're like, "That's my shit." They're like at a
Right.
rave, and it's like, "Damn."
I
Takes
just like
you
the fact that like
another world.
music just makes you feel a certain fucking way anyways. You know, it gets you like, you know, it's like nostalgia and everything else just in all combined. You know what I mean? Like it's like this is fucking like man, remember this song from when I was like 13 when the shit came out, bro. Fuck like
Music can
it
be
could be the worst
therapy,
song in the
but the
world, but
words
it's
can be
still
a
good.
killer. Like
Right.
that's like the music can really heal you, but then the words can really kill you. Like they could be some hard shit to fucking have to listen to sometimes. It's like, damn, I'm not emotionally sturdy for that shit. Like I ain't ready to hear something
Right, right. Like I don't know about
break
this
you
shit right
down
now, man.
completely. Yeah.
And Sarah McLaughlin comes on, and you're like, God damn, I don't want to crying dogs in
Right?
cages. Fuck, man.
Exactly. Shit might
But you
just make
know,
you feel a
fly
certain moment.
away. Yeah, fucking. You're like, oh man, bitch, she got me all the time. Oh man,
Look up this one
crying.
fucking song that was basically a remix, and this one dude. Oh, I can almost think of the fucking name. Anyway, the song itself was okay, but it was slow and whatever. And this one dude from Kazakhstan who was like a
Mm.
train conductor or whatever, and just like a DJ
A
in his free
fucking train
time.
conductor from Kazakhstan. That's a story.
Seriously, that's
Let's go.
literally
That's
like you
awesome.
can't make this shit up.
I mean,
And he just basically, you know, these days it's fairly easy. You get basically a digital audio workstation, I guess they call them, Logic Pro or whatever for Mac, or you know, there's a few other Pro Tools and stuff. You can literally just get a prescription, get a doctor's prescription for Pro Tools. You can get a subscription to Pro Tools. And you can use it on a fairly crappy computer, honestly. So I think he was doing that. He was basically, and I think he was using like a shittier version of, you know, Pro Tools, whatever. And just on his time off from being a train conductor, whatever, you know, in the evenings, he would just mash up records. And apparently he did really well because this one song became a ridiculous hit. I remember it was like the song of the summer, like 2, 3, 4 years ago. I'm trying to look it up right here. Maybe it'll come to me or something. I've got it in my library here somewhere, but I gotta think of it, and maybe when I am excited.
Yeah,
There's
the
a
cool
lot of
part
songs
about
here.
home studios.
But what's that?
That's the cool part about a home studio. Like somebody like that can make a whole bunch of cool art. Like
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
It's like shit. You don't need to go to you don't got to rent out some space that has all the equipment. You get it on your phone or your computer. You can rock it out.
The fucking thing with technology nowadays, bro. It's shit, you know, shit you can
Oh,
really.
the technology has advanced
Man.
tremendously,
Oh yeah,
and even just in the last few years. I used to talk about this more on the show, and for some reason we don't talk about it as much. But the photography scene has changed a lot in the last 10 years, to the point that it's photography and videography both, actually, to the point that you can get really, really high quality, even high quality videography gear. This is actually even how big the change is, for not that much money. You still have to spend money because like technology and gear and equipment is never really cheap, honestly. But like it used to be, you'd have to spend tens of thousands of dollars
like
to make any
in
kind
studio
of
time and everything like that. You'd pay for all that shit hourly fucking studio time. They still have that shit around here. No, you can actually go in places in Boston, fucking rent out certain like studio space, but it's like an hourly thing, dude. Like rent it for 4 hours and it's gonna cost you fucking like $300-400, dude. $500.
That's what it is. It's
like,
Roses. The song was Roses, and the song Roses by itself was okay. By who the fuck was it? St. John. And then basically, but it was like a slow kind of plotting song. And then basically I'm gonna get instantly demonetized from this show. Well, we are demonetized, but you know what I mean? Like it'll get completely shut down. But look it up. Roses Iman Beck remix. Everyone has heard that song. Like that was the song of the summer from, I don't know, fucking 5 years ago or something, 3, 4, 5 years ago. Basically, it was on every single radio as you were walking by. If you ever went to the beach or something, they're playing it on the
fucking one hit
disco,
wonder.
whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of, I guess now you say it. I mean, St. John is not a one-hit wonder, but
no, but like that song was probably a big, huge hit and just went viral for a little bit, and then just like
done. That's it. It basically went viral. Yeah.
That's how they do shit nowadays, man. It's fucking
Mm.
some weird shit.
No,
bro.
apparently the dude, I was reading about it, I don't know, a few months ago. I guess the dude parlayed that into like a career. Like apparently he's working with what's his name, Rick Rubin and everything else. I guess he actually parlayed it into a producer career because it showed competence. It wasn't just like it wasn't one of those one-hit wonders that had to be produced. Like he apparently
Right,
actually produced the entire song, and I guess he also got 100% credit from it. So probably sold a lot, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
bet
He
that
definitely
money goes a
fucking had
long
some
way
leg
in
to stand on. Yeah, he
Kazakhstan
definitely-
or whichever
exactly.
stan that he lives in.
Right.
He's
Fucking
the king
Dagestan.
of this shit now. But
Fucking, he's a head. He's the fucking head train conductor. You know
that's
what I mean?
right.
He's fucking George Carlin in this
My
bitch.
highest quality
Channel
pubis
2.
in the all of Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I mean, he's fucking George
Jesus
Carlin
Christ.
coming on this
Did you
motherfucker.
laugh? Did you laugh like a crazy person at the first Borat? Like I
The
cried
Borat
laughing.
was fucking hilarious.
I
Dude.
saw it in the
That
movie
shit-
theater and I cried laughing.
I have
it
a
was so
sexy
fucking
time with my
funny.
sister. You know.
And when he
fuck.
and the director were chasing each other butt naked in the hotel, I was just crying laughing.
Dude,
That was so fucking funny.
that Borat shit was.
To be
I want
honest,
the
I
pussy
still haven't watched
magnet. You know, I want to buy a pussy magnet. He's like, yeah, that's just the car, bro. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, no. I want to buy a pussy magnet. It's like, oh fuck, Jesus, man. I love this shit. Dude, all right,
Second
so
one
all right,
wasn't as funny.
speaking of
Go ahead.
that, okay, so Twitter. All right, so you know, Elon fucking bought Twitter or whatever else and shit, right?
Mhm.
Dude, I fucking scrolling through fucking Twitter today, right? I'm looking through it. All of a sudden, there's these fucking chicks, spread eagle, naked as fuck, dude, with little RC cars with dildos attached, getting smashed on, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. What the fuck? What the
Twitter's
fuck happened
always
to
been
Twitter?
like that, bro. What are you
Have
talking
no
about?
way, dude.
Yeah,
I've never
yeah,
seen
yeah,
like
yeah,
that,
yeah, no,
dude.
yeah,
No
yeah.
way.
I found
What the
porn on
fuck?
there a
You
bunch.
need to show me these fucking sites you're talking about, bro. Goddamn, the fuck.
Yeah, they were
Jesus
everywhere
Christ.
before, bro. That's why I
I
didn't
had
mess
no.
with them.
I scrolled through. I was like, holy fucking shit. I was like, what? What? I was like,
That
yo,
was like,
Elon's got no filter. Fuck him. He's awesome. Fuck yeah, bro. Get it, bro. NASA all the way.
Twitter and Snapchat were all. That's what it all was before.
Yeah, Snap. I can see Snapchat. I mean, come
Yeah,
on,
like
man,
that's how like you find other. That's how you find their stuff. And then they go to what's that gaming one? I'm trying to
But I
think of
also
it.
saw this picture
Twitch.
on YouTube today, and it was like this chick that was like doing like fucking, I don't know, some yoga shit or whatever else. But her fucking picture was literally her with her leg up in the air, dude, and like full frontal shot. You know
So
what I
I've
mean?
seen
Like,
the skin tight yoga
fucking
pants,
hell.
which is
No, this is
basically naked,
pussy,
but I
just
haven't seen
straight.
the actual naked.
No,
Huh.
dude,
Yeah,
I will send you the
on
picture
YouTube
right
you
now. I
can
took a
find nude
screenshot of it,
yoga.
bro.
You can find
I
nude
was like, what
yoga
the
on
fuck?
YouTube. Like literally, I've accidentally. I don't know how I've accidentally run into it.
Yeah,
It is infuriating.
accidentally, huh?
But
Yeah.
Yeah, we accidentally watched 10
yeah.
videos in a row.
Yeah.
But YouTube has all
15.
kinds of weird shit that is not supposed to be allowed, but people find ways around
Yeah.
it. It's what makes it so infuriating that, you know, all the
I can't
YouTube
show
stuff
fucking weed,
gets
but they
nailed
can
so
show their
bad.
fucking snatch, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Like,
I mean, if you jump through every possible fucking hoop, you can actually do some stuff with weed, but it annoys me, you know, like it annoys me to be so artificial. It's not to say that I'm mad at the people who do it, like they know how to play the game. I can't knock them for that, but I kind of don't want to, and you know, I basically don't get the rewards that
you
they
wonder
do
why
as a
the
result.
the girls with fucking daddy issues are on there. Like, why they call me a whore? You fucking you're spreading your
Act like
shit.
one,
I mean,
right?
come on now. What the fuck?
I mean, as
Like-
far as that's concerned, I don't give a fuck if someone wants to spread their freaking hoo-ha all over the internet.
Yeah, I mean,
more
hey,
power to them.
But like, you shouldn't get monetized because of that.
They allow
shit,
Trump
bro.
to talk, so I mean,
Yeah,
that's just, you know.
you know.
Yeah, I mean,
without being political. Yeah, you know, hey, you know, I get it.
it's even easier for them to make money on here because people donate the money. They'll just be like, "Well, what's your regular number so I can get a hold of you and send you all my money because I'm a simp." Like that's just crazy, bro.
Right,
Like,
that's fucking nuts, bro. Some
you gotta do nothing, bro.
creepy
They just
ass
sit up
fucking
there.
dude in his fucking 60s, like sitting there with a fucking bottle of Viagra, like, yeah, let's go.
Apparently
I mean,
common.
it's not bad. I don't knock that
Apparently
shit
actually
either.
very
That's-
common.
That's their thing. That's their thing.
To the
But-
point that I've had friends who had like, they didn't call them simps, but I've had friends that had like normal women who've had at some point in their life sugar daddies, I guess I'd call them. I don't know, they were all called different things, but in
Older
fact, I don't
guys
think they
that
were
just
ever really
fucking give them
called
money
sugar.
for
Yeah,
fucking
there's
nothing.
my friend who helps me or something, you know, just random shit like that.
My friend who
apparently
helps
really
me.
common.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I don't know.
fucking. That's man.
There's
Yeah,
a
it's
just-
shit
lot
like
of
that. I'll think of something.
I have daughters, bro.
Yeah,
so I'm
like
just like,
Fred
I
like
think of that
Fred-
shit.
oh,
I'm
no, I
like,
can't
fuck
think of it.
this. That shit. I hope it never happens ever to me, ever in my
Yeah.
life, bro. I will be fucking devastated and be like, I fucked
Oh,
up
that your
in my life.
daughter's an OnlyFans
Yeah.
model or something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
fucking hate
At the same
that,
time, what
bro.
if she's just genuinely happy? She's like, "Daddy, I make
Fuck, I make-
$200,000 a
yeah.
month."
Yeah.
I'd be like,
Um,
fuck you. I need $100,000 of that.
'Cause
You
some
know
of
what I mean?
these
You
chicks
owe me.
make fucking piles. I mean, the bulk of them don't. That's something actually to remember. Like, just because someone says, "Oh, they have an OnlyFans," doesn't mean they're raking in
No, they
cash.
make $695 a
Uh,
fucking month, dude, of one fucking person.
Yeah,
fucking
some of these
off their
people make
pictures.
literally like
Yeah.
a few $100 probably, but
Yeah.
some of them are making literal millions of dollars every month. So can you imagine, like, some of these chicks, they're probably making life-changing money.
Listen, I'll be okay
Yeah,
if you
bro.
fucking buy me a nice
Yeah.
house and a car.
The ones that are
Now it
free,
comes out. You just
the
want the
ones that are
Mercedes and a
free,
fancy
Yeah,
house.
hey,
you watch
listen,
the
man.
ones
Right,
that are
all right.
free.
I
those
ain't gonna
ones
watch
that
that
are free
motherfucking
monetize
shit.
the
That's
most.
I'd be
Pretty
mad at you the whole time. But I'm like, Christmas is gonna be fucking awkward this year. But guess what?
Yeah.
You might roll up in a fucking Bugatti or something, and I'm like, oh, goddamn, you're doing better
There's
than
a-
I am. Fuck.
I mean,
You know what I
there's
mean?
a
I struggled
story-
all through your life, goddamn it, and you here you are showing an asshole and fucking here you go. You know what I
There's a
mean?
story of,
Shit.
of one of these girls who bought her parents a car and a house and she her thing was free, right? So it's free for you to watch it, but these people are getting it free, right? So they're gonna give them all their money now because they didn't even have to sub, like they didn't have to pay for the fucking subscription. So like since it's free, they're like, okay, take more money than. So she learned the trick. She
Oh
fucking
yeah.
figured it out.
Bro,
Then
but
they'll
that
make it free for everybody, but they're gonna pay me double because it's free. Like they think
I
they're getting
mean,
something extra, but
if you
Crazy.
give me a Bugatti off of showing your booty hole, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel pretty fucked
Right?
up still. I'm like,
That's
I'm not a proud
one of these
parent right
girls
now.
did that though. Like she paid her parents for how she got
But
them a
it's a
house. and everything.
12-cylinder car.
Yeah,
It's
no,
a
I mean, it's
12-cylinder,
fucking it's
1,000
the
horsepower
brand
machine,
new
really.
fucking model, bro.
It's
It's got
the
the gullwing
monstrosity.
doors.
It's got
we're
the
fucking,
pinstripe leather. It's got the freaking extra
The
turbos.
cap,
It's
dude,
got
has
everything,
calfskin leather. Fuck
right?
Oh,
pinstripe.
it's got like
It's got
17
calfskin.
cows
It's
in there. Yeah,
got
17
stem
cows.
cell leather. That's how
Right.
fancy it is.
Fuck
It's got
yeah. I
stem cell
mean,
leather.
we got
17
people fucking
whole cows
skin
in
on
that
this
thing.
bitch, all right?
So like 17 whole cows. There's a lot of cow.
Wait,
there.
when did we jump to people leather?
I have
Oh,
no idea.
it's that expensive. It probably is. That's how expensive it is.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a lot of cow for one.
That's a
car.
whole lot of fucking.
all the thread is hair of a virgin
From
Italian
fucking
woman,
yeah, from
woven by
Indonesia,
Princess
something like that.
Esmeralda
Yeah,
herself,
what the fuck?
the
God,
heiress to the Italian throne.
fucking Egyptian, fucking
In her
you
off
know what I
time,
mean?
she
King
sews
King
Bugatti
Tut,
leather.
fucking King Tut's fucking, third ear of the fucking throne, fucking hair. No, it's weird shit. But yeah,
The leather
I
was
get it.
exclusively cut with King Tutankhamun's meteorite dagger itself. At
His
one
fucking
time,
That's
it was
too much leather, too, bro.
his fucking
That's
weakened
badass.
hip
If you
bone.
guys don't know about it,
His fucking
That
weakened
dagger
hip
is
bone. We took
hard,
it out.
bro.
We made it. We sharpened it up, made it into a dagger, and we laced a bunch of fucking stuff made from calf skin and goat. Fuck yeah, let's go.
I love to show this on the show every
How
once in
did
a
they
while. I
work
probably
the
showed it like
dagger
half a
make
dozen times.
meteor? Like that's what blows my mind. I'm like,
How
damn,
did they what?
how did they make that meteor? What tools did
Oh,
they
the
make?
meteor fell from the sky. So this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen it.
King
hundreds of times.
Tutankhamun, back in the day, you couldn't just forge steel. So now we can forge steel, but it's a whole thing. You actually have to intentionally add impurities to it in the form of carbon to actually make it a little bit harder. That's a little bit of knowledge that went a long way, and it took a long time to figure it out. Actually, one of the reasons why Japanese steel was folded and folded and folded and folded is that they didn't really know why the carbon helps, and they actually had relatively low iron ore quality, basically, as opposed to, let's say, in Sweden, where the steel was super, it just popped out, basically super high quality. Japan, they had to fold the steel to basically remove the impurities, but unintentionally
Make it not so
add
brittle.
carbon and make it actually a better steel. Anyway,
Yeah.
long story short, I'm babbling a little bit. 3,000 years ago, or however long ago Tutankhamun lived. I actually don't remember how long ago he lived. There wasn't such thing as metal forging. So the only steel that you could find, or the only iron really that you could find, literally fell out of the fucking sky. And you could get it hot enough to work, but they had no idea really how to smelt iron and stuff from rocks. So, you know, like you don't really find iron on the ground. You can find
Especially
iron
from fucking
ingots and
space
stuff,
rocks. That's
but basically,
crazy.
yeah, exactly. Most of the time when you find actual iron, it's from a space rock. Normally you would have to like smell, because there's like iron rocks. Whenever you see like rich red rocks, those are basically 90 fucking percent iron or something, and the rest is silica. But you have to smelt it basically to, like, you have to pretty much melt it to remove all the slag and whatever else, and then you get the actual ore.
Both the impurities off the top, and I mean,
Yeah.
skim all that shit and just pour it into a fucking mold type of. Yeah, it's some crazy shit. That's fucking nuts, though, dude. 3,000 years ago, they had this shit.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind.
3,000 fucking years ago. We dude, these people were more just
More
as
advanced.
more or just
Well, I
as
mean,
advanced
all
as
they
us,
did was
dude.
pound. I mean, no, I wouldn't say that. All
I
they
would-
did was
yeah, they're
basically
pretty
heat
fucking
up
advanced,
the meteorite in an oven. Pretty much, you can get an oven fairly hot. I mean, a forge is basically an oven. You can get an oven pretty fucking hot, and you can definitely get it red hot, and then you can pound that fucker until you get it to the shape, basically. So you're essentially forging the meteorite dagger. I think that's what they did, basically, is they forged the meteorite dagger, because they were capable of forging bronze back then, I'm pretty sure. And, you know, they did have some metals, you know, different, bronze, copper, soft metals. I won't swear to bronze right at the second at his time. The Greeks definitely had bronze like 1,000
No,
years
they
later.
definitely had copper, because like a lot of those fucking those like Egyptian things like that were like in like they what in tomb fuck's it called, they like, you know, in their tombs and shit like that, they had all these different fucking types of metals, like, you know, that were like basically fucking forged out of that shit. I mean, like, you know, like, oh, like here's like this and that, like there's limestone and a bunch of other shit that mixed in and this and that, and like, and it's just like fucking crazy how much that civilization, like at the time, was fucking advanced as it is, dude. Like it's some crazy shit.
People
Like,
forget that humankind was not dumbasses back in the past. Like, we weren't stupider, we just knew less shit. And this is something I think our society for some reason doesn't visualize really that well. Like, you know, your parents or something, like, they weren't stupid, they just didn't know how to use computers. Like, they didn't know about computers, you know, like your grandparents, they didn't know what a computer was, or your great grandparents or whatever, they didn't know what airplanes were. That didn't mean that they were fucking stupid.
no,
They had plenty of other
but
intelligent
they
things in
had
their life.
other things that were like super intelligent, like that, you know, like as far as like languages and stuff like that would, you know, that would show different
Chances
things.
are they were farmers or something. You know what I mean? So back then, people
crazy shit,
were far more attuned to the land and knew all kinds of things that we basically take for granted, not knowing. Basically, I guess, rather, that's terrible English. But the point I'm trying to say is, like, I don't know, they knew when it's time to plant or something just from looking at the ground or whatever. Whereas, you know, I
or the
don't know.
moon or fucking sun and all the different shit like they had. And like, you know, like I feel as if like a lot of things back then too were like super technologically advanced, but they didn't even know it, and we didn't even really know it, because the fact that, like, now we're experiencing, you know, it's like fucking crazy shit, dude. Like, I mean, these pyramids and stuff like that were supposedly, you know, supposedly fucking off of like, you know, all these electricity type of fucking things and patterns, and like, you know, they had riverways and that went through there, and like, just like all the different stones that they had that, you know, had connectivity between this and that made like fucking electricity. They actually had fucking like vases, whatever the fuck they were, like, you know, big like porcelain things that like were basically like a fucking charge station for like fucking weird shit. Like, I'm like,
oh, you're thinking about the Greeks.
Like, dude, that's fucking nuts, dude. That's 3,000 years ago, and they were doing that shit.
No, the Greeks were nuts.
Baghdad battery blows my mind still to this day. Like, to see.
I've seen that shit, like, dude, like years ago, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What they make?
It's so simple to make. Like, it's such a simple thing.
Dude, but it's like, but think about it, like, as like, if nowadays, if we made that shit, it's simple to us, but back in the day, it was not as simplistic as it is now, but it did exactly what the fuck it should have done, and they proved it. And it's like, holy fuck, man, that's nuts. That's fucking crazy. That's, to me, that blows my fucking mind, dude. Thousands of years ago.
This is, yeah, I've read about this before. This is undetermined to this moment if it actually was a battery. I mean, it could have been, but the thing is, you'd actually have to put this in a solution, right, to actually get it to work. So the Baghdad battery is the name given to a set of 3 artifacts which were found together: a ceramic pot, a tube of copper, and a rod of iron.
Yep.
It was thought, it was discovered in present day. I mean, if you basically put the rod of iron in the copper, you're creating kind of a magnet. And if you were to submerge that basically in acid, you'd basically have a battery. But did it have a liquid? What, an electrolyte or whatever, I guess, right? So it was it was discovered in present day Kujut Rabu, Iraq in 1936, close to the metropolis of Ctesiphon, the capital of the Parthian and Sasanian empires, and is believed to date from either of those periods, namely 150 BC to 223 AD,
150
or 224
BC, bro.
to 604. So kind of a broad range, honestly. So in other words, that was
so long
before.
ago, though? Holy
Well, that was
Right.
Before Jesus or a couple hundred years after Jesus, I guess you could think of
Either
it.
way,
I
it's
mean,
still
whatever. I mean,
amazing.
it's still a long damn time ago. Holy
It's
shit.
just so cool
A long
to
while
find
ago,
this
yeah.
shit still whole intact. So cool.
To know that they had some stuff like this that people were actually thinking about, like
Yeah,
they
so
had the
they do have
technology.
light
Yeah, that's
inside,
nuts, man.
that could make enough light for your house inside or for your wherever they found it, and that would be pretty awesome.
But they didn't have lights at that time, but they actually, you know, I mean, they had the technology to fucking be able to, yeah, like that's
So
well,
that
but here's
blows,
the thing.
that
So they're
fucking
saying,
makes my mind crazy,
well,
bro.
don't
Like,
don't get too crazy, because basically, people study this shit. Its origin and purpose remain unclear. It was hypothesized by Wilhelm Koenig, at the time director of the National Museum of Iraq. It's a good thing that there was a German guy in charge of it.
yeah,
The
there you
object
go.
functioned as a galvanic cell, a battery, possibly used for electroplating or some kind of electrotherapy, but there's no electroplated object known from this period, and the claims are near universally rejected by archaeologists. An alternative explanation is that it functioned as a storage vessel for sacred scrolls. So, I mean, you never know. Like some of these things, if how do I say this? If there were batteries back then, we'd probably find more of them. We wouldn't just find one. We'd find like multiples.
100%
And
right,
for example,
bro.
with the Greek, there's the Antikythera mechanism. It's this ancient computer, and it was legit. Like you basically put in some money, and it beep beep boop booped, and it put out like water for the gods and whatever. Super advanced mechanism.
First
Took a couple
machine,
thousand
bro.
years
Slot
for something
machine.
like that to be kind of like a slot machine. Guess what? They've found more of those. So they found the one. First of all, it had like good, parentage. It was found like in a Greek wreck, around like Greek, wrecked, vases and shit like that. Like there wasn't any question like, oh, this might have just come from nowhere. Whereas I think that actually was sort of, I mean, that was the only one of its kind, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But the Antikythera, they've actually found these other Greek computers basically in the meantime. So they're like, oh yeah, this was not a complete and total aberration. Like they actually had that technology back then.
So
they didn't use it for Apple computers or some shit. It's kind of a pity because a lot of that technology could have been developed into other stuff. But society always has these ebbs and flows where some shithead comes and conquers an entire civilization or whatever.
Yep. Yeah. Some asshole comes along and is like, "Fuck you, I'm taking that." And it's like, I don't know what to do with it, but I'm still taking it. And it's like, you're a dick, bro. Like you just fucked up
control this
everything.
Power, but I'm gonna steal it. So
yeah, I'm gonna steal it, and I'm gonna fucking sit on it for like fucking 1,000 years.
One of the greatest mathematicians ever to live, they say, Archimedes was killed. The Romans very much wanted to keep him alive. He was the genius military advisor and stuff to the Syracusans, I guess you could call them, basically. Go ahead. Hold on, I'm actually fucking this up.
Good.
He was from Sicily, but they were the Syracusians. Hold on, I'm just going to look him up. Anyway, as they invaded, they weren't supposed to kill Archimedes, and this one Roman soldier was just like, fuck this one guy, because Archimedes was kind of a dick. He was like, get out of my light. He's reported to have said. The Roman soldier was apparently, standing in the sun, basically, and Archimedes was doing a math problem. And Archimedes was like, get out of my light. And the Roman soldier was like, the fuck what? And he killed him. And, What am I trying to say? Like the Romans could have very much used his prowess. He invented like these fucking flame trebuchets and everything else.
Well, all right. So that's what I want to get to.
Syracuse, Syracuse and Sicily.
At this fucking point, we had these people that were this fucking smart, like who were able to create this shit. Like,
well, but again, my point was that
nuts,
like we've
man.
always had people that are super
yeah,
100%.
But like, what the fuck? Like that still blows my mind to this day. Like, I mean, we still have like these, entrepreneurs and like all these like fucking really really smart people, like really smart, way smarter than their fucking times, bro. And it's like, wow, that's pretty.
Well, if they're
pretty
way smarter than
crazy.
their times, there's lots of people that are super super smart. The problem is a lot of people don't really get the into the right place or the wrong time. Who was it? I'm forgetting which. It was one of the big physicists, like Stephen Hawking or somebody, or not Einstein. That was too long ago. Richard Feynman or Stephen Hawking. Anyway, he basically said that he's certain that there are thousands. Oh, how did he fucking put it? Anyway, I'm going to look this up because I'm fucking up this a beautiful quote. I'm certain that, okay, I'm going to look it up before I butcher the quote. Welcome back, Ryan, while I look up the butchered quote.
Brian. I mean, to me, it's amazing that like we have like smart enough people like this, like we have over generations and generations, like over time, we've always had these smart ass motherfuckers like they just like create shit. It's like, where the fuck did you come from, dude? Like, holy shit.
It was hidden esoteric knowledge or occult knowledge that not everybody was meant to know, and like only certain people.
Right, like and they come up with some shit where they make the fucking computer and stuff. It's like, holy fuck, dude. Like,
so
that's a huge thing. Like,
yeah, a really hidden school, because those people we called like fucking witches or something else.
They would always be 100% called witches, and they get fucking killed to the fucking burnt to the fucking stake, dude, because of the fact that they're different. They're like, dude, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. Like, I'm pretty fucking smart, and they're like, yeah, fuck you, bro. We're gonna burn you, bitch. Like, it's like, all right,
future man, send you to hell.
Yeah, right. Like, goddamn. Like, that sucks. Like, okay, but it's pretty crazy. Like how shit works, man. Like, just think about it.
Because they were too smart. Like somebody said something.
Nostradamus, dude, all coming up with all this fucking crazy stuff all these events that are gonna happen and have
Nostradamus
happened.
was wrong about 99% of it.
Well, I think, I mean, there has been some things. There has been some things that have fucking been, correct.
Like what? The sun will rise, and sure enough,
yeah. I mean,
I bet you it rises tomorrow. I bet you anything.
I can't find the fucking quote, by the way. It had to do with, I'm certain that I'm forgetting half of the fucking quote, and the point of it was that thousands of geniuses never got a chance to be great physical or physicists or musical artists or whatever else, but rather basically ended up dying in a rice field as a
as a fucking exactly some fucking
can't think of the fucking quote.
Cotton picking fucking dude or whatever else, or fucking whatever the fuck he's doing, you know what I mean? Like
ditch digger or whatever the shit.
Whatever, but like this guy's like developing like the whole, like everything. Like, what the fuck? Like, no one's listening to him because they're like, bro, you're crazy, man. Shut the fuck up. Go milk the goat.
You're crazy.
All right. Yeah. Fucking go milk this goat over there, bro. You know what I mean? Dude, put yourself to use. They're like,
people have been smart for a long time, man. And it's
really
just a shame that we always lose those ideas. That's why I keep harping on this whole thing about how our conversations in weed and stuff, and those conferences like Wendy and James are having, those are like the Library of Alexandria or the Library of Baghdad or something. It's like these really convocations of great ideas. Okay, we're not Aristotle, but like, how do I say this? We're doing what Aristotle and Plato and all those guys did. We're basically exchanging ideas amongst each other, and in the process, creating a far, far, far better process for cannabis. Like, even just from the discussions that we have, I can tell that most of the people that come on this show, and even most of the people that come on some of the other shows, are at the very least making a lot less stupid mistakes. Because you used to hear constantly about how flush this, flush that, when's the right time to flush, how many weeks of flush, oh, I do more flush than you, oh, I do less flush than you. All those discussions are gone now because flushing is horseshit. And still some people flush, of course,
No, well,
But
yeah, of course,
thankfully,
but
the discussion is moving to the side because that whole science is garbage, right? Because that was, yeah.
I noticed that after the
nutrients.
fact that, like, you know, when people are like, oh yeah, you get a fucking flush like 3 times the amount of like of the container or what, I'm like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about? That's a dude. You know how many gallons of water I had to flush through one fucking plant?
Right.
That's,
Oh no,
I'm
for
not.
real.
I'm not
Yeah,
doing that. I'm
yeah.
not doing that.
Right.
I'm not
What are
emptying
we
a
And what was
fucking
the
20.
point? What was the point of
Yeah.
over fertilizing and then under fertilizing? Like,
No,
why are you
over
doing that?
watering, basically over watering to the fucking point of where you have no nutrients, where your fucking plant stays wet as fuck, and
That's
you're just like,
right. That's right.
I really don't know what am I
Cocoa
supposed to do with
all
this
the
thing
time.
now. I have to wait till it dries now, so that might take 5 days. And in cocoa still, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Some weird shit, like,
It's crazy.
yeah, and like since like all those, like, you know, that shit back in the day, I just, when the plant wants to finish out, it starts telling you that it wants to finish out, and you start just fucking feeding it water, dude, and then you just fucking water it like you would normally do, and it takes up the fucking water and it dries out like it normally would not have a fucking period of time where it has to fucking completely dry out like 4 days later, where where you normally never ever have that duration of time where it would dry out, like, you know what I mean, if you were feeding it. So like, it's shit like that, like, that just makes you think like, man, it just, you know, just fucking, it's like nature, bro. If you're out in nature, and like, you know, I live in fucking 4 seasons out here in you know, in fucking in Massachusetts and shit, so like we have 4 seasons. So the plants grow and then they fucking die, and when they start dying, bitch, you start watering. Okay, you just water, that's it, and like they'll start, you know, fucking just eating themselves and fucking doing all that shit, and just, that's it. That's it. You don't have to go to the process of fucking, I gotta flush through 1,000,000 gallons of water. It's like, that's fucking stupid in a way, because it's almost to the point where you literally just, you flood this thing out, so, you know, this plant out so much that you're being detrimental to its fucking well-being, just in general. Like, it's fucking too wet. Like, it's, what the hell? I would want to have water be taken up, just straight water, and be able to be taken up and go, oh shit, that's fucking what, oh, it's that time. We gotta start being, you know, we have to cannibalizing ourselves and shit like that. And like, you know, our fucking season's coming to an end, and like, that's how plants fucking work. Like, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're not fucking, we don't need to flush through. When does anything in nature ever get flushed 20 fucking gallons of water? If it rains for a couple of days, yeah, maybe, but like, for fuck's sake, like, that doesn't initiate the whole process of being, you know, cannibalistic in, like, you know, in plant form, like, as far as taking all the nutrients that it can out of that fucking plant and coming to its fucking end stages. That's what it does in general. Like, you don't need to flush fucking 40 gallons of water through it. I don't feel as if you don't need to do any of that shit. I do feel as if you need to put enough fucking water forth, you know, that it can uptake and be able, you know, be a fucking productive, like, management towards this plant. You know what I mean? Like, as far as like, it's gonna take up some water or take up some nutrients. If you fed it nutrients, it would take the nutrients up. Okay, but now it might not want that at the end of this fucking stage. So it's like, you fucking feed it water, it's just, that's all it does. So it's like, why you gotta feed it 30 gallons of water? You don't need to. It would never ever in nature take fucking 30 gallons of water down. What do you have, a fucking,
Get all them
you know,
felts out of
Noah's
there.
Ark? It's fucking weird as shit, dude. I mean, am I wrong? Like, we would never.
No,
in
you're
nature-
right. It's
yeah,
that whole
maybe-
nutrient scene has always been so bizarre to me. I'm always
fucking
surprised
weird,
when I
though.
hear how much money they make. I'm just like, really? They
plant
have
looks
private
at-
jets and shit? I'm just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, dude.
how
it's
much fucking
crazy,
money?
man.
It
What
blows your
bottles do
fucking
you guys
mind.
use, if any? None? No
What?
I
bottles?
don't use
no?
any. I use a bottle. I use fish hydrolysate, and it's fucking horribly stinky. I didn't finish that
Oh,
story
yeah,
earlier.
dude.
The story,
It's like fish shit, dude. It's nasty.
I use
it
fish
like
shit.
ferments in the jar, and it just
It
becomes
stinks,
like
dude. Smells like dirty fucking
Satan's
hookers.
dreams of awful deathness. Like, it's just
Yeah.
like when he has a nightmare, that's what it smells like, right?
So-
Like, you open the jar and you think I'm exaggerating, but it is fucking
No,
foul
dude.
as
It's like when
assholes.
you
It's
open
just
up fish,
terrible.
dude. There's a reason why fish shit, like in the jar and shit like that. You know, when it's in a bottle.
Oh, it's worse than that fish shit. It's
Oh,
worse than
dude.
Fish
that.
shit doesn't smell
I
bad
don't know
at
how
all,
it can
bro.
be
I
worse
love
than that,
fish
bro.
shit.
I've literally
Because that stuff isn't
fucking
that
dry
concentrated.
heaved.
Like, I don't
Oh,
want to
fuck.
show you because I might accidentally spill some and it will be
No, don't do
diarrhea
it,
or
because
this
something.
entire
it'll
area.
be on you
But
for the
it's like
rest of
this
your life,
fucking
bro.
gloop. Oh, it's
brown diarrhea, and it fucking smells so bad. I've seen it. I
No,
used to
it's
do that
fucking
stuff in
dirty, dude.
Jordan's.
It smells so
You
bad.
pour it in, it's just
diarrhea
like
made out of pureed fish bones
fish.
that
Oh
had just
fuck! So you only ate fish bones
rotted
for like a month,
for a
right?
year.
No, like for okay, for a year, and then you
Yeah.
ate that, and then you shit it out, and then that's what it smells like.
That's what it looks
Pretty,
like.
pretty
Oh,
close.
so it looks
pretty
like
close.
that's fucking even
Yeah,
worse.
it looks
Okay,
like
so
it's
it looks like that, and
it's
it
a brown.
And
smells
it
even
smells
worse.
like if you took the ocean and rotted it, basically for a year, pretty much.
Yeah, my neighbors
So
used
like,
to hate me, bro. Like I used to do
Oh,
that
man,
outside, make a tea out of that
delicious.
stuff, and that. Oh my god, dude! The next day I'd come out there gagging to go turn it
Yeah,
off.
yeah, like you
I
throw up,
believe
dude,
you.
like puke on yourself. For
I
fuck's
And I
sake,
believe
know
your
they
feet, your
hated that
feet are about
shit.
to get wet, bro, from
the
fucking throw up.
plants,
Like it's
they
dirty.
love it.
I used to,
They
when I
love
lived
it.
out with
Oh
them,
yeah, the
But
smellier
you
the
will
better.
not.
The smellier the better, bro. They love that shit.
I thought it was, but my neighbors had to hate me. Like I know they hated me. They
Oh,
fucking,
dude,
they'd
I
be
would have hated
spraying
And
you.
the
it
shit
is
outside.
If
a
I was your
smell.
fucking neighbor, I
It
would
is
have
a
been like,
smell.
"Fuck you, fingers.
Like,
Fuck you, bro. You
like,
stink,
why do I smell
bitch."
perfume outside?
Yeah,
I'd smell perfume
horrible.
and they'd be over the spraying it over the wall and shit. And I'd be like, I'll spray it down with soap. I'm so sorry. And I
She's
sprayed it
like,
down
he's
with
like,
soap
"Oh,
and I don't
dude,
smell
my bad. It's dirty hookers in the sun. I don't even know. It's
it.
terrible. Fucking
They
bad,
thought there
bad
was a
news."
homeless encampment in my
Get some
backyard. They called the
Right?
fucking city on me and they said there's a homeless encampment back
They
there.
fucking said
I
there's
could
a
tell them
what?
to take the tents down. So
That's
like I had a
awesome.
tent full of fucking clones and I took that down and put those in the shed real quick. And
They
I
thought
could tell them,
homeless people. They actually compared
yeah,
them to
they
homeless
actually
fucking
thought
people.
there was homeless
That's
people there
so
because of the
fucking
smell,
degrading and terrible. Oh my god, that's
right?
so.
It would
I
smell
don't
so
stu.
fucking,
Dude,
and there
I
was
do not
tents in the
shower for a
backyard.
fucking month
Yeah.
and I wouldn't smell. So I don't know how fucking people like. What do you live on, like
It was a rich city, so these
sardines and
people were
You
really
shit?
would
bad.
I don't
not
even.
They just
smell if you
thought,
didn't shower for a month?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I guarantee you, it's
Really?
fucking crazy. Yeah, it's fucking. I mean, obviously I shower every fucking day, anyways. But like,
I
my
would
scent.
smell if I
I
didn't
don't
shower for
sweat
a
from my
month.
armpits. It's fucking the weirdest thing ever, dude. I don't sweat from my armpits.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
a
get B.
armpit
By the way, do
I've
other
sweater.
never
people
once
agree
had
with you
BO.
on this opinion, or are you the only
100%.
person
Yeah,
among
dude,
us?
my wife is the one who pointed it out, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Yeah." She goes, "You've never had. I've known you for 15 years, and you've never had BO. Never
There are
fucking
people
once
like
smelled
that.
like onion.
Koreans apparently,
I don't smell, dude. That's
as
fucking
a
weird.
race, apparently Koreans hardly ever have BO.
Never.
They
I
and
never have
evidently they
it.
lack
It's.
the gene that enables the bacteria. It's because it's like a fucking bacteria basically that
I'm
makes you
not
smell.
Korean, but I lack something that's fucking. I'm not smelling like a
Every
fucking.
once in a while, there's people that basically, I guess you probably don't have that one gene, or you don't have it turned on. I guess.
I don't sweat from my
Oh,
armpits,
interesting.
Jimmy. I don't sweat from my armpits. It's fucking weird.
Lucky.
I don't sweat from my armpits. I haven't since I hit like puberty when I was 14. I stopped sweating from my armpits. It's fucking the weirdest thing in the world, bro. I don't smell. I don't. It's the strangest shit. My wife's like, it's weird. Like you don't, you don't sweat from your armpits. You know what I mean? You don't smell. I'm like, I don't know. What the fuck? Like, she's like, your scent is just like a scent. I'm like, okay, that's super fucking weird. So
General smell.
yeah, bro. I got no fucking terps, dude. I got no fucking. You know what I mean? I'm lacking all that shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to the
My
dispensary at Delta. I'm
esters
in
are
Delta
missing,
9.
bro.
Fuck it. Yeah, I'm
No
just
fucking esters,
terrible.
bro.
Something.
Haven't you guys tried water soluble blood meal?
I've tried blood meal in other
I
parts
have, but I
outside.
don't want to use it because like blood meal probably comes from super fucked up places. So I'm just like, eh.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
It
want
does.
to,
Yeah, it does.
a stank though.
No.
But what?
That's worse than that fucking fish shit.
No, it
Take
didn't.
What
Oh,
blood
smells
meal?
pretty bad.
Probably
Oh
close.
no, man.
Probably
Okay,
And,
so
close.
all right, so
I
all
had
right,
like
so
a 30-gallon tote of it, and my boss hit it with a fucking. He thought he was gonna push the tote out of the way. Like it was like, I want to say 8 pounds of the. God, I'm not gonna get my numbers right. I'm fucking stoned. Fucking
okay. All right.
8
pounds of
5-gallon
what?
bags maybe, or
Oh,
8
shit,
5-pound
Captain
bags.
420 is trying to join.
What
Sorry
I'm
about
trying to
that.
say. In a 30-gallon thing, but it was just a thick soupy, but it takes like I
It
don't know,
tastes
maybe
like.
a week to
Oh,
fucking break it down.
it takes. I thought you said it tastes like. I was like,
That's
you
what I thought
fucking
you
drink
said.
this shit, bro?
But-
Holy fuck.
I
Oh
thought
no,
you said
fucking
taste, bro. I was
But,
like,
It
oh, shit.
takes. I get you. All right, takes like what a week. I thought you said taste. Like I'm like, what the fuck? What? Oh no.
Tastes
No,
like your
he-
fucking mama. That's what it tastes
he
like.
tried bumping the
Tastes
container out of the
tastes
way
like a hookers.
with his UTV, and it wasn't. He wished he hadn't done it.
Yeah,
Fucking
I fucking bet.
Oh, it's bad.
Splash
It
back.
fucking
You ever
strong though.
you ever smell the fucking dead bloated body? It's pretty fucking dirty, bro. It's pretty gross. Yep.
Yeah, it's one of the worst smells.
Live in the fucking city where people get killed all the time. It's kind of one of those things. You
Yeah.
just, you
One of
know.
the worst smells you could ever
I,
smell.
I was like 12 years old when I found my first fucking dead body in the fucking going meet my friends at school. So I went to a different school than my buddies did. And I was riding my skateboard up there, and I fucking literally I rolled up down this path, and I was like, "What the fuck is that smell?" I was like, "Holy fuck, this is terrible." And I looked over to my right, dude, and about maybe 100 feet off, there was like a floating body, a woman in this like little swamp area, bloated out like fucking dirty shit, dude, in the middle of something. It was like pretty much like right before summer, so it was like May or something. I was like, oh fuck, it was bad. It stunk so fucking terrible. And then I went to my bus stop one day, same thing. Also, when I was 14 years old, and there was somebody hanging from a tree, fucking from like about a week and a half, 2 weeks, just fucking fermenting in the sun. It was just disgusting. Yeah, about 120 feet off the fucking. It was nasty.
People forget that a lot of times it's little kids and stuff that actually find bodies like that.
Dude, I was young. I found 13 or 14.
It was kind of like it was a thing with like a lot of mob killings. It would end up being like, I mean, they show this in movies, I guess, but it was like a thing where like boys playing would basically find all these dead bodies and then get PTSD for the rest of their life and shit.
But yeah, I probably have some of that shit because of that. Having people hanging from trees is no joke. Fucking bullshit, bro.
Friend of mine in college, speaking of college, friend of mine in college basically turned lifelong vegetarian because she was from Alaska and her family was pretty, I mean, they were granted from Anchorage, but they camped a lot and stuff. They had a cabin, I guess, and they were fairly self-sufficient. Anyway, one day, there's fucking eggs on there. Are those eggs or is that dust? Anyway, one day her father's like best friend or whatever. I know, right? Well, this is harvested, thankfully. So
I mean, there's a whole bunch of crystallization going on top of these trichomes. What's up with that? No, so that's right.
Oh, that's the reflection of a light.
Reflection, yeah. Light refractoration. What the fuck it's called, yeah. But like the other one you said that was 3D off of that shit. You're like, oh, hopefully that's not fucking right. I feel you there.
Which one?
It looked
which
good
one?
though.
The one that I showed earlier? Or
no,
what?
go up. If you just go up from where you are right now.
Oh, I think these are just old.
No, because you were like, oh, something about eggs or something like that, and I saw some like 3 things.
Oh no, these are. No, this one was fun. This was. We were looking at this. We were looking at this. Yeah, this is a stack of something new of mine. So this is like week 12. I don't think it actually needs week 12.
What camera is that done with, bro? Holy shit.
Oh, this one with my camera, but basically it's photo stacked. So it's with like, can't remember exactly on this one. Actually, kind of a lot on this one, maybe like 100 images. But anyway, it's you take a bunch of pictures and you slightly change the focus.
Yep.
And then you stack them all together digitally, basically, and it gives you a super sharp image. Because when you're at this magnification, you could never get this kind of sharpness.
How far can you magnify in? Like, I mean, I don't know anything.
Oh yeah, because because there's so much data, you can actually magnify pretty good.
Wow,
I mean, now
dude.
it starts
You're
to pixelate.
No, I can see your fucking cool? LED lights and shit though.
The reflection. That's the grid. That's the grid. That's not the crazy. LEDs. That's actually a grid. But yeah, same. Yeah, I know what you mean. But if that's what you were talking about, that's not eggs. That's not eggs. There's different
I was talking about the other.
So
if you go up to where keep going up to the right hand side a little bit. No, don't zoom in too much. Jesus Christ, that's fucking way too much. But you had some stuff to the right, and you had mentioned that, and I had looked at the same time you mentioned that, and it was something that was like, it was like something that was on top of a trichome that was like a little bit off.
Oh, you were literally talking about this just over here. Okay. Yeah, that right.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Yep.
Maybe dust, maybe an egg.
You like fucking maybe dust, maybe an egg, and you zoomed away from it. I was like, oh shit. Well,
there's
I want to talk about that
too. I just noticed.
Yeah, there's something in the middle. I saw like a rice.
What is that?
Little hole
or
something, but it's so small that it couldn't be. Like a little white fly maybe stuck.
You're like in this shit though. Like,
see, this is why I'm enjoying this. This is actually spectacular because you get to explore a lot about this. So this is something new.
What's that black speck right there?
I see
it might just be an artifact. Oh, that's like a green dot that was
Degraded
in
fucking
the
trichome or
shade.
some
It looks like
shit.
it wasn't.
Never
Yeah, I don't
turned
think it
into
was
one.
illuminated.
Fuck
I'm
that.
still working on this. Like the focus stacking is a fucking
Dude, that's
skill,
fuck,
like
dude. What
everything
you're doing
else.
right now is more than I've seen on like plants. Like this is cool as fuck, man.
Isn't
Amber,
it
I could
interesting?
see.
I mean, you get
Yeah,
to
it's
see
very
really a
interesting.
lot.
I see
Yeah.
a percentage of what you have for that's cloudy to amber, and that's fucking cool as fuck to me because
Mhm.
that's what I look for. That's all I would
And
look
you get
for.
to see
I
that
wouldn't look
there's a
for
little
anything
bit
else.
of you get to see that there's a little bit of anthocyanins in here. I was really looking at the trichome types, right? Because
That shit's
here we
nuts,
have a mix of capitate sessile, but we also have some bulbous trichomes, but we don't seem to have that many cystolithic hairs, which is actually kind of a good thing. Oh, I didn't want a mask. Don't do the mask. Never mind.
So all the smart talk that fucking Fumi's doing right now, it's all the real terminology of what the fuck these things are actually. I don't even know. Like, I mean, what you just
Well,
said,
there's
I know what you're
different kinds of
talking about, but I'm
trichomes,
like, fuck, man,
so
that's
here
some
we
smart
go.
shit. Goddamn.
So
Smart
that
fucker.
hair right there, you know what? That's probably terrible. Here we go. I could use the hand. That's probably bad.
Come
But
to
yeah, you can see that
Thailand.
band. What's up, Captain 420? Welcome.
Cheers.
So
Come to
actually right
Thailand
here,
and you'll find them. We have plants that have all different trichomes on them here.
that's true. Absolutely
Not
true.
just
That
one.
looks great. I mean, what you have right there, dude.
Well,
Like,
it
that's like,
depends on what you want it for, honestly. So here we have some ambered out bulbous trichomes, which is really interesting. It looks like those matured out first before anything else.
way
Yeah,
faster.
right. Isn't that interesting? But
Like
they're
way
almost
faster,
all.
bro.
I mean, there are some other capitate sessile, the glandular trichomes. They're ambered out too, but you could see that those guys are already like dried
Like,
out. Basically,
they're already
ambered out and dried
they're
out.
like
How
a
interesting,
week
right?
ahead of time, bro. They're a week
Yeah,
ahead of
yeah,
time.
absolutely. So this is arguably way past harvest time, right? That's another one of these, like, as
That's
you
like
know,
a
one of
fucking
the benefits of this is
60%,
just looking at
70.
this to figure out when the harvest window could have been or should
But
have
like
been
you
or
see that one
whatever.
right there, they have the same color, right? Which you have a lot of amber going on, right? Zoom back in again. Yeah, you have it was a shorter one. Right there. Right in the middle. Fuck, it's a whole bunch
Right
of
in the middle,
goddamn. I
right
can't
there,
I
right
can't even
there,
tell you.
right
God
there.
damn it. All right,
Hey,
so
damn.
the one that's
right
not
over here.
all right.
the
Hold on. I actually have a point here. All right, so
Go
there's
down
fucking
to the corner.
so where it's not degraded to the point of like where it's shriveled up. Okay.
He said.
The one to the right, that's like more amber than everything else, right? But it's on a fucking right there, right in the middle.
Now, nice one.
Right there.
With the veins.
No, to the right,
Not that one?
one to the right.
That one.
Right, yes, that one right there. So that one's darker than all the other ones, right? It's matured, but it also has a nice fucking clear stem to it, right? So it's like, it's obviously going through that whole process. So the other ones have already gone through the process. You can see them, where it's like fucking degraded to the point of like
this one's already popped. Yeah.
Yes, popped. Yep. The other ones are already popped, deflated, fucking like shriveled up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now they're just degrading in that, at that point. Now this right here shows me it's at its peak right there. It's at fucking color. It needs, like everything. Like if you're going for like a 30 or 40% amber.
So yeah, I expect this to be fairly stony. We'll see.
Yeah.
It also doesn't have too many of these cystolithic hairs, right? I don't actually want it to have too many because I don't think that's going to be too useful for the audience, a lot of whom are going to end up hashing it. A lot of my customers keep telling me they hash their shit. They basically wash it. They do bubble hash. Some people do flower rosin. I still to this day am a big advocate of flower rosin. I think you can save yourself a lot of waste and time, honestly, and it's a huge learning process to master each step of the bubble hash to rosin process. You can fuck up so easily, and there is only ever hash is incredibly unforgiving. It's only ever fire in, fire out. You can never ever get fire from something that was not fire in the beginning. So anytime that you fuck it the process up slightly, you pay for it massively at the end.
100%. Yeah.
Flower rosin is far more forgiving, and it's still fire in, fire out. There's no getting around that. You're not going to create terpenes from fucking nothing, but you can avoid a lot of the pitfalls of bad drying, bad sifting, bad microplaning, on and on and on and on and on.
100%. I agree with you on that aspect of it, right? But like you add a bunch of different variables into this into this thing where you can now fuck up royally, bro. Like 100%. I agree with you, bro. I mean, if you start like sifting this and this, and you go through this process, that process, before you even get to like a fucking bag where you're gonna press it, or just fucking, use it for whatever, making a hash ball, whatever the fuck you want to do. It's like, that's gonna be one of those things. Like, dude, like, if you go through the whole process and start fucking up, like you said, it's gonna be terrible, detrimental to your fucking your yield and everything. You fuck everything up. It starts fucking shit up like right off the rip.
By the way, I keep showing this and I wanted to finish my thought. So in this, we see a couple of interesting things. We see a few trichomes stuck to each other, a few trichome clusters stuck to each other. These three right here, these two, I guess, right over here. There's like two behind here. And there's, I think, four over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. And anyway, at some point, these guys were closer together, maybe before the bud grew out or something, and they stuck together, and then they pulled one of the trichomes apart and basically like spaghettified it and just like sucked all the juice out of it.
That's what I'm
Isn't that
seeing
fun?
right there.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't that
That's
freaking
what that
baller?
is. That's
Right,
awesome.
yeah, right there, yeah.
That's cool.
So
I was
it's
wondering.
striation went across, dude, and it literally fucking grabbed that other one, made it two.
And this one
then-
too.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
another one
Yeah,
right
that's
there
cool.
And then
too.
this one
Yeah.
basically sucked the juice
So
out.
why do you think that it did that?
Man.
I'm
They
curious.
got stuck to each other. I don't know.
No, but
And
like,
then the bud
but like,
expanded.
it looked. That one
Yeah.
looks like it reached though. It actually like reached across. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know.
so I
Yeah.
guess Ryan's saying he has a fucking microscope that he has right now set
That's
up
cool.
or something. He could, whatever, view or some shit.
Oh, and I also,
Yeah, I like
before
that.
we bounce, I like the trichome head to trichome stalk connection, basically the abscission layer. It could
A
be
mushroom.
the where the mushroom head meets the mushroom stalk, basically, because that matters for like hash. And some of these trichomes are great. See how
Beautiful round.
huge
Dude,
head,
round.
whatever, and
Beautiful
barely
round,
connected.
dude. Nice.
But like that one right there, you can see it's
That's
a very
perfect. That's
thin neck.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Or that
though,
one
dude.
right there. Look at that one. That trichome is just about ready to fall right off.
Right off.
That's
dude.
perfect for hash, because that thing right there is just chock full of oils.
Yep.
And then basically you just kind of
A
shake
little
it
bit
or,
of
look at
agitation,
it
dude,
wrong.
is like, but all yours look
Oof.
like, a lot of yours look like that right now. So
Yep.
like that, it's a good
Good hash strain. Yeah.
point. It's a good perspective to look at as far as like, when you're looking for something to like, I'm gonna want to watch this shit. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. It's like, that looks nice though, dude. I like the way it looks.
Yeah.
You know what? It also tells me though, you don't fuck with your plants and touch your plants, which you could now explode these heads before they even matured. So like, you don't fuck with them. Like, you're not touching them with the gloves on or whatever. People are like, oh,
Except
it's
for
okay,
arguably
gloves
right
on.
here
It's
up
like,
at the
yeah.
top. I
Right.
think that's
Oh, look,
exactly
yeah,
what happened to the top here.
you probably smashed the fuck out of that with your thumb or something
Snap
stupid
the-
shit. Maybe. But like
snap the
everything
little thing.
everything else is not touched. That
Oh,
that's fucked
wow.
up. Yeah,
Look at
that's destroyed,
Bruised,
bro.
totally bruised. Wow.
Yeah, you fucked it up pretty bad.
That's
What?
crazy how you can see the difference.
Yeah, look, actually, you can see like all the trich. I'm melting.
Yeah, like
Bent
you
over.
fucking burst me, you squished me, bro,
Yeah.
and you did. You
That's
popped
a
them
cool
all, bro. They
picture.
all just ran down like
That's
fucking.
it.
Even the
like,
green. Look at the green even
No,
popped
Yeah,
out.
look
Fucking looking
look at
Isn't that
the
funny?
look at the fucking
like
ones
the
to the left though.
colorful exploded.
Look at the ones to the left right there. Nope, not on that
Further?
plant right there.
Other
No,
side.
left hand side. Go left.
Oh, left. I'm sorry.
Others,
Right
yeah.
there. So you
Those
see
little-
no trichome heads, right? You see
Yeah.
fucking,
Oh yeah.
that's
There's none at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thin too. They're way thinner and little compared to the
Yep.
big bulbous.
clear. They're not, so they're probably newer growth. But there's no trichome heads, and I'm not one bit on that whole fucking little right there.
Not a green hair.
That's weird. Because right next to it, you see a shitload, like a beautiful fucking trichomes, like. But
Yeah,
then
that's
you
on a
don't see.
hair. That's why,
That's
right?
oh yeah, probably yeah.
Yeah, that's different trichomes altogether.
No, yeah, that's nice
Different
though.
style altogether. Look at that.
Look at that shit. Looks like a fucking war going on. Bro.
I know, doesn't it? Isn't it interesting?
It's like I'm gonna spear you, bitch.
I think I didn't
Fuck
go
you,
deep
dude.
enough, maybe in the
Dude,
stat
that's
like
pretty
that kind of
That's
that
what she
halo
said.
around them.
Yeah,
Nice
right.
That kind of halo there, I think basically just didn't go far enough into it. Again, that's what she said.
I like the fact that a lot of them are cloudy and amber. But obviously see clear ones, yes, right there. But like, dude, look at what you have. That's fucking. A lot of us can't do this and zoom in like this. This is fucking cool.
Isn't that cool?
I
Yeah.
appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Cheers, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fun to look at it.
It's fucking crazy because like this is the
Right.
shit we're smoking, ingesting, fucking putting into our lungs. You know what I mean? Like what?
Oh, I
one
have
way or
some
another,
pictures.
dude.
I
Like,
have some
it's
pictures
just
that will
beautiful,
creep you
dude.
the fuck out too. I have
No,
some
I
pictures.
don't.
Yeah,
I
you
don't want
guys
to
are
see
gonna
those,
see.
bro.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm good. It's funny.
Yeah, I'm not good with that shit, man. It's like seeing a bed bug
No,
on first time. I don't see a bed bug.
yeah, man. No, last year I went and took some pictures of some aphids and stuff. It's
Oh
really
no, dude.
interesting to
See,
see that
I
stuff.
don't.
And then
All
you
right,
see how the spider mites fuck up your butt, and it'll make you really reconsider not
no,
doing an
no,
IPM regimen.
bro. Like,
Right.
dude, I'm telling you,
Right.
the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with right now is when I just before I stopped fucking growing, just about a month ago now, with the aphids, bro. Those motherfuckers, I must have created like a super fucking aphid or something. I don't know. Something happened, bro. But this bitch I used 9 products in this motherfucker, and I tell you right now, like, it did not die. Like, it went way to the point of like where it was, I couldn't even find any. But then do an IPM for a week, and all of a sudden you have fucking them crawling on your stomach again. It's like, holy shit! Like, this is bullshit, bro. Like, holy fuck! Like, what is going on? Like, this is nuts. So, like, yeah, man, aphids fucking suck. So if you have some kind of zoomed in aphid shit, I don't really want to watch that, but I probably would be interested.
learned
I'm
something
legit
from that.
afraid of even like putting my garden in there after I went to that one garden. Mind you, I didn't know that I was gonna like walk face first into aphids and whatever the fuck. My friend was just like, I'd taken pictures of that guy's house before. He didn't have aphids at the time. He's like, oh, come over and take some cool pictures, man. I've got some cool pictures to take. So I come over and I bring my flash, all my shit, and blah blah blah. And I realize I'm basically up to my armpits in the middle of aphids and everything else. So literally on the way back, I basically stripped pretty much to my fucking skivvies, threw it all in a garbage bag. I literally left as much of my camera gear in the car as I could and sterilized it all over the next couple of days to make sure I didn't bring any eggs in with me.
Dude, it's fucking nuts, bro. That shit, dude. They are born fucking pregnant, for fuck's sake. It's like
They're born
like, this is
pregnant
nuts,
with
man.
pregnant babies that are also themselves
with pregnant. Yeah, like
Yeah, the
fucking
babies
Jesus
are pregnant
Christ.
too.
Like, you got 3 generations about to come out and fucking bless you real quick.
That's right.
Okay, so if you go with a week or nothing, week worth of not IPMing and shit like that, guess what happens? And it sucks because if you have any kind of issue beforehand going into a fucking flower, and you put them in the flower, you don't want to spray during flower, right? So all of a sudden you see everything that comes out right away. Like, holy fuck. Oh, I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fucking, dude, they came out like, man, I didn't have I didn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, didn't spray for a week, went into flower, and it was like, hello. I was like, yo, go fuck yourself, man. This is nuts. See all these bitches.
I found a organic product over here for insects, and it literally got rid of the aphid problem in one day.
Dude, that's fucking nuts. Because I telling you right now, dude, I fucking fought with these aphids for so long, and I obviously just threw all the plants away and shit after that. I was like, I'm done. It cost me a shitload of money to fucking not get anywhere. All it did was cost me product, time, energy, fucking electricity. It just cost me everything, bro. I was like, you know what? I'm fucking just tossing these bitches. I should have threw them away sooner.
That's what I told the guy, was to toss them, and he's like, no, I used product you give me, and
no, fuck that.
They gone.
Nope.
And I'm like, what? And I go over and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna buy more of that product now.
Yeah, I haven't found shit that make that shit go away like that fast. That's not like harmful. That's like not harmful to, like, to the the overall fucking well-being of the harvest.
See,
I'm not gonna fucking.
The thing is we've been fighting aphids and mites in the States for decades. They built up an immune system.
Dude, a nasty one. A nasty
over
one, bro.
here, they don't have that, but there's just tons of pests. Your pressure is 10 times as much, but I seem to be able to kill them quite well. And I'm not killing the plants, so something must be all right.
Oh man,
How's
around here,
everyone
it's just
doing this afternoon?
fucking East Coast fucking bugs, dude, are some different fucking breed, bro. They go through different patterns of weather and shit, and I swear to God, they just live through everything. And they don't want to die. They just never want to die. It's like, you motherfuckers, like I'm spraying Zymes on you, fucking like right in your fuck you, dude. Like I'm spraying the hell out of you, and you're not even like, what's up, bro? About to lay another baby. Oh fuck! Like holy shit, this thing sucks.
Well, we used to be able to use perithium for spider mites. And then all of a sudden we get a spider mite that perithium doesn't do shit to it.
Right.
It's all the evolution. We
Dude,
caused
they've
it.
yeah, I think we've like literally made these things. We've evolved these fucking species of bugs. I'm telling you, it's fucking on some other shit. Cause like I had a wild rose bush around my garden spigot, right? Which I, basically, like turn on and off and shit, my spigot. And I used to have to walk by this fucking wild rose bush, and this wild rose bush one day was literally covered fucking like the worst infestation I've ever seen of fucking aphids on this wild rose bush. I'm like, holy shit. So I went to the fucking Home Depot like any other regular consumer would have, right? And just fucking I grabbed some fucking Roundup shit. I'm like, I'm gonna spray the fuck out these. I'm not gonna smoke this plant. I don't give a fuck about this plant. I'm not gonna eat it, ingest it, whatever else. But it has a bunch of bugs that are near my other outdoor grow, so I'm gonna kill the fuck out of these bitches. Whatever didn't die from that motherfucking process, I'll tell you right now, turned into some super bugs, like some other shit. It's what I firmly believe. I firmly believe that I fucking try to kill a bunch of shit with like this products or whatever, all these products, and then fucking it didn't work 100%, and then literally just came back around like fuck you, like, oh, what you need, bro? A couple years later, oh, you want to try to kill us? No, it's not gonna work. And I'm telling you, it's like the craziest shit. I've never seen bugs that wouldn't die from fucking off of any product, dude. Like Jesus Christ, I used nine products and these motherfuckers didn't die. So what you have over there probably, Captain, is like some shit that's like only a few years into that shit, maybe whatever. Not like Brazilian bugs like these. I swear to God.
It's
terrible.
I couldn't believe it's an organic product. I can't read the label. It's all in Thai.
Just look for the Red Bull symbol.
You know what? Yeah, that's not something to look forward here in Thailand. Remember, they're still hunting the grandson to the heir of Red Bull after killing the cop like 11 years ago here, running his ass over with his Lamborghini. The Thai people actually killed that motherfucker. Yeah, I don't want anybody to take pictures of my plants that close up, find bugs and shit on them. Because you're going to find bugs on just about everybody's garden at that magnification.
That's hilarious.
He's like, fuck that. Don't show my shit. I'm good.
Oh, wow.
Like this year, when I go outside with some shit, bro, I'm gonna fucking make sure I got like a bunch of predator mites, beginning, fucking middle, end. I don't give a fuck. Just a bunch of shit. I don't want to use a bunch of different sprays and like shit that it's not gonna work, especially for stuff that's around my area that I know it's not gonna fucking work. I've already used 9 products. I'm pretty much, I'm not gonna use fuck that shit. I'm not gonna use a bunch of other products. So I'm gonna sit and use bugs. I'll use other bugs and fucking, combat other bugs. I'll film that bitch. I don't give a shit. War. Let's go. I mean, fucking
Holy shit.
damn, bro. What's all the bugs in that shit for, bro? What the fuck, Ryan?
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at spider mites.
Is that what it is? Is it bugs?
It's the rare spider mite up close.
Are we
Personally.
smoking this weed, or are we just growing it, or what's happening?
I don't know,
Tell us
man.
about
This is
this.
the
Tell us
experiment.
about this flower.
Oh,
Well,
oh, this girl right here. Oh, shit.
That last one's just a bunch of fucking
Girl.
amber ass trichomes. And some really old weed.
Like how old?
I'm guessing 2 years, maybe.
Fuck yeah, bro. I have some 6-year-old shit over here, man. It's straight like CBG, CB fucking CBD, CB fucking a bunch of whatever the fuck it is. CBNs.
CBGBs.
It's a whole bunch of stuff, bro. It's like, dude, it has great bud consistency still. Because I had in turkey bags all sealed up and shit like that and whatever. And it was fucking like, it was good. Like for like the last 6 years. The bud's great. Like the structure of it. The fucking smell is not there. The fucking, it breaks up great. But like it doesn't have a fucking, it smells like a fucking communion cracker. Go to church. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah,
Apparently, all the communion crackers in America are made by one company.
No way, dude. Really?
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Right.
Fucking really though? What company is that? I want to know so I don't buy it.
The name.
You want to buy that company? Locked
Fuck
in.
them. Fuck them. The fucking pedophile priest.
Our
All set with the
bread
guys.
brings all the boys to the yard.
Right.
I don't see
Fucking
any
his,
bugs in
you
here.
know, his shake is better than yours. And weird shit, bro. Fucking this priest.
Oh
Fucking-
god. It's funny you're talking about pot that I'm actually smoking right now
Yeah, I'm smoking weed too, bro. Fucking
because most of the joint I'm smoking is about 2-year-old weed.
Oh no shit.
fuck
Yeah.
yeah, dude. Get it, man.
It still does the job.
Of course, yeah. But like it doesn't like, you know, it
If
doesn't
you
do
age
the-
it right, you can do good things to weed.
Well,
I'm
there's
convinced
a
that
lot
there
of
will be some development with the weed aging.
the whole aging process in the weed that I feel as if like, you know, and on my outlook on this shit is it just basically it's like if you want to age that shit to whatever the fuck age you want to do it to, it's gonna just it's gonna build different types of fucking CBNs, CBGs, fucking CBDs,
Yep.
you know, a bunch of different stuff. It is fucking great for medicinal purposes. So like why not? You know, like for aids for sleeping and different shit like that. Like it might not get you like that fucking stone feeling that you're like, oh man, I'm fucking lit, bro. No, that's like something like, you know, a month in, you feel me? 2 months in, like right there, like THC's present, you know, everything. But this other shit is going to be for more medicinal purpose. And I feel as if like the shit that I have over here, it's 6 years old, dude. It's fucking, man, I couldn't believe how good the bud was, like as far as like the structure of it and shit. But like, yeah, there was no smell. It was fucking, oh, it was like weird as fuck. You know what I mean? It was like, holy
Well, see
shit.
that I
what
would
is this?
argue didn't age, it just got older.
It just got
In
old, yeah.
perfect circumstances, I think weed actually ages pretty well. Not all strains get better though with age. Some strains just get worse.
Right.
And that's
This right here was
unfortunately end up wasting a lot of
look,
weed.
I didn't grow it, right? So I acquired it about 6 years ago from my buddy. He's like, dude, I got like a pound of this shit. Do you want it? You know, cure it out. I'm like, yeah, I'll throw turkey bags, fucking, you know what I mean? Put it in, you know, a little fucking sealed container and shit. Like, you know, it's already, you know, fucking, it's already dried. But I didn't grow it. So like it was lemon power plant. And I was like, oh, it's not bad. It's not bad weed. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. Get you fucking stoned. You know what I mean? But like, I just forgot about it. Like, there's like 12 fucking ounces over there. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I mean, and I just found the other day and I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Like, if I just add a little bit to like some other shit, dude, it makes up for that little bit of weed that, like, you know, you don't have to roll a whole fucking blunt or at the fucking bud and shit, you know, and you just throw this shit in there a little bit. And dude, it fucking it did the job, bro. It did the job hard. I smoked this and I was like,
You
man, my
are-
eyes felt so stoned.
You are explaining exactly what I'm doing right now.
It's fucking
I have
great,
some
man.
Death Star that's like 3 months old, and then I have this stuff. Well, take a third of
Oski, is
joint
that
of
a
that new
Brazilian
stuff, throw it in with the old one.
Captain 420? I'm sorry to talk over you, but I just realized that we're talking about a Brazilian blunt lift.
Fuck.
Just like
Maybe.
Kim Kardashian apparently does Brazilian butt lifts. It's a real
Yeah,
thing.
right.
Where she
Dude,
takes like
it
her
is a
own
real
body
thing,
fat
yeah,
and puts it in like other places in the body.
Awkward as
So we're
hell, dude.
basically taking weed from one place and giving it to another. We're doing Brazilian blunt lifts because we're basically taking
We
like
would be doing that.
weed that's kind of shitty and
I think you're actually
patting the
100%
blunt.
right, dude. Yeah, but just like kind of, masking the fucking cause a little bit, throw it in there a
That's
little bit. Fuck
the
it.
Kardashian of blunts.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Let's make a fucking reality show. Make $1 million. Fuck yeah. No, honestly, yeah, dude, that shit is I've never smoked like some 60-year-old weed that I fucking 5 years ago I put it in, a sealed container and shit like that and fucking turkey bags, and I'm like, you know what, motherfucking just save this bitch, okay? I didn't grow it, but I'll save it. And dude, it came into use, and I'm like, wow, this is some different, because like it literally has the same texture it would have the day it went in, into the fucking carry and shit like that. It has it breaks up beautifully. I mean, the bud is it's like really nice bud, but it literally has no smell. It smells like a fucking cardboard box, for fuck's sake. I'm like, holy shit. Like, damn, man.
Yeah.
I threw it right in there. I smoked that shit and I was like, man, here we go. Let's go.
Hey, I'm a stoner. I need to get high. For me, I lost the taste a long time ago. So it gets to the point where, does it do the job or not? Period.
Right. Does it, man?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think a lot of the time it comes to the sole purpose of like just the habit forming, like, you gotta smoke a joint at a certain time. We're like creatures of habit. Like we do that shit. Like we become, like we come home from work and fucking do this certain routine or whatever else. Like it just kind of becomes a routine, just get used to that shit, like in my opinion anyways. And like, so like, just you just doing anything, you could probably smoke fucking tea leaves, for fuck's sake. I wouldn't advise it. Don't do it. But like, what I mean? Like you could do anything like that and just have the whole process in which you're doing, which would probably ease a lot of the fucking, like fact. You know what I mean? Like you might not even get high. It's just like it's like a placebo type shit, in my opinion. Anyways, I don't know. I could be fucking crazy, but like I feel as if I could just do that in that range. Like if you had that like motion, smoke fucking a joint, and I mean like, and if you had
so just the act of smoking gets you high, is what you're saying?
No, like I feel as if it could it could have a lot of attributes to like the process of that. You know what I mean? Like say like I'm putting fucking 6-year-old weed in, it's not gonna get me high, but it's gonna get me fucking tired. You feel me? And I'm putting that shit in there with some other fucking weed that's like, maybe like 2 bowls worth of whatever else, into a blunt. So I have like, basically
well, that's not a
gram and
placebo. Placebo is a sugar pill. That's just CBN.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right. Okay, all right. So like basically just doing the act of this in any, I feel as if it would help. It wouldn't, it would alleviate a lot of the shit. Like if you, even if you weren't like, I don't know, just if you're just doing,
No, you've built up associations. I call it kind of a tea ritual. I have all my, I'm kind of annoyed with the way that it is. Hopefully this is going to go away now. I have this clusterfuck because for the longest time I was saving seeds from different stuff. Actually, I'm still going to be saving seeds, but I'm going to be clearing these seeds away and moving different ones. Anyway, my tea ritual is that I have this tray that I basically bring down, and I bring my bud and I actually, analyze my bud and I, smell it and whatever. And it's this whole thing. And I basically do the same thing without even really thinking about it. I just basically do the same thing every single time I do a bud.
Right.
And then I chop it up and whatever and put it all together. And you're right. That whole experience you build associations in life, right? Just like a dog does, just like anybody else does. I know that at the end of that is coming a nice experience. And so, yeah,
Yes.
I start to look forward to it, and it probably lowers my
It's
blood
like
pressure and all
yeah,
that kind
exactly.
of stuff. Right?
You know, exactly. Yeah, it's a weird like nostalgia in a weird way, like because like you know you're just doing the same thing over and over, but at the same time it's like it will literally fucking probably help you out like 100%. Like you know what I mean?
Mm.
If you didn't have anything and you just went through that whole process, it would still probably help you out. Like you know what I mean? Like it's weird shit like that. Like
I
you know,
agree.
and so it's like if you don't add that much fucking, if I'm adding 6-year-old fucking weed to my shit, right? And I'm just adding like, you know, a couple bowls, I'm gonna end up having some fucking half the amount of weed that I would have normally had, right? But I'm going through the same process, which now is tricking my brain probably into thinking like I'm fucking just getting just as high. You feel me? Like, it's weird. It's a weird sensation because I only smoke once a day. I've trained myself into doing that. It used to be like, you know, on the weekends, it's a different story. It's like I'll smoke a few blunts a day with the wife or whatever else. But like if I come home from work, I fucking hang out with you guys, whatever else, and I talk to you guys, and I fucking sit here and I'll smoke a blunt, one blunt. That's it. I'm on my first one right here. Still, and I have like just a roach left right now, and like that's what I look forward to. So if I just got through that whole process, or even if I could smoke just a bowl of that shit, it would even, you know, 50% alleviate the fucking, you know, just of the sensation of doing that shit on a regular basis. Like, just like you said, like, you know, it's one of those things you come home and you smell the weed and fucking do this. You don't even know you're doing it. You're just like subconsciously doing that shit. But it's habit forming, it's habitual, kind of one of those things, man. We're just people that do that stuff on a regular basis. All of us do it. We all have fucking, you know, we all have certain patterns we do. You can't say we don't.
Yep. Everyone does.
Everyone does. You like to admit it or not, you have that shit. It might be way more advanced than others. You might look way more into it than others, but like, you know, we all have that same fucking pattern. You know, a similar pattern. That wake up every day, you do this, and that. Like, you know, we're all doing the same shit over and over again. So it's like
autopilot.
Yeah, you know.
Nah.
Once. It's just one of those things.
I came over here to get out of that doldrum of being back in the States. I think that's why I travel so much, is I just get bored.
Right. I agree, man. Get
But,
bored
you
of
know,
shit real quick,
hey,
man.
You know, do you smoke cigarettes, Koski?
No.
Okay, so when you smoke that blunt, you're really getting high because
Yeah,
you're
I'm getting
getting like
fucking
the
high, yeah.
tobacco from it and everything.
It's actually funny you said that because I first time I actually realized it was like just recently, like when I had real low on weed, and you know, it was like, you know, kind of hard times. I was going through some financial fucking endeavors and shit like that, like different things in my life that was just like, you know, trials and tribulations. Like, this is sucks. Okay, certain things are just shit in the bed, and I was like, all right, well, I couldn't fucking sit there and like smoke a blunt with, like, you know, with weed and whatever else. I could smoke that shit, whatever else. If I didn't, I was noticing that I was like, wow, man, I wanted to smoke a blunt. It's fucking weird. And I don't smoke cigarettes, so I don't know that shit. So I'm experiencing it for the first time.
You had
nuts.
a withdrawal from the nicotine. Nicotine is the
Yeah,
most
I
addictive
had no
substance
idea.
that
I
we
had
know of,
no
I think.
fucking idea that I had that until
It
I was
sounds
like,
ridiculous when you think
the
about
hell?
it, but it's
I was
apparently
like,
more
what?
addictive than heroin. Actually,
Dude,
heroin
it
is the
was
only thing
weird.
that's close.
It
It's
was
more addictive
weird.
than cocaine. It's more addictive than a lot of things.
Fumi was
Can you
strange
imagine?
because it was strange because of the fact that I was like, I don't smoke cigarettes. So I shouldn't know about this. And all of a sudden I was like, but I would smoke a backwood right now, just like out of the package. Like, the fuck? Like, it was weird.
It's like, and people don't know what cravings and stuff are like, right? It's basically, if anyone has watched that new show Last of Us, it's like the cordyceps fungus that just takes over your brain, and the zombies don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just basically going. They're just doing. Like with you, you're just like, fuck, I really need a blunt. Like, in your brain, it's just, it craves that experience, and you don't know what or why or how. You just, oh, it's time for a blunt. It's like 2:00 in the afternoon. You're driving around your fucking UPS van. You can't have a
Weird
blunt
shit.
then.
Yeah,
I
dude.
want a blunt now. What you really
Yeah.
want is that freaking nicotine, but your body doesn't know that. It just basically wants that experience back. Because it's like, oh,
And
yeah.
I actually got to endure that fucking that craving, and I had no idea what the fuck I was even doing, because I was like, what the hell? I was like, what? I questioned myself right after I had that craving. I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would you don't smoke cigarettes, dude? Like, it was like a weird like inner mind struggle. I was like, what the fuck's going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why am I craving this shit right now? This is fucking strange. You know what I mean? It was so weird. It was so weird, dude. It was it was only for like a couple of minutes though. Then it went away. It was fine. I was good. I was like, all right. On to the next, you know what I mean? And I was actually driving to the Amazon, dude, and fucking that happened. Literally like 3 stops in. I was like, what the fuck? Huh? Yeah. Weird. Strange. I feel strange right now. Look, if I had a fucking backwood, I would smoke it. Like just by itself. I was like, what the hell is wrong with me? Dirty. Yeah, Bruce Leaf, bro. I mean, dude, I can go without smoking that shit. Like, I never had a craving like that until just like I'm 37 years old, about to be 38, dude, and I fucking literally just had this first craving like, ever. I've never had that fucking sensation in my life, and I've smoked blunts for years, but I've never stopped smoking blunts. So when I've now cut myself down, and the tolerance is super fucking low, and all of a sudden I was like, bam! I was like, wow, bro, I'm like, I feel fucked up. I want to smoke something now. Weird. It's a sensation that you don't know. Like Fumi said, man, the whole nicotine craving is different, because I was like, what am I even craving for? This is fucking stupid. Like, oh man, weird.
Check out these trikes, man. That super duper weed. That government weed.
That government weed, huh? The fuck we looking at right now? It looks like a bunch of rubies, bro.
Kaleidoscope crack.
Something, bro. What are you smoking? Fucking get that
Like
good.
that government weed.
Shiny, that's for sure.
Alabama.
Gamma, huh? Oh, yeah.
I see colors like that all the time.
It's literally the fucking paint on what he's painting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because you're sampling paper tabs. Quality control purposes.
Quality control purposes only. Don't try this shit at home, kids. All right.
He's a professional, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, most definitely a professional at that.
Look at him
go.
go.
Just a second. See that?
Professional astronaut.
We don't see nothing besides a fucking flashing screen that might give me a seizure.
It just keeps flashing.
All right. Oh.
You're moving it.
Oh,
that's our
boy.
problem.
I see weed now.
Doesn't want to focus.
Because you stuffed it in there. Fuck.
Because you keep on moving it.
Nope. We see one to try.
Moving it.
Moving on up to the east side. That's right. Goddamn, bro. What are you doing?
Shit, the east side was still the 70s, the 80s. Now we're moving to the west side.
Like no fucking amber trichomes on here at all. A lot of foggy ones though.
I see cloudy, yeah, a couple. But I mean, that could just be a light at the same time. But I mean, I don't know. You keep moving around, so.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to focus.
I think they all look pretty cloudy to me, and they don't look bad. Looks pretty good.
This old bud here is like all fucking
old bud, huh?
Not old, but
Stop
this is
talking
all
about your mom like that.
Goddamn, right?
All amber, pretty much.
Dude, the fact that how old is it?
It's not that old, just like maybe 2 years.
Okay, so it still has trichomes on it. Fuck, what the hell?
Yeah, it's been bouncing around in my truck even for a while.
Oh, sure. So you carried it around like a baby, huh?
Well, this
Very
is when I
well cellared,
I,
in other words.
Showed to the cops when they want to see my hemp I'm smoking.
It's like, yo, right here, say man, yo, I got this shit right here, bro. It's check it out, man. Yeah, hemp, good shit.
Maybe they want to go look at some other
I wouldn't give him any product to fucking check. I'm like, fuck you, cops, pig fucks. Fuck you guys. I don't like cops. I mean, you know, do your job. It's fine. We still pay your fucking. We pay for you to do your job. So, right, all of our tax rate.
Not super popular in the weed community. That's for sure.
No, fuck them. Yeah, suck a dick.
I can't remember the last time, which is kind of weird. People used to be like, "Oh, cops, they're great." I can't remember the last time I heard somebody just organically saying like, "Oh, cops are great."
No, we don't say it nowadays because like, what is to be great about? Look, what the fuck is going on, man? All you see is crazy negativity because of like their actions. And I'm sorry to say,
I wonder because
only,
every workplace has good and bad people, right? So it
yeah,
makes me wonder what
100%,
the
yeah. But like,
decent cops
it's
are
always
thinking,
that bad. It's always the bad eggs that fucking
Yeah.
ruin it for everybody else, bro.
Yeah.
You know that. All it takes is that one asshole to fucking ruin everything for everybody. I mean, it could be one person to fuck it up for 10,000 people. I mean, or whatever the fuck it is. I mean, just example. Like it sucks. Like that's shitty. And unfortunately, you could be like that
rotten
one good
asshole
guy.
spoils the
Yeah,
bunch.
100%, dude. Like, you know what I mean? You're that
Perfectly
guy.
good
You're
assholes until that one rotten
fucking,
one showed up.
right. You're that fucking guy. Fuck you. You know what I mean? Suck a dick.
We're having a great time until the guy showed up with the gun.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, he had to fucking start shooting people.
Jesus Christ!
Asshole.
Did you guys hear this shit? Some girl that survived the
No.
Sandy Hook massacre survived this other massacre that just happened the other day.
In
So
Michigan?
that's her second shooting already. Her second mass shooting.
In Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking one in Michigan was
Fuck,
nasty,
I
bro.
think because now there's been like two more.
No,
I
yeah.
can't keep track of these fucking things.
There was some
Smash
people that
sent me
were,
something during the show. There was another mass shooting apparently.
and there was another. So there was some fucking people on the news tonight that was saying like, this dude was like saying like 20 people that he had like lined up that were gonna go fucking do school shootings and a bunch of other stuff. Then they were all of a sudden searching this dude's house and shit, and like it was a bunch of stuff going on, bro. It's about to be a shit show. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but dude look like Antifa. I don't fucking know. It was bad.
It's the Antifa. It's these incel guys.
Dude, I mean, he was dressed like completely fucking. I mean, I was like, holy shit! I don't know what the fuck's gonna go on. But like he was saying, like, dude, a bunch of like, there's gonna be 20 more school shootings before the fucking year's end, and like, we have all these people lined up to do all
that. That's for sure.
I'm like, this is terrible.
No, we just know from numbers that's not some kind of a threat. We know there's going to be way more school shootings than that because every year there's like what 100 fucking school shootings.
Fucking terrible amount of school shootings, dude. Way more than there ever should be ever in the whole history of fucking anything. Terrible.
You shouldn't go to a school and worry about someone pulling out a gun.
Literally an AK-47 or some shit, dude, and fucking just laying people out. Little kids, dude. Like that is so crazy to me. You got to be a certain fucked up human being, man. Sorry your mother didn't hug you or some shit, but like, goddamn, like fucking, what the fuck's wrong with you, man? Don't take it on everybody else, bro. Jesus Christ.
I know, man.
Because we're struggling just as much to get through.
Yeah, like everybody could go into the same shit, but you're gonna be the asshole that goes over and above to fucking do like the inevitable, like the really terrible.
I like that take. Yeah, like who the fuck are you to everybody's struggles in life? Who the fuck are how the fuck are you different?
Yeah, dickhead. Fuck you, bro. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody different than anybody. You gotta go over and above to be a fucking douchebag.
Apparently, what was it? Apparently, that's one of the common features of mass murderers is that they've actually had an instance of self-esteem loss in the like 2 years preceding the fucking shooting. In other words, they've lost their job or they got kicked out of their house or they somehow lost their status, I guess is what I was trying to say. They lost their perceived sense of status and they compensate in many cases with either sexual or physical violence. I mean, I guess they're both physical violence, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look at that guy. One guy who went to like Buffalo, New York, dude, and fucking like went to that fucking, he staked out that place for like,
guy.
No, the one that was a supermarket, dude. He walked in the supermarket and fucking shot everybody, bro. Shot like 10 people. Remember that guy? Like just recently?
I can't even remember all these different fucking
dude,
things.
It was fucking
I try
terrible.
not to. I know some people who are super into
he was
these
driving
and stuff. I
there.
just try not to.
He was driving there like a Honda Civic, dude, fucking staking this place out for like fucking 3 months, dude. and he literally fucking went back there and he filmed it live, like with a GoPro and shit. It was fucking terrible. It was horrible. He
Yeah.
fucking laid out
It's
people
like that guy
everywhere.
in Australia.
I have the fucking
New
video.
Zealand.
I saved it and everything. I was like, this is fucking like the worst, bro. Like, holy shit. Like, I couldn't even believe it, man. I thought I was watching some kind of like video game. That's how he went in there, bro. He just fucking pop, 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 fucking
That's
laying
what
motherfuckers out.
the fuck was it? New Zealand?
No, it's
There was
Buffalo,
the
New
guy
York.
that massacred the people in the mosque.
Oh yeah,
What
yeah.
was that?
Oh, yeah. He walked in there and fucked that. Yeah.
And he
Yep.
live streamed it on Facebook and shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
This
Friend
dude
of mine,
too.
I guess
Yeah,
as a
I
joke,
think it was
sent
on
me a
Facebook
video
Live
of
or
it, like
something.
cut to music, and I'm just like, I didn't talk to that friend for like a month. It's like, the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, why would you send me that shit, bro? Yeah, same thing with my dude.
I
Same
literally
thing.
said that. I was like, why the fuck would you send me that?
Like I'm like, that's like traumatizing. Dude, I watched it. I was like, what the fuck am I watching right now? And I watched it again. I was like,
Yeah, it was
holy
like cut to the
shit.
music of Friends too. That's what it was. It was like that massacre video cut to the music of Friends. It was like,
That's really awkward.
everything about this is sick. The fact that you saw it
Like,
somewhere and
super.
then sent
Yeah,
it to me,
and
and
like
the
someone
fact that
had a
someone
remix.
mashed that video up.
Yeah,
Jesus
remix that shit.
Christ.
What the fuck? That's
Yeah,
a little
that's sick.
awkward. That's fucking a little sadistic, bro. I mean, shit.
Crazy.
Fuck.
Those people definitely don't smoke weed, that's for sure.
Yeah,
No.
fucking, fucking
Maybe they
they're
should.
fucking
Yeah,
rolling the globe, bro. Fucking
that's
yeah,
fucked.
damn.
I feel like a lot of problems could be solved by people smoking more, whether they be blunts or joints, and just chilling out.
Whatever, yeah, just fucking anything. Just not
So
that.
many people are so fucking aggro.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You know?
Gets to be a nuisance. People forget to like live,
Sure does.
you know? Just like, people need to realize the severity of certain situations, right? And then just like kind of like step back and look at it in a whole like, fucking in a whole realm. Like, all right, there we go. Fuck
People
this.
love to quibble over the
Not doing
stupidest
that shit,
differences,
dude.
though. Like I've noticed this throughout history. It's really bizarre to me. Like I remember wondering, I don't know, 20 years ago or something. I was like, kind of absent-minded, not absent-mindedly wondering because I follow the news and stuff. But I remember wondering, like, okay, so Ireland and the UK are part of the European Union. At least they were at the time. Does this mean that the troubles and stuff in Northern Ireland are going to go away because, for all intents and purposes, they're part of a bigger union? What does it fucking really even matter anymore that they're controlled by the UK? I know that that's not 100% the way it is, but I was thinking at the time, I was like, the fuck does it matter? No, the problems didn't go away. And sure enough, a lot of the violence did tamp down because a lot of the Northern Irish, the NRA and stuff, basically, not the NRA, the IRA, realized that basically they weren't getting too far with violence. They were losing a lot of international support and on and on and on. So they realized that there was, political solution was probably better. But there were elements in the IRA, they were like, no, fuck that. We want more violence, even more violence.
Right.
And how do I say it? I guess that's a bad example, maybe. But how do I say this? Like, there's been movement after movement after movement in Scotland or Basque Country or other place, Andalusia. What is it? What I'm thinking of? Barcelona region, Catalan, I guess. No, the fuck is the fucking region in anyway, whatever. The goddamn different regions around Europe have been trying to actually get their own independence, and it seems so strange to me. I'm like, does it really matter that you speak an ever so slightly different language than the people that live 200 miles away or 50 miles away or whatever? It just seems so meaninglessly absurd to me when like the big government is basically the EU anyway, like 1,000 miles away in Brussels. But no, like those fuckers are probably even more animated about their little independence movements now. It just, as a foreigner, I don't mean to, shit on their movements. I'm sure they all have great reasons and stuff, but as a foreigner, it just seems so stupid to me. I'm sure our concern seems
From
stupid
the
to them
outside
too, but I
looking
mean,
in,
like
bro,
from
yeah,
a
it looks
distance,
dumb
you're
as
like,
fuck, bro.
does
Yeah,
it
looks dumb as
fucking
fuck.
matter?
It doesn't matter. It makes it look very, very irrelevant.
Mm.
And like, what the fuck? Like this, it makes it look meaningless a little bit.
And that's
like,
the thing.
a
I
little
think
petty.
most human squabbles, when you stand back, when you're in it, it doesn't seem like it's a
When you
petty
could look
thing.
at it from the
But
outside
when you
looking
step
in, yeah,
back,
100%,
most
bro.
of the time, it's just like for me, India versus Pakistan, it's like, dude, you fucking people, you have the same food, You speak the same languages like Urdu and Pashto and shit. It's like almost the same. For the rest of the world, it might as well be the same. You might as well dress the same. I mean, I know that they dress a little bit differently and everything else, but still, the cultures are incredibly similar. But
Very similar.
fuck, they've had 6 wars. They'll probably have another 6 wars, on and on and on. They both have nuclear weapons aimed at each other.
Yep.
To them,
100%.
their
Dude,
tiny differences, oh my fucking god, they're huge.
the fact of it's like their insecurities fucking just like relish. I'm like, what the fuck? Like they fight for it's a bullshit. Like
I was
what are
watching
you doing, man?
Lawrence of Arabia. You guys ever seen the movie Lawrence of Arabia?
No, I have not.
Beautiful
Long,
movie,
long
fucking
time
old ass
ago.
movie with Peter O'Toole and whatever. Anyway, towards the beginning of the movie, it's like 3.5 hours long, but it tells the story of an actual guy, Lawrence of Arabia. He's the guy that basically helped Arabia kind of become powerful and whatever. So interesting guy. Like he worked for the British, but oddly enough, he actually helped a lot of the Arabs create their agency. And anyway, complicated story. Not necessarily all good things, but complicated story. At some point in the story, and this actually happened, he was being guided into the desert. I think he was trying to meet with King. I can't remember exactly, but I think he was trying to meet with King Faisal. Not King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, but King Faisal, who ended up being actually king of Jordan. He would become king of Jordan. Anyway, he's trying to find him in the desert, and his guide is basically taking him in, and they're thirsty as fuck. They've been marching around on a camel for 20 days or something, and they finally find a well. Oh, he crossed a big desert. I think he crossed a big desert to get across here. The El Wadi deserts. It doesn't fucking matter which desert it was, but he crossed the big old freaking desert for like 20 days with his guide. And basically, they found a well. And as they were drinking, the owner of the well comes up and shoots the Arab guy that was guiding Lawrence of Arabia. And Lawrence is shocked and says, "Oh, you may drink." But the other guy basically was part of another tribe, and that tribe is not allowed to drink from their wells. And the penalty is death.
Holy
Literally,
shit.
like as you're in your desert, you're walking around, you're thirsty, and you drink from that guy's well, you're not allowed. He shoots you dead. Boom.
That's
But the
fucking
English
nuts.
guy, oh, the English guy's fine. No, we don't have that problem with the English guy.
Yeah, we don't have it, bro.
So
We don't.
fucking
We
weird.
ain't got beef with you, bro. No pork chops. Yeah.
But it's just so hard to fucking wrap your head around it. In the movie, they actually kind of show him just he's horrified and weirded out by it and everything. And actually, the guy that ends up shooting the guy, that's Omar Sharif. He ends up being one of his best allies in the whole story and blah 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 blah. But
So that was like an introduction to that shit.
yeah, kind of.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
That's
Holy
kind of
shit.
like,
Great movie.
and you know what? Dune was basically based in part on that story. That's kind of the same thing. Paul's introduction to the Dune world and whatever. It's this really brutal introduction, and then he has to kill. Actually, I guess I'm conflating the stories a little bit because Lawrence later has to kill somebody, but Paul has to. I hope this is not a spoiler for anybody. Has to kill somebody to become a man or whatever. To become the Kwisatz Haderach. I'm actually fucking up those metaphors. Never mind. Ignore all that.
Ignore all that. Forget everything I just said right now.
For the
Strike
past
it for the
10
record, Your
minutes.
Honor.
Yeah. Goddamn. I get you, bro. I know what you're saying. I know what you're trying to say, anyways. Yeah, we're good.
That's exactly right. It was the intent that mattered.
Yeah, the intent was there. That's all. Yeah.
So
Good form. Good
like
form,
filling
guy. Good
bubbles
form.
in it. Why is it? Normally, when a lighter does that, it means that there's like water in it or something.
What's he doing?
It's like the flame goes up and then it goes small and it goes up again. It goes small.
I feel like the pulsation from your thumb
You think
does a
so?
lot. Yeah, that pressure that you put on that thing, I swear to God, I feel like I could see a heartbeat through my lighter, bro. Sometimes I'm weird like that though. It's fucking
Well,
strange.
some lighters are like that, but this one doesn't seem to be. This one just seems to be on or off.
If you have like a, dude, some lighters have like a fucking like a big
A
like
little bit.
like a big like lip where you where you put the the gas
Yeah,
on.
a little bit.
But like some other lighters like are like standardization fucking lighters, bro, ended up being like smaller.
Lighter
and
Standards Bureau, bro.
Yeah, like you know what I mean.
I'm
You fucking
CEO of the
like
Lighter
this
Standards
motherfucker,
Bureau, and I'm
bro.
here to inspect your lighters.
It's those lighters you get like 12, you
Briefcase
get
full
a
of
12
joints.
pack for like $4
I brought
at,
my
like,
own.
Family Dollar, bro. I mean, one of those type deals. Buying all those fucking fake, not even called Bic, they're like called Vic.
Hey, don't be
or some
talking
shit.
shit about the family.
I love
Dollar.
how in my imagination, by the way, Green Fingers, I love how in my imagination the lighter inspector has a briefcase full of joints. You'd think it'd be the other way around, but we did an Uno reversal on you. The lighter inspector comes with a briefcase filled with joints, and he tries your lighters for quality.
Here's a magnifying glass just in case.
Right.
Waiting for the thing. He's like, I can't
Checks them
find
for strikeability, how much gas
Strikeability,
comes
yeah.
out, how good the flame is, how clean the flame is.
Or
None of this shit where the lighter occasionally lights and sometimes doesn't. Nobody on this show is allowed to buy a Kiribi lighter. These are bullshit. These are total bullshit. I paid $110 for this, and it occasionally lights.
$110 for that lighter right there.
It is a piece of shit. It is a
Why would you
piece
do
of
that?
shit. It looks nice.
Why?
Because I thought it would light. I thought it would light.
It's
They
a lighter,
even
though.
told
It's
me,
supposed to
they
light.
convinced me on the website
The word
that
is
the
in the
name
fucking name,
Kiribi
dude.
means like the spark shit, the Japanese. If you've ever
Right.
known Japanese people that like sparks, it's an old school Japanese thing. But like grandma Japanese, Japanese, I don't know what's a Japanese grandma name. Grandma Japanica. I don't know. It's terrible. But whatever.
Japanica.
Old. I can't even
They're
think of a
pea
freaking
here.
name. Why can't I think
They're
of
called
a
peas
Japanese
here.
name?
They call it
Okay.
peas? What the fuck?
Old grandma
Yeah,
from
the
Japan.
older people.
She would
Old grandma
spark like
from
sparks
Japan, yeah.
behind their kids as they go off to college or whatever.
Sure sparks light.
So this is supposed to be like that, but you're supposed to actually light the shit, motherfucker. It's shit. And just randomly spark forever.
So you paid $110 for that.
Not my proudest purchase.
God damn, yeah, I would. Yeah, do you regret that at all?
I actually have a very expensive lighter a friend gave me. It's a cigar lighter.
Oh, if you want to buy a really expensive lighter that will never let you down, buy a DuPont. But those are like $500. But
DuPont
and up actually.
Isn't it
They
like a
get more
fucking
expensive
gas
than that.
company or some shit?
Oh no, yeah, that's I wonder if they're even
Chemical
related. I
company.
wouldn't be surprised if they're
I
distantly
mean,
related.
if
To
they
be
are,
honest.
bro, I don't know. It's the first thing that came to mind. So I was like, oh
But
shit.
it's
NASCAR going
DuPont.
right.
It's this like
Or
luxury
left.
company, whatever. But they make lighters and pens and shit. Their lighters are incredibly nice. Those never break down ever.
That's crazy. Maybe yeah, it could be related, bro.
People have found them in shipwrecks and shit, literally, because they're gold plated, and the gold plating is so thick that even if you dissolve all the brass, like the lighter still like works. So people have literally found them like in shipwrecks and stuff, and just cleaned them off and put a new flint in them, and just lights right up.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking all right then.
But you have to pay like ass pile of money for a lighter.
Yeah, like hey man.
And
You
have
know
you
my-
ever lost a lighter? I've lost a lighter that I paid. Well, maybe not $100 for, but I lost.
Yeah,
a lighter
no,
that I
no,
liked.
I've never done that before, and I don't want to. Fuck,
So
man,
that's
it
one
sounds
of the
like-
reasons why I don't have other
Yeah,
than the fact that I'm not Bill
Don't
Gates.
buy $110 lighters, bro, and to lose them.
Dude,
Don't do that.
$110 lighter would have been nice if it actually worked. I actually have a really nice lighter that I just have used the ever-loving shit out of.
Give it on a shelf or something. Like
This
it's
is
not gonna get lost, right?
yeah, because I
Get
gotta
lost.
send it in. I gotta actually send it in because like I have
Send
literally
it
used
in.
the ever-loving shit out of it. I've like warrantied it twice.
Oh, it's
This is
pretty
an
nice lighter.
Corona, or I am whatever Corona old boy. And I've taken this like around the world with me and stuff. It's fallen out of my pocket any number of goddamn times. It's got this briarwood shell on it. Anyway, but
Sweet, dude. That's
it
awesome.
has I think the chamber inside is actually like a bladder, and I think the bladder popped a little bit of leak, and I have to actually send it in. But I can actually send it in. I just paid like $30 or whatever, and then they'll fix it pretty much and send it back to me.
They like tune
I've
it
just
or
been
something
lazy
like
and
that.
haven't
or-
done it. Yeah, they just give it an overhaul or whatever because it's
All
not,
right, cool.
not like a
All
piece
right.
of shit.
Sweet.
I don't know. Like I understand it's kind of ridiculous to spend a ton of money on a lighter, but at the same time, I don't
No,
like
I mean,
garbage.
no.
You know, and it's like I like to have a nice thing that I carry with me.
Can thoroughly understand what you're saying, bro. Me personally, I'm not gonna do that, but I mean, I can understand your like perspective of that shit. 100%. I can understand that. You like quality and you want this to fucking.
Like I don't
be
carry
something-
I don't want to
get
wear a
you.
watch, but like I
Right.
like to have a lighter.
100%.
So it kind of annoys me.
I
Like
get
at
you.
the moment, I basically carry these fucking clippers because both my lighters. I mean, I guess it's my fault on the other one, but this one was kind of supposed to be like I actually bought it for myself for my birthday. I was like, oh, it'll be a little present. It's been an endless piece of shit ever since then. But this was supposed to be kind of the replacement for that. I was like, oh, it's super cool. It's got a, it's perfect. It's actually, if it would just light for a fucking change, it would be a perfect pipe lighter. It's got a tamper and everything else. Perfect for weed, for joints, for whatever. It would just light, right? I don't know. Everybody's fucking different, right?
Gotcha.
When I pull this out, it just kind of makes me happy instead of just like a fucking Bic or whatever. Some
Sweet
people
deal.
don't give a shit, right? But then, like I say, some people are like, oh, they have to see the time on a Rolex. For me, I have an iPhone.
Yeah, no, fuck a watch, dude.
I like watches and
That's it.
stuff, but it's just like, dude, it's too much work to.
So do I. You want to give me one? I'll take one, but I'm not gonna buy one.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
exactly. In fact,
One
by the
day.
way, that's exactly the only reason why I don't have a Rolex.
Yeah.
Is just because what do we say?
I
Hey,
actually got
It's
rid
not
of
because
my
they're
Rolex.
$20,000. It's because
Someone hasn't
we gotta
gifted
come
me
up with an
for-
excuse here, Koski, an excuse that's
Yeah.
plausible for
Well,
the audience.
someone has not gifted me that
Uh,
Rolex first. That's why I don't fucking wear
That's
it.
right. I
Mine-
refuse to
mine kept
wear a
shitty
Rolex that
time.
is not gifted to me. It's not
Thank
because
you.
I
Sorry.
can't afford it. It's because
Sorry, dude.
it must be gifted.
You
Kind of
know,
like the Mac One. It must
yo,
be
you gotta be
gifted to you.
fucking Drake up
It's
in
the
this
rule
bitch
of
giving
the it's the
Rolexes.
rule of the Mac. It's the rule of the Rolex. It must be
Right.
gifted to you. That's
Gotta
what
be
it is.
Drake up in
It's
this
not because
bitch.
we're not rich. It's because
Mine kept shitty time.
oh, you said one time that you got it at like an estate sale or something, right?
Yeah, I paid like $5 for it.
That's fucking. Was it a real
cost
Rolex
me
or was it a full X?
$83. It cost me $83 to have it cleaned in 1984.
Oh, that's crazy. That must have been a couple
Yeah,
hundred
it
bucks
was a-
now, easy.
It-
Well, I think it is. It's like
It's
400 or
a,
500
it
bucks
was a
easy to have it serviced.
1960.
Oh, those are valuable as fuck now. Holy shit.
Yeah, I ended up putting it at auction because the guy said, hey, these have got a certain serial number on them. He says, we don't sell these to the public. We put these in the auction because they get people all around the world bidding on them.
I've known those Rolex collector people. They're fanatics. There's like watch fanatics and then
But-
there's Rolex fanatics.
And you could have bought a Rolex, 20 years ago for a couple grand.
They weren't that expensive.
And
Yeah, a
now-
lot of stuff has
now
gone
you
up like
can't
crazy.
touch 'em.
Yeah,
For like 6 to 8 grand
yeah.
on the secondary market.
It's really crazy. I guess, and the profit margins have gone up like crazy too. I think. In fact,
Mhm.
most of those brands are owned by LVMH, which is owned by Bernard Arnault or whatever his name is. Christophe
The
probably
fuck was
knows
that?
him personally. He's literally the
God
richest
bless
man in the
you.
world now. I know, right? He's literally the richest man in the world because Elon Musk lost like $300 million, whatever the fuck, just kind of being a dumbass, I guess. So now he's the richest man in the world, like a couple $100 billion. Can you believe that shit? Just from owning luxury brands. And actually, unfortunately, I think ST DuPont is one of them. Cartier and all those different brands, I'm pretty sure, are owned by the same one. Yeah, so he's just basically, you know what, I'm forgetting because there's like a couple different big brands that own all those brands, and Rolex is owned by one of them. Rolex used to be private, but I think it's actually owned by one of those brands now. And Rolexes used to be inexpensive. They're not inexpensive, but they used to be affordable. Like working class people used to be able to afford them. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
They used to be like war watches. You could totally get them, like American servicemen and stuff would get a Rolex, and they'd get a serviceman price or whatever, but it wasn't like 95% off. It was just like 20% off or whatever, and they could afford it, right? But now, holy shit, are you serious? It's like $6,000 or $7,000.
Good concept to fucking really bad concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's shitty. I mean, the whole principle of like the first concept was pretty, it was okay to, war and all the other stuff, and you get Rolexes, and that's cool as fuck. But like now it's like, yeah, it's like, it's
Oh,
one
it's
of those
still private. Okay.
stupid
Oh, I know.
shit.
It is still private. It might be one of the only ones. I have to be honest.
I don't buy
that too much
anything
anymore.
expensive like that anymore. I seem to break everything or lose it. And I'm
Especially
actually
appointment.
tougher on myself doing that than anything. So I just don't buy anything really nice anymore.
No, I mean, dude. All right, so
I've
I
never
work
bought a new car. Never.
Yeah, I bought a couple new cars, probably about 7. But like
At a time?
no, not at a time. But like all the cars I've had recently. No, like since I was like fucking 25, I probably bought new cars.
51 years.
Yeah.
$200.
I've never owned a new car.
I'm like, I need a car real quick. $200. Bam. 700 was the most expensive one. 15,000 was my most expensive car.
Really?
Yeah.
I just paid off. Yeah, I just
It
paid
was
off the
fucked, bro.
fucking the wife's fucking
Paying for shit, bro.
Hyundai Santa Fe and shit. It was
Yeah,
like,
that's what mine was the Santa Fe.
yeah. So dude, mine wasn't no 15 grand. I paid like
I was when it was brand
32,000.
new.
I paid
Yeah, mine was,
$32,000.
Have you guys seen the prices on cars now? I mean,
Yeah,
seriously,
dude.
like a Corolla
So
is 30,000.
all right, so my excise tax is
Yeah.
$3,200, right? For my wife's vehicle, right? But the trade-in value is $11,000 for my fucking car right now. Trade-in value. I was like, holy sheep shit. Fucking
No, I keep
take
hearing
it.
all this bizarre shit.
Take
Yeah,
it, bitch. Let's
absolutely.
go. Like, you know what I mean? Goddamn,
Everybody I
let's
know
go.
that basically had like whatever cars and they were turning them back on leases and stuff. The dealerships just gave them incredible deals to just basically
Dude,
flip the car and get some
super
new car.
crazy money, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so mine's worth $3,000, $3,200, and they literally are trying to say that like they'll give me 11 grand for my vehicle towards a trade-in. 11,000. I was like, what the flying fuck?
Jesus.
I was like, wow, that's like a lot more money than the thing's worth, dude.
Right.
Like crazy amount. I was like, what the fuck? All right, man. Might do that, but no, I don't
That's
want
the
no.
big crown jewels there. That Vuitton and Sephora. Those are huge.
15 million. Ooh.
Ludicrous. Nanny's made a ton of money just in the last few years. Apparently
That's
not a very pleasant person either.
He looks fucking miserable, bro. It looks like he has
I know,
problems
right?
getting an erection, bro.
Thought you were talking
looks
about me for a
constipated.
second
He
there.
just looks. His
Yeah, like
personality is
he
constipated.
has a poop
Yeah.
or something, or like his dick can't get hard. I don't know, dude. Something's wrong.
Both.
Something's not right. Right, but maybe both. Yeah, that's no good. Maybe it goes hand in hand. Fuck. It's just in the throne. He's like,
That's
dude, I
probably
got
part of it. Yeah.
You know.
Literally.
So.
I have been kicked in the nuts so many times in the past 3.5 months. It hasn't even been funny.
Why do you keep getting kicked in the nuts?
Yeah, who's kicking you in the balls, bro? Is it a fetish?
No, it's every time I turn around, you do something good for somebody.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, not literally
you're
kicking
paid-
you in the nuts. Figuratively kicking you in the nuts.
It's figuratively.
Or has someone
Yeah.
literally kicked you in the nuts?
No, figuratively. But I mean, every time I take like a step forward, I get pushed 2 steps back.
Yeah.
And that's how my life has been for the past 3.5 months. That's why I haven't posted anything on Instagram for over a month and a half.
Dude, you don't gotta tell me, bro. I'm in the same fucking boat you are, bro. I swear to God. It's man, a lot of things shoot you down and trials and tribulations, but you know what you have to keep doing is just fucking keep on
Keep going.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
It's
If you have the right
but
attitude,
you have to
it is.
trick yourself. You have to trick yourself into it though, because sometimes it's really hard, bro. You know what I mean? Because I fight with depression and anxiety. I have my whole life, and like it's really hard to trick yourself into some stuff that you feel might not be true. You know what I mean? You're trying to trick yourself into that shit. So it's like, what the fuck is going? You know what I mean? So it's a little different, of a situation where you in a struggle type deal. So I understand what you're saying, and like it might be just something as simple as like I haven't posted in fucking 3 months. You know what I mean? Because I don't feel like it type deal. But that's could be one sign of depression type deal. You're fucking just laying back. You feel me? Like one of those things, and like you just said, it's one of those. You feel like fucking. That's why I haven't done this and why I haven't done that. It's like it's shitty. So I understand what you're going through, bro. So don't feel like you're out there just by yourself, bro. Because it's a whole bunch of shit out there. We're all going through the same fucking shit. I'm telling you, it's really shitty situations right now.
And
I
the
was just
whole
going to
thing
say, if you
is-
have, go ahead, Captain 420. We're all
is
just talking over each other.
I've lived my life as, trying to do good to help other people out. But doing that and still getting the same results, I guess it's just my madness that I put myself through.
It's like
How to
pissing in the
stay in
wind, bro.
2022.
Yeah, pissing in the wind.
Yep, you're gonna get wet.
I mean, the
bro.
reality is that you have to invest. I was going to ask Wendy and James. I had a bunch of fun business questions. Maybe we'll get to them next time because they're always such fun guests. I was going to ask them how they've managed to find good business partners, because it
Yeah,
seems like
that's
I think they've had some bad ones too, because I've talked to James a little bit, just behind the scenes, and he hinted at a couple stories, but I think they've also had some really good relationships with Kevin Jodry, with these people that they speak so highly of. It looks like they're fast friends with Dan Kittredge and these other guys that they basically, not all in there, they haven't met that, what's his name?
Right.
Not Dana White. What's his name? Dr. White, at least. I guess we know that name. But some of these other folks, they have met him, and they have, right. I was going to ask them how they managed to have these good relationships, because, for example, just in the last calendar year, I had two situations go spectacularly bad for me, which set me back really profoundly this last year. If I have the right attitude, and I have spectacularly not had the right attitude for a variety of reasons throughout the year, coming and going. I think you guys have all seen that, right? I've been frustrated many times and so on. But
happens.
I basically worked with some people at the beginning of the year. Last year, that went super badly. Basically, got ripped off real bad. I still pay for that, basically, in a variety of idiotic ways to this day. And then basically ended up spending pretty much the entire year pushing aside projects that I had planned for the longest fucking time, and finally had been bringing to fruition, whatever, with my Black Prince rubies and stuff. I was going to have a male and feminized line, basically like a reg and fem line, come out basically parallel. It was going to be a thing of fucking beauty with a bunch of beautiful cuts. It was going to be a lovely, lovely, lovely thing. And I pushed that all aside, thinking, oh, it's going to be this wonderful thing with, I guess, I can just fucking say it with Coot, whatever, and that just went tits up for spectacularly no reason. For some reason today, my word is spectacularly, but anyway, for no reason that I can decipher, right? It is what it is. I got very frustrated about it. The right answer is to figure out what the lesson is and to move forward from that. And, to some degree, I feel like I have actually found I still kind of ruminate about it, which I really shouldn't, like I actually know better. And so in the act of me saying this, maybe will help me stop ruminating about it. But how do I say it? Like, I've decided to become less, first of all, to be very less likely to ever take someone's mail in any way. Like, it's just, I realize now there's probably a very good chance it's going to end poorly. So in the future, I'm just going to basically create my own mails from other stuff, from different genetics. I'm going to build stuff, layer stuff, however I have to do stuff. I'm going to take as much other people's work away from their hands as possible, so that nobody could come in and say, oh, Feminine stole my fucking mail, blah, blah, blah. Right? I just don't have time for that stuff. I don't have time to whatever, I don't have time for that fucking shit anymore. I don't know exactly where I'm getting to with this, but I'm just thinking to myself out loud,
bro.
like, dude, when you have the right attitude, man. You get it.
I get it, man.
Yeah,
100%, bro. I get it. I get it, bro. Like, this is, it's one of those problems that you fucking have. That's like, like you're just trying to goddamn do good, and like all it's like backfires. Like, holy shit! Like, why? Why? Goddamn.
Exactly.
What the hell, man? Like, and why did it have to backfire like that? Like that? I'm just fucking trying to I'm trying to be me, bro. Like, that's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
And it's like,
no, same thing with the Coot stuff. Like, 50 other people are apparently totally entitled to breathe with his shit. Fucking Jeremy and all these other guys. Apparently, when I do it, it's a bad thing.
That's
okay. Good to know. All right. So
good.
It's a good thing I spent all that time on it. But you know what? That's my fault. Honestly, I probably should have just not worked with that stuff. Should have known better. And now I guess I do, and in the future, I just won't do that kind of
life
stuff.
Lesson learned. I mean, it sucks, but like, shit.
You hope that there's enough life left after the life lessons that you can
right,
make use of the lessons.
Like, God damn it. Like, these too many fucking lessons.
Now that I have practiced, it would be nice if I could actually compete a little bit. Yeah.
That's the way I'm feeling at the end of my life here.
I mean, one never knows, right? Captain 420, the reality of it is, my parents had a coworker who swore up and down to a moronic degree, they thought, all of them, because he was super healthy, jogged all the time. He was just peak of physical fitness, right? And he's like 46, 47. They'd known him for years. 46, 47, 48. He's like, oh, every man in my family's always died at 50. His dad died at 50. His dad's dad died at 50. His dad's dad died at 50, whatever it is. He was convinced he was going to die at 50. And everyone around him was like, are you fucking joking? You're not going to die at 50. What do you know? He fucking died at 50. He had a heart attack on the age of 50. I
Bam.
think like
Right
the
away.
day after his
That's
birthday or
fucking
something.
shitty,
It was just a
bro.
freak heart
Oh.
attack. And
Look at
you know,
that.
I've thought about this many times in the past. People can will themselves into situations too. This is kind of an extension of what we've been talking about. Yeah. The reality of it is we don't know. We didn't do a fucking autopsy on it. We wouldn't know either if we you know did an autopsy. I don't know fucking shit from a hole in the wall in the inside of a man's heart or something. So I wouldn't know what I'm looking at. But maybe he willed himself to death, or maybe he had a arrhythmia or something that was undiagnosed. Who the fuck knows? But I guess the point I'm trying to say is, honestly, you never know. You know, like a perfectly healthy 50-year-old, he might live to the age of 110, or he might die the next day. Right?
Dude, my great grandmother fucking drank whiskey every motherfucking day. Okay,
yeah,
just a fucking glass of whiskey, dude. After
George Burns, he
after
smoked
dinner.
a fucking
dude. She lived to
goddamn
94
stogies
years
all day
old,
long.
man. 94. Okay, but yet the guys in my family don't live very long, dude. We lived to like 57, 63. I'm like, oh shit, that's not very good. Like that's pretty young. Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
You know. So, on that note, it's like fuck, man. You know. But like, dude, my grandmother, she had 2 fucking strokes, made it through both those, and still drank a fucking glass of whiskey a day, and just fucking literally just lived to 94 years old, and was witty as fuck. Like, could tell you stories and talk to you. She talked to me in Polish all the time, and I'm like, man, what the fuck? Like, this lady is like super with it still. Like, how the fuck are you like 92 years old doing this shit? You know, in the last couple of years of her life, till she got to like 94, she kind of like decided to like, you know, diminish a little bit. But that's still goddamn a good run, bro. Fucking 94. That's fucking dude. That's
not too shabby.
You a G, bro. Holy shit.
Hey, if I can hit 64, I'll be happy as shit.
Right. I mean, 94. That's fucking nuts. That's how much shit you've seen in your life. 94 years old. Fucking God. So much.
My grandparents
you went to 2
were
husbands
in their
and stuff.
90s.
Crazy.
My mom's parents, my grandfather died at 55 and my grandmother died at 63, 64. She died like 5-6 years later. Full body cancer, never smoked a day in her life, never really left the farm more than, 12 hours at a time. That was like once every couple years to go to a family reunion.
It's crazy to think that I think now I haven't thought about this for a few years, I guess, but most of the people who kind of lived through World War II as adults are gone. Like if they're around, they're late 90s.
103.
100%.
98 to 103,
the ones that are left
105.
are basically people who lived through their teen years. Like my
There's
grandma,
only a
she
few of
hasn't
them left,
been
dude.
around for a long time, but if she had been around, she'd be basically somewhere in the neighborhood, actually pretty close to 100, maybe even more, honestly, now that I think about it. And she was basically a teenager in World War II.
I heard about this this thing they're gonna do, and I think I'm pretty sure it's in Boston, but they're doing some kind of like this digital thing with this last World War II veteran that's living, that he's gonna be able to answer 200 different questions to people that are around, and they're gonna make like like this holographic thing of him, and like that way it lives on, like like his whole like everything, like the whole war thing. Like they're gonna do a whole interview with him, and like
it's crazy. It's almost 100 years. It's been 80 years basically since then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, this guy's like fucking, in his 90s, and he's like, yeah, I'll do like a whole holographic thing, and like, as long as my, my whole well-being, and like, and my recognition of all this different war that I've been through and shit like that is going to be observed, then I'll do it. And the guy was like, yeah, dude, we'll do it. Like, so like they're literally making an exhibit, I think like at some kind of museum in Boston, I believe. Don't quote me on that shit, but I'm pretty sure I heard about that shit. And it was supposed to be about like that guy, you know, where you can go there and you can, you know, ask questions to this holographic image of this fucking 92-year-old, 94-year-old man with this fucking, where he'd answer questions and, like, you know what I mean? Like different shit about the whole World War II. And it's fucking
I
nuts.
don't think my grandpa ever answered 20 questions about World War II.
They didn't like to talk about it too much, yeah.
The most I got out of my grandfather was,
right,
I got shot here, I got shot here.
Right.
End of story.
And like, yeah, exactly. You don't want to talk about a bunch of different shit. Like people went through some traumatic incident, you know, during that fucking whole, you know, endeavor with World War II, and like, you know, they went through it. They went through that shit, like the trenches, like, and they don't want to talk about that shit. And I understand, but like this guy who's got all this, you know, one of the, you know, last living fucking people about this fucking people, you know, whatever, it's like trying to give that information that he, I think that's pretty fucking cool. And is, you know, if he's,
because a whole generation missed that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, my generation, we grew up putting on dad's, you know, Vietnam War jacket and going outside and playing army and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, we got to experience part of that, and were able to talk to some people that were in World War II. And some of us got to talk to some people that were even in World War I.
My grandfather was in both World Wars. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you look at it, and when my grandfather went to fight in Japan, he was 26 years old.
Yeah. That's something that we often forget when we look at those kind of old-timey photographs, because the people just look so different. But the guys in World War II, like the, you know, the Band of Brothers, those guys were all like 19, 20 years old, right? It's fucking ridiculous, like children in the war. Same thing with World War I. Like I actually haven't seen the new All Quiet on the Western Front, but I guess everybody's been talking about it. But those guys in it are 18, 19, 20 years old. It's just absurd, getting gassed and burned to death with flamethrowers. And oh my God, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
my grandfather was with the Marines, and he was Army, but he was support. He was right there with them fighting. He got hurt at shot at Guadalcanal and then Iwo Jima. They put him out there for that
shithouse crazy neighbor growing up. I've talked about him occasionally, but I had this absolutely shithouse crazy neighbor that, oh, the stories are endless, honestly. He's one of those guys that drank coffee, and this was not ironic. This was literal. He was shithouse crazy. You just have to take my word for it. This was not a joke that he told, although he was pretty funny, but this was not a joke. He drank black coffee only because water would rust his pipes. And my stepfather had asked him a million times, "Are you joking? Are you kidding?" No. He was serious. Yeah, he would not drink anything but black coffee. It was just part of his like psychosis or whatever that he developed because he had landed. I actually don't remember if he was a Marine or Army or what, but anyway, he'd landed at every major conflict in the Pacific. Basically, like every single fucking major conflict, he'd been at them.
Wow.
And basically been like at the battles, like at the front of the battles, pretty much. The stories he told were wild. So you can, I mean, the guy in his grown age, he was pretty petite guy, actually. He was probably not even like 5'3" or something, pretty small guy. Anyway, he always wore winter gloves, rain, winter, summer, not because his hands were burned or anything. This is the thing. You don't take, I'm not going to say his name, but you don't take such and such's gloves off. He doesn't take them off ever. It's part of his thing.
That's fucking nuts, bro.
Right?
Fuck yeah. I mean, hey, power to him, bro. He went through all that fucking.
He survived. He lived a long life after that. Yeah.
Shit, dude. I
don't know if he was happy exactly, but he made it. You know.
I mean, he happy or not, you're fucking still alive, right?
Yeah.
Goddamn.
I knew a couple of those people. My grandfather introduced me to some of those people that, you know, and you look at these people and they're like wearing gloves, and you realize that this guy's wearing gloves because back in World War II, he picked up a hot machine gun.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And
I don't think that was the case
hands.
with my neighbor, but It was a psychological thing, I think, with him. But
Yeah.
he might have explained it at some point when I was a kid, but I honestly don't remember. But yeah, it was something he couldn't. He could physically take them off, but he wouldn't. Anyway.
I could see that being a psychological thing. Yeah.
No, they had all kinds of stories. It's grim. We should probably fuck off for the evening because we got water and stuff. But he had all kinds of just grim stories about people just dying all around him. Because again, he was landing at Iwo Jima and all these different places where fucking thousands of people died. Yeah.
And horrible deaths too.
Yeah, and they would have to go through and like kill each Japanese person, like kill them again, I guess, just in case, because a lot of them would fake being dead and then would blow up a grenade or whatever. Yeah. Which is again perfidy. It's actually illegal, but Japan did it anyway.
My grandfather had to do it. That was one of the stories that he told. He said we'd get done and you would have to go through and either bayonet them or shoot them because they would play dead, and a lot of them you didn't even want to move because they would literally pull the pin on a hand grenade and lay on it and die. The Japanese were really crazy people fighting that war.
I don't know if they were crazy, but they definitely had a very specific kind of culture of fight to the last man, woman, and child. Talked about it, how
mentality.
Yeah, the invasion plans were considering millions of GI deaths because literally they were teaching, this is not something that's made up, they were teaching the women and children to fight with spears and stuff. Crazy. Yeah.
That's why they were finding people on the islands 20, 30 years after the war, and the people didn't even know the war was over.
Always wondered how many of those are true and how many are apocryphal. Wouldn't be surprised.
Or how many people just hid and said, God, I hope this fucking thing's over with. Right.
Yeah, but then also like the stuff that the Japanese did in Nanking is just unforgivable. You wonder how people can turn into that.
Well, they get into this fear. And if we install,
they were not fearful. No, the rape of Nanking was a whole different thing. It was like they literally like played, they bet each other how many people they could kill with swords. They were disemboweling mothers, like pregnant mothers, and poking the babies. Like, yeah, just look up the rape of Nanking sometime. It's something that's not taught very often because it's just terrible. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. What was that movie? John Robb. I want to say he was a German diplomat, actually a Nazi diplomat, but he was horrified by the right. What are we fucking reading? I don't understand what we're reading right now. What's the context? We're just reading random shit. What is it?
It's how to plumb your outhouse.
The first one was a ancestor of mine. They fought a lot of flying in the wars.
Oh, I see.
Cool.
2-minute warning for 420.
Let's do it.
Thank you guys
that'll be the
for
show.
Sticking around and enjoying my second 420 of the day, huh, Robert?
Yeah, there you go. Enjoy. Glad to share it with you, man. We had a great chat. If you guys just tuned in or you guys have been watching only for a little while, the beginning of the show, cheers Magma, good to see you, by the way. Beginning of the show for a good couple hours was Wendy and James from organiccultivators.com. They're doing their second annual Supernatural Conference this Saturday. So if you guys are in the Massachusetts area, go check that out. Seems like a great conference, honestly. If I were in the area, I would go 100%. Even if just for the Bug Lady Suzanne thing on Monday, that's fucking killer. But the whole conference looks great. But they also have a streaming option. They don't unfortunately have streaming for Bug Lady on Monday, but Bug Lady's talk I think might be streamed. Actually, I don't know that for sure because she's very anti-recording. Anyway, I think they're streaming the whole thing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I thought that was weird when it was like, no, I'm out here, because you actually came outside the building, and I think I was talking with some people, and it was like, no, we can't video her.
Yeah, no,
she doesn't want to be videoed.
Yep. Absolutely.
And it's like, God damn, this is like one of the most important parts here. We're talking about bugs.
She doesn't
Can
want
we
to be
at
videoed. She
least
doesn't want to be
video
videoed. That's that.
recording,
That's all it
voice
is.
recording? I'd
I do.
greatly
The
appreciate
fucking
a
owner of the
voice
conference
recording.
never paid for it, so I never got it, but I do. Fucking prick. Anyway, it's what it is. You just have to learn how to
Yeah,
deal with better business people.
I
What was I gonna
hear
say?
that, brother.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing too how few people in cannabis seem to give a fuck. Because I've told a couple people, I don't really spread this stuff around because people know in the context and whatever. They end up thinking you're a shit talker if you spread that kind of story too much, right? But when it came up, when it came up, basically, I would tell somebody, and half the time people don't give a fuck. They're just like, yeah, man. Just like, how many times have you ripped somebody off if you're that blasé about somebody else getting ripped off? I don't know. That was my thought, but whatever. Other places I've been in my life, like normally you kind of point out the predators, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
whatever. Cannabis is different. It's, I guess, filled with predators, apparently.
it is. It's
It
filled
fucking is, isn't
totally
it?
with predators.
Dude, it is. It's really sad to think because Mary Jane's supposed to be so nice, but just got beset by fucking predators and shit. So it shouldn't be a surprise because it was under so long, but
20 years ago, I knew who would stab me in the back. Today, and
yeah,
to get something you have, people are willing to do everything.
I suppose that's true.
We gave out plants to people, and all of a sudden they stopped showing the plants 8 months ago. Wait a second, what happened to that plant? Oh, we haven't shown you how that plant finished out because we're using it in another project. Oh, so you talked me into getting you that cut so you could make a whole new seed line off of it. Okay, thanks. I greatly appreciate that. Now, if I give you a pack of seeds, that's completely different. But if I give you a clone and say, hey, this is your personal garden.
That's the amount of breeders that I know personally because I've heard it from their mouth or a different individual source that I know that they basically don't keep a genetic library at all. They're not able to keep a genetic library because they're just not very good growers. They call up a couple of friends and get some hot clones, and other people think they're doing good breeding. Oh, it just makes me sick sometimes. But I've said this before though, because you don't always know the whole story, and so I'm just like, I'm better off not talking shit. I just kind of make a policy of not talking shit. But it's a little bit demoralizing the amount of times that I have heard stories about even very popular breeders that people think are hot shit sometimes. Not all a lot of times the really popular breeders, there is some fucking, you almost hate to say it because you don't want to admit it, but like a lot of times when the breeders are really successful, there's actually legs there. But when you get these people, a lot of times that are semi-successful, man, I've heard some very, very, very shameful stories. But anyway, I guess without being more clear than that, I'll just leave it at that.
For one of the first times I came up and told someone, hey, listen, I hunted a male throughout your stuff and I used it and I hit this plant. And just to let you know, this is the first time I've ever let F1s go. But I've realized where we've changed today. And if I don't use your strain and put this F1 out, someone's going to beat me to it. And if it's a strain that I've held for 15, 20, 25 years, it hurts me to put out F1s because you're getting really close to my genetics. But if I don't do it, I'm going to miss the boat. And why should I
don't know
miss
what boat there
that
is. I have to be honest, Captain 420. I don't know what boat there is. I don't think one genetic is going to rise or float any boat anymore.
No, but if you have 10 genetics that are semi-rare that other people don't have, and this is what I've ran into, is it's brand new, fresh genetics that haven't been mixed into everything. And people are wanting these because they've ran through everything else that they have at their disposal. So you bring out this something that hasn't been seen in 20, 25 years, and they figure, okay, we'll just throw everything at it and put out 1 million packs.
Well, I mean, that second part was different. So the first part, I feel like, how do I say it? Hoarding genetics, I'm not a big fan of. I'll just say that. And just in general, hoarding seeds, hoarding clones, hoarding lines, saying somehow that your stuff is better and you're not going to give it out to other people. That seems wrong to me, because if nothing else, it's inevitable that something will happen to your garden, or you will either simply go away or stop gardening at some point, and those genetics will go away too. That seems like a massive loss to me. What was I going to go to? I was losing my train of thought. Fuck's sake, with the hoarding, I was going to say with the we gotta go anyway. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I got shit to do.
All right.
I'm not a big fan of hoarding. I think that people should actually spread these genetics. But I guess I was going to say the intention matters. Well, and the action too, I guess, frankly. Are you going to basically use someone's genetics? Are you disrupting that hoard? I guess, I don't know. My brain's not working well right now. Are you revealing those genetics from that hiding place for kind of good reasons, basically? Are you trying, I guess that's up for interpretation, but are you trying to benefit cannabis, or are you just trying to cash out a bunch of fucking money? In my opinion, that is always a recipe for disaster. That cash out, probably good for your wallet, but it ends up being basically bad for cannabis, because that strain will basically be overhyped and whatever else, and people will kind of sleep on it in the future. There's a fucking million reasons I probably can't think of right now. But in my opinion, taking genetics and actually trying to do something with them, that's a good thing. And this year, I have basically had a problem where someone disagreed. Apparently, they wanted to hoard their shit. And I don't know, I guess maybe in retaliation or whatever, probably not even retaliation, but in the end, it doesn't even matter anyway, because that person has decided to get rid of their hoard. It's the stupidest situation. Like, it's one of those things I can't even wrap my head around how dumb it is. It's like, guy got mad at me for something that he wasn't mad about, and then he did it. It's the back and forth. It's like, that's cannabis.
You throw up your hands, and
you throw up your hands and you just move on. Yeah, there's nothing to control. But the bottom line there is that I was, at least as far as I'm concerned, I was right. The genetics did not deserve to be hoarded in a closet somewhere. The genetics, I found, how do I say this? I found what I found to be good for me and probably for others. So I think that there was nothing wrong with trying to spread that out in the open in a responsible way. Again, that's open for interpretation. Fuck, we're all just trying to get by here, I don't know. What am I trying to say? I don't know. Trying to say something complex that's not coming out.
We'll think about that tomorrow.
We'll hopefully be a lot smarter tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be far less stupid, baby. I don't know. In the meantime, cheers, dudes. Who wants to go first? Green fingers. Go for everybody.
Cheers, everybody. Captain Ryan Grokowski was on here. Yeah. Peace, everybody.
Yeah,
have a great minute, Fumi.
Cheers, buddy. Good to see you.
Peace, Robert.
Go for it, Captain 420.
Thanks for having me on. Krosky, Robert, Ryan, everybody out in chat. Have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, and we'll see y'all on the next one. Be safe. Peace.
Cheers, dude. Go for it, Ryan, Mr. Painter.
Take it easy.
Yeah, man.
Man of many words.
That's it. Man of action. Ladies and gentlemen, that means that leaves us. Let me see here. I wanted to show you this again just briefly. Let's see here. This is, I haven't told you what it is yet, but this is, I guess I can hint at it. This is going to be one of the parental lines in the future, and hopefully also maternal lines. Looking fucking solid as shit. I did forget to take female clones, unfortunately, because I'm a dumbass. I'm trying to re-veg it a little bit. I'm going to see if they re-veg quickly. If they don't, because I have some other stuff coming. If they don't, then I'm just going to plant more seeds, because I'd like to hunt through this actually a lot more. only a couple people have gotten this, and the people who have probably know just from looking at it because they're growing it themselves. But in the meantime, I'm very pleased with this so far. A little bit of testing left to do before I move forward with it, but I think this is going to be the parental line for some stuff going into the future here. I've got a great name for it and everything else. But in the meantime, taking a lot of this is a 5 times magnification macro stack of basically a bract, I guess you could say. This is mostly a bract and some distillate hairs, I guess you could call these. If these had been fertilized, they would have turned brown, like this one right here, for example, or if they just basically grow old from age and stuff, and then little seed forms in there, it's happy times. In fact, actually, in this one, there might actually be a seed, because this plant was actually pollinated. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'll reveal more here, hopefully in the future, and hopefully you guys will like it. In the meantime, let's see here. Have I even showed you? Oh, I didn't even show you guys my website. So that's it right there, ladies and gentlemen, fumidora.com. It almost seems pointless to talk about it now at this late juncture in the evening, but let's see here. Maybe I can at least show you the page. Harmful or dangerous? Damn it, that's the wrong page. Where are we at? Thank you, by the way, everybody, for tuning in and watching the show. Here we go with the organic cultivators and everybody else. Ladies and gentlemen, go to fumidoro.com. You can also type chronictable.com. You could also, if you'd like, to type fumesofgold.com. That'll take you to the same place. There's a couple other websites. If you guys remember what, fumidoroseedco.com, I think a couple of the ones. Anyway, that's my website, ladies and gentlemen. Everything you see, I basically put there myself. So if you have any tips or suggestions or things you'd like to see, please let me know. Email me at fumidor@chronictable.com. I'd be happy to hear some recommendations. I guess I shouldn't say that. Oh, whatever. Anyway, if you have any suggestions or ideas, please do let me know. If you did not know, if you're like, oh, what the fuck, Fumidor actually makes seeds? Yes, I do, actually, ladies and gentlemen. Come take a look. Every order gets a freebie of Pigcarus. Pigcarus is, as you can see, sold out, but available as a freebie only. So it's basically explained right there. Pigcarus was basically a tester that Family Tree Seeds sent me way back when I was on the EO show. Gosh, now that I think about it, this is literally the first week after that. Shout out to the EO show. Seriously, shout out to the EO show. I was on there, gosh, 3 years ago. I don't know, a couple of years ago. I guess I was on there for like a year and a half. Honestly, time flew like crazy. For the longest time, I would just hang out in the comments, like I knew Dirtman Dan, all those guys just from the comments, and I was super bashful about, just showing my face on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. I didn't know what the fuck would happen. And how do I say, like whatever, they asked me one day, they were like, oh, hey Fumi, you want to come up here, you seem to know what you're talking about with organic growing and whatever the fuck. And I was like, no man, whatever, blah blah blah. I kind of tried to put it off for weeks and weeks and weeks, and finally I don't know, Dirtman Dan just convinced me. He's like, dude, just come up here, you don't have to show your face or whatever, just come up here and it'll be fine. And so for a few weeks I did that, and at some point Dirtman Dan or Tanasi or somebody was like, man, this show is bullshit and we got to show people's faces or get the fuck off the show. And I thought they were talking about me. I guess they ended up were talking about somebody else. But in the meantime, I was like, fuck it, all right. I just decided, all right, I'll show my fucking face on the camera. And it was kind of hilarious because everyone thought I was like 100 years old. Everyone like literally, I don't know why I keep looking over there. Oh, it's because of the chat. I keep looking at my website here. But it was kind of funny because everybody thought I was going to be 100 years old. And they were like, what? The Fumi's not 100? Anyway, so back when we did the EO show, actually right at the beginning of the pandemic, to be honest, we did a meetup basically at the Indo Expo. And Dirtman Dan and I guess Family Tree Seeds wasn't there, but Stabby McStabwood was there. Tanasi, Frick, all the guys were there. Stony Scholar, who passed away. Stony Scholar was there. Got to meet him in person before he unfortunately had a tragic accident. How time passes. What were we just saying about how life can be so fleeting? Stony went to the grocery store, I think, to pick something up and died on the way, and basically by a drunk driver, I think. Isn't that fucking terrible? Anyway, life is a melancholy thing. Sometimes it's a happy thing and it's a melancholy. And this week was a little bit melancholy for the EO show. Tanasi decided that he just didn't want to do it anymore. And I think a lot of people were a little bit sad about that. And I was kind of sad about that too, to be honest, because it was like an end of an era. Like, I don't know, I took I said it was like a hiatus or a sabbatical or something, I think it was. But then I never came back to the EO show. And I don't know, in my mind, it's not like I was gonna come back because it was just too much work. It's like, how many days a week can I be on the fucking YouTube pretty much? Because with the EO show, I remember I was on YouTube like 4 or 5 days a week. It was dumb. So anyway, but because was it Empire Dave? I want to say a few weeks ago was like, oh man, you could just reach out and you could be on the EO show. Well, not anymore. Anyway, bigger and better things to Nasi. I hope he, it's most important when you run stuff like this. You got to enjoy it, because you don't really get paid for it or anything. So I don't blame Tanasi at all. I don't think he did anything wrong because if he doesn't want to do it, man, what do you want? Do you want to fucking make him do it? That's not a way to have a good show. So I agree with his decision too. And I've had this thought many times to bail on this show, and I keep for some reason continuing it. But in the meantime, Tanasi's, I guess he's doing other stuff. He's over on FCP and stuff. So anyway. Shout out to the EO show. I can definitely say it was fun. I wouldn't have this show if it hadn't been for the EO show, and I wouldn't be doing a lot of stuff probably if it hadn't been for the EO show. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people like that as well. So Family Tree Seeds, a lot of people wouldn't know Family Tree Seeds if it hadn't been for the EO show. Anyway, I would not have had his his swine flu if it hadn't been for being on the EO show and meeting Family Tree Seeds. The swine flu was bacon grease by pandemic, and I thought, how fun would it be to cross it to something? And way back when, I thought, oh, it's gonna, I'm gonna cross it to something. I thought at the time I was still gonna be the EO show. Well, of course, that didn't happen. So, but you put things in motion sometimes a long time before they come to fruition. And it is what it is. I finally have a freebie of Big Chris 2 years after, however long it was, 3 years, maybe even after I was on the EO show. And anyway, ladies and gentlemen, how time passes. Don't let it pass you by, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at Morgana. Take a look at Morgana V2. I will learn how to talk one of these days. Morgana V2, ladies and gentlemen, is the second. Count it. No, that's from the count on Sesame Street version of Morgana. That's Cuvée F2 by Black Prince Ruby, not Ruby Jack F2, but Black Prince Ruby, the son of the original father. If you want Morgana V1, she's available right there for a limited time still, basically until she runs out, kind of. Cuvée F2 by Ruby Jack F2, not a ton left of that one. You can also try the Menage Ghana if you guys want to try a lot of Morgana Love in Your Life. That's basically versions 1, 2, and 3 of Morgana. There's going to be a lot more versions in the future because I'm actually quite pleased with the way she's going so far. The version 3, so to speak, of Morgana is the Sour Morgana. It's actually Morgana across to that same Black Prince Ruby. Lots of sour, lots of berry, lots of all kinds of interesting terps, ladies and gentlemen. Lime River Rose is a perennial favorite. There's a V1 and a V2. Unfortunately, the V2 is not on the website because I still to this day don't have enough pictures of Lime River Rose, unfortunately. It is what it is. But if I don't sell enough of those V2 seeds, I might just end up having to give them out as freebies. That's probably not a bad freebie to give one of these days. People would be happy. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at Lime River Rose. And of course, I'll finish it out with Black Prince Ruby, my one and only, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be seeing some more crosses with her in the future, and I guess with him technically as well. And going to be working some more on that Ruby Jack line and do some interesting stuff to it because I think there's yet a lot more to be done. And in the meantime, I think it does a lot of interesting stuff to other crosses. It brings down the harvest window, and it without a spoiler, basically the trichomes that we were looking at earlier, those were half Black Prince Ruby. So that's basically one of the reasons why so many of them looked so hashy, so able to be turned into hash. That pendulous trichome head basically just looking like a couple of harsh words basically would knock it over. You really want that basically either for water hash basically, or for dry sift or any other kind of solventless hash. For solvent extractions, I have to be honest, I don't really read that way because I don't do solvent extractions, so I don't know. In that case, I would assume just the higher cannabinoids. I don't know. I guess I should get Pharmex back on the show and actually ask him. Pharmex and I've been thinking about talking about doing some work behind the scenes a little bit. I gotta actually, now that I think about it, get a little more proactive with him because he'd be a super good guy to talk to about that kind of stuff. So anyway, solventlessly. Anyway, though, I know a fair amount about. Black Prince Ruby does a lot of good work, and she brings the harvest window down, and not to mention adds some delightful sweetness and berry notes on a great happy high. So anyway, that's a basket of things that I like. It's one of the reasons why you don't want to abandon stuff. Sometimes you consider, moving on to other males or other lines or whatever the case, whatever the lingo people, kind of cracks me up when people say like, oh, this is my male. I don't know, whatever. I don't finish what I was talking about. It's just kind of silly. Regardless, I'm kind of talking out loud and apparently saying stupid shit right now. This is that time of the show. This is that time of the show where I don't realize that I should shut the fuck up and move on. What do we call it? The time that Fumidor wishes he hadn't been speaking. I think that's what we usually call it. Cheers, my friends. Why is the so fucked up? Oh, it's because of it. But you normally can't see that. Must have it down low. Whatever the case may be, for some reason, behold, ladies and gentlemen, this delightful microphone. Now you can't even see it. Anyway. The fucking pics with the Method 7 filter looked amazing. They were next level for real. What are you talking about? J5. Ryan's pictures? Right on. Oh, nice. J5s. I used to use a piece of smashed Method 7s in the HPS flowering room too. Right on, J5. Here's the guys. What was I going to say? Be kind, ladies and gentlemen. Be decent. Be gentle. Because I was just about to forget that, I think. I did realize just now that I forgot to tell you about tomorrow's show. We're going to be here tomorrow. Hopefully. Because of course you never know, right? But in the meantime, we're hopefully going to be here. We're hopefully going to do game night. We've actually had game night for a couple of weeks. So ladies and gentlemen, hopefully we'll have another game night as well tomorrow. Be goofing off. Don't know Saturday yet. We might do another takeover. We might not. We'll see how it goes so far. But in the meantime, folks, yeah, we'll see. See how it goes. Still working on the daytime show. Definitely don't want to do like a both a daytime and an evening show on a Wednesday. That's not something appealing. So that would be one of those things like maybe we would do one or the other. We'll see. We'll see. Thought even occurred to me to switch to Thursdays, to be perfectly honest. A friend of mine that does this stuff seriously and like, always tells me like smart sounding advice was like, Thursday, do Thursday. It's like, does it fucking matter really? She's like, yeah, it does. Let's see. Apparently both Saturday and Wednesday are wrong. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go. Already tired and I have to water still a little bit. Thanks very much for hanging, my friends. Be kind, be decent, be gentle. I did say that already, but I guess now you heard it twice. You better do it nice or something. Anyway, post something wonderful. Don't be fucking douchey, make douchey pants. Try to just, I guess you can see my Korean food. By the way, if you guys have ever had japchae, I had a craving this evening. I don't know why, but every once in a while I get a craving for weird shit. And well, not that japchae is weird shit, but just just like random stuff. I was like, oh fuck, I would totally love some fucking japchae. So I got some Korean food for dinner, and it kind of cracks me up because every time I get it, oh wait, these pictures not very good. Yeah, sort of. Okay, they're basically clear. Oh fuck, what are they made of? Hold on. What are they made of? I want to sound smart. Sweet potato starch. Yes. Okay, I was right. It's not a rice noodle or anything else. So they're basically kind of brown. These pictures are all like super Western japchae. These like the heavy meat and stuff. Most of the time you get it with a lot more noodles. And it kind of cracks me up because the noodles, sometimes they're actually kind of thick. And they look basically like Klingon goch. And I think I remember reading one time, I might be misremembering this, but I think I remember reading that actually most of the time when you saw goch on Star Trek, it was actually japchae noodles. So I just kind of laughed because I was like, we think they're eating like live worms and they're actually just eating like delicious sesame noodles. There we go. There's a picture that looks more like fucking Klingon goch. Just imagine that there were no carrots and freaking what are those broccoli robs or what is that exactly? I can't tell exactly. Anyway, whatever the fuck that greenery is. Just imagine it was all noodles and then like artificial fish heads or whatever, and then you got Klingon goch on Star Trek. Boom. Funny, right? And you're like your stomach's all turning. You're like, oh, gross. That's probably got to be disgusting. It's literally just delightful potato starch noodles, like mild flavored, even kind of funny. Cheers, my friends. Thanks very much for stop showing my fucking desk. Fuck. Thanks very much for hanging. Adios. Be here tomorrow. Tell your friends about the show. Oh, and by the way, stop showing my fucking desk already. Holy shit snacks. Tell your friends. Subscribe to chronictable.com. Don't show my fucking Korean food. And thanks for hanging. Adios later. That was weird timing. Adios later. Adios.